The wet season in Australia's north brings in 6 months of humidity, torrential monsoonal rains and spectacular storms. The extreme climatic conditions make travelling arduous and often impossible. Most travellers head south at the end of the dry and never experience the strange beauty, the drama and the excitement of the wet. Malcolm Douglas, in his continuing quest for adventure, spent months battling the elements to really experience one wet season. With November, the dry southeast winds swing to the northwest and rain-bearing clouds flood the top end. Roads and tracks are impassable. Dry creeks swell into raging rivers. Vehicles and travellers are trapped in flash floods. The open plains churned into boggy mires. For many of the animals and birds, it's a time of plenty, with food abundant and a limitless supply of fresh water. For those Aborigines who lead a tribal way of life, it's a time to collect bark for building houses and canoes, and for bark paintings. After months of rain, the grasses, growing several metres tall, seed. Then suddenly the wind swings back to the southeast and the ominous skies clear, signalling the end of the wet season and the beginning of months of clear, unclouded days. The wet season influence extends over northern Australia, from the Kimberley to the Territory and across to Cape York. Malcolm is to spend the next 2 months roaming the Northern Territory. Right at the start, the trip almost fails. Cyclonic rains have cut the roads in many places. Malcolm's companion, Greg Prowse, walks ahead along the Great Northern Highway checking out washaways. At river crossings where the road has subsided, cars can float off downstream, a perilous situation for the occupants. In desperation, people will attempt the impossible. The driver of this small sedan is trying to reach Perth. Luckily, his vehicle jams on a rock. Malcolm and Greg, camped nearby, are quick to lend a hand. Without the winch, the vehicle would probably have been totally wrecked, rolling downriver in the rising torrent. The two young men, on holiday from Darwin, are lucky to be alive.
Tell you blokes are from Darwin. All the grog.
Between the storms, when the waters temporarily subside, the flood damage closes the roads. Bitumen ripped away and craters gouged deep. Malcolm, determined to get through, will have to winch around this washaway. With no trees nearby, a spare tyre is used for an anchor, and stranded travellers are only too keen to lend some weight. The tyre, buried deep in the sloppy mud, holds fast, and the vehicle's soon moving again.
Take a bit of strain on that winch now, Greg.
Malcolm and Greg are able to keep going. The other travellers may have to wait weeks for the road repair gang. In the Northern Territory, conditions worsen with some roads permanently underwater for months. Any decision to cross must be made cautiously. Malcolm marks the water level, and in the morning there's no perceptible rise. The boat's unhitched. It could cause the Toyota to float and lose traction. Even after gauging the depth several times, Malcolm's still hesitant. Finally, they decide to give it a go. 2 tarpaulins, one under the bonnet and one over, should protect the motor. Once committed to a crossing, there's no turning back. A diesel motor is far more reliable in these situations than petrol. The vehicle safely across, Malcolm floats the boat and dinghy over. They're heading for the Roper River, one of the biggest waterways in the Territory. The Roper, flowing east into the Gulf of Carpentaria, is a productive region for barramundi fishermen, and Malcolm's hoping to meet up with his mate, Bob Connolly. It's a long run to the ocean, so fuel is hidden deep in the mangroves for the return journey. Along the river, Malcolm sights a crocodile, dead and bloated. He's appalled, for although crocodiles are now closely protected, they're killed indiscriminately. This reptile, possibly shot by poachers or thrill-seeking hunters, is now a useless, stinking carcass. Near the river's mouth, the only place to camp is on the hot, inhospitable salt pans. For years, Malcolm's heard stories about the giant river groper, and he's keen to see these massive fish for himself. Malcolm and Greg join Bob, the barramundi fisherman, on each tide change, when he checks his nets. As anticipated, a massive groper is found entangled. For Bob, they're a nuisance, for it's impossible to reset the net until the gigantic fish is freed. Its size and weight make it immovable, and no matter how hard they try, Bob and Greg are unable to shift the fish. It's just too big. In desperation, a rope is tied to a nearby tree and strung through the groper's gills. With the outboard motor in reverse, the fish is pulled slowly from the boat. Crocodiles always hang around the nets, and Greg beats a hasty retreat from the water after an unexpected ducking. The groper finally back in the river, Malcolm's keen to have a closer look and moves it into the shallows, hoping that no crocs are lurking nearby. Gropers have the ability to survive for long periods out of the water, and this one appears to recover quickly from its ordeal. It's massive, and the big dorsal fin can inflict a severe wound. Malcolm, satisfied that it will survive, removes the rope, and it heads back into deeper water. Another specimen, freed on the mud, looks dead, but revives back in the water. These groper grow to over 2 metres and weigh in at an incredible 320 kilos when fully grown.
Hey, we're just getting back in the water.
Bob Connolly and his crew hate catching groper when they're after barramundi. These men spend up to 8 months a year on the river, working around the clock, night and day, checking the nets and filleting the catch. The fillets, snap frozen and freighted to Darwin, are eagerly purchased for the top seafood restaurants from Brisbane to Perth. Crocs hang around whenever the men are filleting. Another gourmet delight is the giant mud crab, usually found near the nets where they feed on dead fish. There's a knack to picking them up without being bitten, and Malcolm makes it look easy. The big, powerful claws move with amazing speed and can inflict a terrible bite. Even though the crabs live in grey, oozing mud, their meat is succulent, and they're always a prized catch. Catfish, too, are never far from the nets and the freezer boat. Always hungry, they appear whenever there's any surface activity. They even hassle Malcolm as he washes his clothes. After a period of relative calm, storms loom, intensely ominous. For Malcolm and Greg, it's time to go, and they head for the plains east of Darwin. These northern wetlands are of great interest to Malcolm. They support an infinite variety of wildlife. Water buffalo, introduced from Indonesia in the 1820s, are now one of the most common animals, causing considerable ecological damage. Recently, efforts have been made to restrict their numbers and range. All the swamps are overflowing. Malcolm and Greg intend to explore the teeming waterways, photographing and observing the wildlife. To film the birds, Malcolm attaches a 600mm lens to the camera. The white-breasted sea eagle, a regal bird. Malcolm and Greg are wary when they leave the dinghy. Even in the shallows, wily saltwater crocs are a camouflaged threat. Preparing to film, Malcolm is host to unexpected guests. Both men are constantly plagued by the vicious, blood-sucking leeches. Passage through the swamps is laborious, and a powerful lens is indispensable for fascinating film footage. If you can forget about the leeches, the results are very rewarding. These are black duck, a Burdekin duck and pied geese, commonly called magpie geese. Wandering whistling ducks. A darter plays with a leaf. These diving birds with an arrow-like head astonish people who spot them swimming partly submerged. A pied cormorant, another underwater hunter, devours a fish. And pelicans are always fascinating to watch. The leech's incessant attacks finally drive Malcolm back to the dinghy. A deep buffalo wallow halts the vehicle abruptly.
She's a decent old bog.
Once again, the only way out is to attach the winch cable to the buried spare tyre. Within minutes of freeing the Toyota, torrential rains fall. As the wet progresses, the storms grow more violent, and spectacular downpours drench the plains. During the summer months, 1,500 millimetres, or 60 inches of rain falls in the north. When the storm subsides, there's the mopping up to do. Clean, fresh rainwater is the only bonus. Malcolm's tent's been flattened by a willy-willy accompanying the rain, but at least his bedroll's dry. Other creatures too have been flooded out. These centipedes fighting over the only dry spot available. The smallest keeps well clear. The more aggressive viciously attacks its companion, driving it off. Ants always anticipate heavy rain and head for the safety of the trees, even building temporary homes among the leaves to protect their eggs. Buffaloes have no fear of floods. In fact, they need water to survive. They stay partly submerged for hours, splashing water over their heads to disperse the small flies that irritate them. buffalo wallowing, especially during the dry season, is upsetting the fragile ecological balance. They muddy the water, killing off the plants and reducing the water bird's habitat. In areas such as the Kakadu National Park, buffaloes are being exterminated. With the passing of the storms, calm prevails on the floodplains. Malcolm and Greg slowly head out towards Arnhem Land, but it's a battle all the way. The locals have their own transport system. While travelling through the Kakadu National Park, Malcolm and Greg visit the important Aboriginal art galleries. One site at Little Norlangi Rock is of particular interest. The paintings are of spirit figures, barramundi and the rare pitted shell turtle, a freshwater species from the northern rivers. The Aborigines obviously knew of its existence, but little is known of its habits today. Malcolm's intrigued because he's seen many of these turtles caught in New Guinea, where they're a common food. Back on the main road, Greg misjudges a crossing, drops into a washaway and floats into the current. The force of the current jams the door shut until the vehicle fills with water. Greg is stunned, unable to talk for several minutes. Malcolm tries the winch and is relieved when it works, even underwater. It's a tense couple of hours as the vehicle's dragged onto high ground. Malcolm's apprehensive that the electrical system will short and the winch fail, but it churns on. An extra 12-volt battery allows prolonged use of the winch. The length of the cable is extended with rope. Fortunately, as Greg sensed that he was in trouble, he switched off the engine. Water's reached the air cleaner, but the motor's undamaged. An added safeguard driving during the wet is an extension for the air cleaner. Then there's less chance of water damage. It's several days before the vehicle's completely checked over, all the equipment dry and in working order again. Along the road, Greg meets one of Australia's most spectacular reptiles, a frilled lizard. With its mouth agape and its frill spread, it can intimidate any predator. As a last resort before fleeing, it rushes the aggressor, as Greg finds out. He's quite happy to retreat as the dragon keeps up the most ferocious display. Nearby, a goanna takes advantage of the soft, damp soil to excavate its burrow. Agile wallabies are common throughout tropical Australia. In some areas, they're a declared pest and shot or poisoned to reduce their numbers. This joey's lucky. It lives in an area that will soon become part of the Kakadu National Park. Malcolm and Greg attempt to drive into Arnhem Land, but find it's impossible. The rivers and creeks are in full flood. Even this crossing on the East Alligator Road, which appears to be relatively shallow, is flowing so strongly that it sweeps Malcolm swiftly away when he tries to gauge its depth. It's impossible to travel further east by road, so Malcolm organises a larger boat and bigger outboard and begins the long journey to visit his Aboriginal friends in Arnhem Land. The boat's launched in the South Alligator River, east of Darwin, and the run to the coast is full of interest. Pelicans, superb flyers, are even more spectacular in slow motion. Malcolm spots a group of antelopine wallaroos, often referred to in the territory as red kangaroos. Gregarious by nature, they spend the heat of the day in the shade, grooming and resting. Ever since Malcolm lived in Arnhem Land when he made his famous adventure film Across the Top, he's been keen to return during the wet to record a number of important survival techniques still practiced by the Aborigines. The bush tracks into Arnhem Land will be impassable for months, and many of the airstrips are underwater. There's no alternative but to travel for days by boat along the northern coastline of Australia. Greg suffers seasickness, while Jardy just settles down for a long sleep. It's a tough, hazardous journey. Pounding into an easterly swell for over 12 hours a day. The hot, steamy conditions, the rain squalls and the days of constant travelling takes its toll on Greg, and he just can't wait to get there. On the fourth night, Greg's had enough of the rocking boat and decides to sleep ashore. In the morning, it's discovered he's lucky to be alive. Under cover of darkness, a big croc came up through the camp looking for a feed. Malcolm studies the tracks, estimating the croc to be over 3 metres long, quite capable of killing Greg and dragging him into the water. Jardy, always chasing fish, is unaware that a big croc may be cruising nearby. Greg, still shocked, spots more danger near the boat, a deadly box jellyfish. The popular name sea wasp is very confusing, for they're large and not at all wasp-like. Common along the coast during the wet season, they've been responsible for many deaths. Contact with the long, sticky tentacles causes unbearable pain. Multiple lash-like wheals are raised on the skin, and death can result. The effects of the sting are long-lasting and agonizing. another long day's travelling brings the men closer to their destination. They stop for a while to stock up with fish to present to Malcolm's Aboriginal friends. The catch will be distributed according to tribal custom. Malcolm's friends live at a small settlement in the bush. He talks to them about recording in detail two aspects of their traditional lifestyle. One, the building of a wet season house, and the other, the construction of a large bark canoe. Both these projects can only be organised during the wet. The people still live in these traditional houses, although canvas and iron are now accepted building materials. It's decided that a new house will be built, to be used by Greg and Malcolm until they leave, when it will become the single men's quarters. No nails or twine are used. The roof bearer is simply supported on forked uprights. Malcolm goes bush with Bulan Bulan and Gira Gira, where bark for the roof is carefully selected. Stringy bark trees are tested for moisture. The bark must peel easily from the trunk. A ladder is quickly constructed and the bark cut free, high above the ground. Such large sheets can only be collected during the wet. Later in the year, the bark is too dry and would split.
You called him in until I get that out of the camera.
This is the technique used by the early European settlers. They too found the bark useful in the construction of their simple dwellings. Fibre beanies are roughly woven. The bark sheets are heavy and unwieldy, and it's a long walk back to the building site. These bush hard hats will protect the men's heads.
That's too heavy, eh?
The bark is waterproof and when positioned will last for years. A floor of straight saplings is laid to complete the dwelling. Malcolm and Greg move in, and Gira Gira arrives with another tenant, his pet sulphur-crested cockatoo. It soon takes over, chewing up anything left lying about. The men use bark offcuts for paintings. These religious, symbolic designs appeal to Europeans, and finished paintings are sold to museums and collectors throughout the world. Today, it's not unusual for an Aboriginal artist to receive $1,000 or more for a painting on bark. Until recently, these huts were used throughout the swamp country, where there were no caves. The raised floor leaves plenty of room for a smouldering fire, and the smoke drifting through the floorboards keeps mosquitoes at bay. Malcolm's never sure which is worse, the insects or the acrid smoke. Malcolm arranges for Bullen Bullen and his relatives to construct a large bark canoe. A very tall, straight tree with no knots in the trunk is located. Great care is taken, for the sheet must be very long, big enough for a boat. Bark canoes are rarely constructed today because increasing contact with Europeans and their material culture has brought rapid changes to the Aboriginal lifestyle. Radios, four-wheel drive vehicles, aluminium boats and outboards are eagerly acquired. Malcolm, very conscious that many of the old traditional skills have died out or are no longer practiced, spends considerable time recording these disappearing crafts. After its initial shaping, the bark is left until the following day. Bullen Bullen's first task in the morning is to collect spindly, fibrous stems for bush string. Throughout the bush, there are many kinds of bark that are used for string. Some are even woven together to make rope. A paper bark container is quickly shaped and a mud compound mixed. The sheet is heated over a fire. Bullen Bullen, who learnt these techniques from his father, alternately dries the bark, then dampens it with the muddy mix. And the bark is soon extremely pliable. The bough is held in place by two upright sticks, and the twine made earlier used to bind it together. Bullen Bullen and Gira Gira spent their childhood in the bush and learnt the old ways. The other men with Malcolm are intrigued and join in enthusiastically, for it's the first time that they've seen a canoe of this size being constructed. The stern, too, is shaped and stitched, the wire needle replacing the kangaroo bone that was once used. Paper bark jammed in the cracks stops the leaks. For added strength, saplings are lashed along each side. Bulan Bulan and Gira Gira begin the long walk to the river. The small pieces of bark are retrieved for bark paintings. The canoe is even heavier than expected, and everyone lends a hand. Within a week, the bark will dry, and the canoe will be light enough to be lifted by one man. Finishing touches of wet clay make the final seal. Malcolm knows that this could be the last canoe of its size ever made, and he's keen to see how efficient it is. He's surprised at its stability, for it barely rocks during a mock hunt. The young men soon put the craft to good use, heading off after bush tucker. They return with ripe fruit for everyone. After all the work, it's time to relax. Bulan Bulan and Gira Gira talk of hunting for wallabies, so spears are tested. A friendly competition gets underway. Malcolm had been taught to use a woomera and spear by Bulan Bulan's uncle 20 years earlier. There are many near misses and one direct hit. The spear grass is now over 2 meters tall, and it's seeding. The wet is almost over. Soon the winds will swing to the south, drying the land and clearing the air. For Malcolm and Greg, it's time to go. Malcolm's heading for Darwin and on to the Great Sandy Desert in Western Australia to spend 3 months with the Kookager Aborigines. His love of adventure and for the Australian bush intensifies year by year. Several years ago, Malcolm Douglas travelled to the Great Sandy Desert in Western Australia to spend time with the Kukujar Aborigines. He was intrigued by the ability of the desert tribes to survive in such a harsh environment. Travelling with them, he learnt many of their survival techniques. And now he's returning, hoping to learn more about this vast, unknown region of Australia. At a remote Aboriginal community, Malcolm meets Wadurda, the friend and guide who travelled with him on his previous expedition. Wadurda, a superb bushman, has spent most of his life in the desert, and Malcolm's hoping that he'll accompany him again, but the old man cannot go. He sadly explains that he's too old. "I have lost my strength," he whispers. Malcolm reluctantly leaves his friend patiently shaping a spear. And a party's made up of younger tribesmen. They plan to take Malcolm back into their country, their traditional hunting grounds. The party will head south into the heart of the Great Sandy Desert, a vast, virtually uninhabited part of Western Australia. Recently, tracks have been pushed deep into the desert by exploration teams searching for oil. In a year or two, these trails will wash away. But now they provide the men with an opportunity to reach tribal areas they haven't visited for years. The three Kukujar men with Malcolm are of the last generation to live a nomadic existence before they came into church and government settlements. Andrew Malone has left the Sydney surf behind to travel to this dry and remote part of Australia. Stopping to observe a bustard, the men are treated to a rare sight, a chick. Normally, this bird, a plains turkey, is food for Aborigines. But they stress to Malcolm that they never pursue a bustard rearing young. Scattered across the wide plains between the sand dunes are mulga trees, used for boomerangs or throwing sticks. The twisted trunks are the ideal shape. Dundu Dugaroo carefully examines each tree. Very few are selected. 2 boomerangs can be made from each trunk, the wood split with an axe.
Cut him down here. Cut him here. This one.
Once this hardwood was fashioned with stone implements. Roughly shaped, the wood is heated. It's repeatedly pressed until all the distortions in the wood are removed, and it's ready for the final shaping. Sand protects the men's hands as they manipulate the hot wood. Each boomerang has a flat side and a rounded side, and its final shape denotes its suitability for a left or right-handed person. The Aborigines are fiercely competitive, and a contest is soon underway.
The desert Aborigines never miss an opportunity to get a feed or a drink. This is one of the many grevilleas you get out here in the desert. And as it starts to flower, it produces this really sweet nectar. In fact, on some of these, you can get quite a bit of it on your hand. And as you can see, we've been going around sucking this like a sweet juice out. And after you've sucked 20 or 30 of these flowers, you feel very full. Makes you a little bit thirsty, but I tell you what, it's really top tucker when you're out here on a hot day. More here, eh, Larry? This the one? This one here, eh? All this water.
Yeah, you can drink. Honey.
Mhm.
Honey.
So if you ever lost out in the bush and you see any flowers, just check a little bit of the sap or the juice on your tongue. Leave it for half an hour or so,
Yeah, good,
like that. Leave it for half an hour or so, and if it doesn't irritate your tongue, swallow a little bit. If it doesn't irritate your throat, well then you can really get stuck into it. And I tell you what, this is top tucker.
Oh, good tucker.
But we finish this one now.
Really,
Oh, I've got one more here, look. Big mob.
Oh, big mob, yeah.
Big mob of this beautiful juice.
Yeah. Good one.
That is very, very appetizing. Top tucker out in the desert.
Life in the desert depended upon the location of food, and fundamental to survival was the ability to recognize and interpret animal tracks. Morty Galga patiently helps Malcolm improve his tracking. Every living creature leaves a track. The Aborigines recognize the variety of signs, even the imperceptible, left by the desert inhabitants. They can deduce how old a track is and the direction the animal has taken. Snake trails are the most distinctive, and the Aborigines can distinguish between a male and female. The track of the thorny devil, with its strutting gait, is easily recognized. And a favoured food for the Aborigines, the blue-tongued lizard leaves a track that's followed even by the younger children. The sand goanna drags its tail, a dead giveaway. Regrettably, one of the most common tracks is left by the feral cat. Signs of cat excite the Aborigines most. They hunt them relentlessly for food. A blue-tongued lizard will take on any aggressor, pushing slowly forward against seemingly greater odds. Travelling on, the party reaches the old Catholic mission, disintegrating under the fierce desert sun. The original missionaries were the first Europeans many of the desert tribesmen had seen. The scattered family groups converged on this lonely outpost, and in a few years, their lifestyle had changed dramatically, forever. Later, the mission moved further north to a more reliable water supply, and the old buildings were left to decay. This man tells Malcolm of his experience walking in from the desert and seeing Europeans and their dwellings for the first time. He points to the open plain where once tribal clans met to fight, to settle age-old disputes. A short distance west lies an amazing phenomenon. After 2 summers of record rain, Lake Gregory, normally a dry dust bowl, is overflowing for the first time since the arrival of white men. Malcolm had heard of this unusual occurrence and packed a Metzler inflatable boat to explore the 50 kilometres of inland waterway. Dominic, floating on water for the first time, finds paddling very confusing. Many species of water bird are breeding. Cygnets, more awkward than their graceful parents, flee from the noise. One swan seeks to distract the intruders, feigning a broken wing. Dominic is totally deaf, but soon establishes a good rapport with Malcolm and Andy, using his own sign language. He directs Malcolm towards the nests. Dominic's pleased. Rarely has he found so many eggs so easily. Dundu Dugaroo revels in the abundant supply of water. The brimming lake encourages extraordinary growth. A particular species demands Andy's attention. It's one of the sundews, related to the Venus flytrap, carnivorous plants which trap insects. The sticky, flexible tentacles literally suck the insect dry.
The old men have been telling me about a spot a long way down in the desert. And what I'm trying to work out is how far it is and whether we can get there in the Toyota. And Molding Gaga here is telling me there's a big mob of sand dune, eh?
Yeah.
Big mob.
Big mob, Jandil.
There, not 2, not 3, but big mob, big mob.
1, 2, yeah.
Now, can we get him Toyota all the way, all along. Spear place here.
Yeah.
That's a spear place.
Yeah, spear place here.
Long way.
Long
One
way.
day, sun go right up.
Yeah.
All day.
All day.
Driving.
Driving, finish chilip now.
Well, these two men are really keen to get to this particular spot to get one type of spear shaft. I'm not so sure whether we should tackle it, but they tell me they've been there before in a Toyota, once before with another chap a long time ago. So tomorrow we're going to attempt to drive all the way over all these sand dunes and get down to that particular spear spot.
By mid-morning, the men have driven far into the sand dune country. They follow an old survey line, and the sand is so loose that time and time again the winch must be used.
Get him at that angle, and once we fill him in, that winch should be pretty
Solid trees are scarce, and the winch cable's attached to a spare tyre buried deep in the sand. It's an efficient way to move a bogged vehicle with a minimum of effort. Malcolm's guided through the loneliest and harshest country he's ever experienced. The men urge him on. They're determined to reach the spear place before nightfall. By mid-afternoon, Malcolm's growing concerned. He stops on a high ridge to reconnoitre. To the south are unending lines of sand dunes to be crossed. Morty Galga assures Malcolm that he knows where they're going. Ahead lies his tribal land. At last, their destination. Even though they're exhausted after the arduous journey, the men spread out, cutting down the most suitable saplings for spear shafts. This particular species, with its long, spindly trunk, is found only in a few isolated areas. Spears are prized possessions. In the old days, no one stayed long in this desolate place, for it is far from permanent water. In the evening, the campsite is cleared in the traditional way. The prickly spinifex bushes pushed into a windbreak. Dundu Doogaroo supervises, telling of the time when he lived in the desert without clothes or blankets. A good windbreak was essential. The desert winds are cold at night. Swags are rolled out, ready for a good night's sleep. In the distance, a dingo howls.
It's traditional in the bush every morning to knock up a quick damper. It's usually just plain flour or self-raising flour, bit of salt, mix it up with water, knead it up for a few minutes on a plate. In this case, I've got a bar coolamon. One of the men brought in some bush tucker last night. They just made up this little coolamon, so I'm using it. Just a matter of kneading it up, getting it so you can drop it in the coals. You don't have to muck around with pots and pans and everything out here. The coals are the best things for cooking your damper. Very efficient. Nothing worse than wanting to get away and do something exciting, have to stay around the camp cleaning up. So we just work this one up. A little bit more dry flour. Just about ready to go on the fire. Now, you notice we've got no flame here at all. These few bits and pieces of wood that are still smouldering, get rid of those. Using the hot sand and the hot coals on top of the hot sand to cook it. Just decent hole, fairly flat. You don't have to worry about the sand getting on the damper at all, because when it's cooked, you can brush all that off. Right, we've got our oven ready, got our damper here. Just drop it in. The hot sand back on top. There we are. A few hot coals, make sure that there's no flame because that will burn the flour. We'll just leave that till it's ready.
Baking time varies, depending upon the heat generated by the coals. An experienced cook can tell at a glance when a damper's ready. With the coals and ash removed, breakfast's on the table.
We eat him now. Where's that golden syrup, that honey one? We want him, eh? Yo.
And damper must be smothered with lashings of golden syrup.
Yo.
Put up now. Why won't stand over?
The men are always happy after a good feed. Dundu Doogaroo, reminiscing about the early days, shows how expert he is carrying a coolamon. This soon leads to another friendly competition, and Andy, with years of practice carrying a surfboard, surprises everyone. Morty Galga is the boastful winner.
We're actually looking for the gourmet meal of the bush. Big fat witchetty grubs. Don't be alarmed, they are the best tucker in the bush. Who's going to eat him, you or me? There he goes. That is definitely the best tucker you can possibly get in the bush. Doesn't look very exciting. One great big juicy grub, but I can tell you that this is definitely a gourmet's meal. I prefer it cooked, but I tell you what, they're also very good raw.
Good tucker.
Very sweet, a cross between banana and almond. We get more? Chop him more.
Mari buku itu. Buku itu. Cari. Ada apa buku ini? Tidak nanti. Ya ya.
While still pliable with moisture, the spear shafts are straightened. Stripped of its bark, each shaft is heated and pressure applied to eliminate bends and kinks. Feet and teeth are used and the process is repeated until each shaft is straight. Spear making is slow, painstaking work, although today with steel axes the process is quicker. Desert spears are simple weapons. Usually the end is merely sharpened, but sometimes a tip of hardwood might be bound to the shaft. In the old days, the men were constantly occupied with spear making, and a hunter would carry a bundle as he moved through his territory.
These people don't use spears very much now for hunting. The rifle has taken over, but they're still used when they're having corroborees, having ceremonies, and also they send them hundreds of kilometres right down into the northern South Australian area, right down into the east end of the Northern Territory to their friends and relatives. They're very important for bartering. And also they still use them a lot for fighting, eh, Larry? Mm-hmm. A lot of these people, you see big scars in their thigh. And what they do is they get a big sharp point on these and they ram it right through a person's thigh when they're causing trouble within the tribe. That's according to tribal law, of course.
It's quite an art to shape a shaft that travels balanced and true. A perfectly straight spear is a source of pride to a tribesman. Travelling on, the men reach one of their many sacred sites. Dundu Dugaroo explains reverently that in the dream time the mythical kangaroo travelling south rested here. To the casual observer, these unspectacular mesas are of little interest, but to the Aborigines, the eroded hills are a part of ancient mythology and must never be desecrated.
That's all.
Many of the traditional Aboriginal skills are dying out, and Malcolm's always keen to learn more about these crafts. Flaked quartzite splinters are turned into efficient knives and adzes. Spinifex resin's heated until it's pliable enough to mould the quartz chip to the Woomera handle. A hunter then has a sharp, ready-made knife. The waxy resin, shaped around a stone knife, quickly hardens into a convenient handle. Malcolm gathers flakes for his artefacts collection. The desert reveals many wonders. On the plains, clusters of delicate wildflowers grow. And edible fruits and berries. Bitter wild tomatoes are gathered. In good seasons, yams are located beneath these bright green bushes. The bulbs, rich in carbohydrate, are an important food for the nomads. The Aborigines call white people gadia, which is also their name for these big white-skinned tubers. After good rains, the bush sends out runners from the main plant. At the vertical roots, the men dig down to the vegetables.
What about wabri?
Wabri. Tidado.
Yeah. Tidado.
Tidado.
Tidado. Yeah. Tidado. Yeah.
I mean, like all people, in dog.
And a few hours' work yields a bagful. The most bizarre and grotesque of Australia's lizards, the thorny devil, is harmless. Its only defence against predators is its spiky appearance. Battling through rough country, the men head for the remote Stansmore Ranges. A rare black dingo watches them pass and silently disappears. In former times, the Stansmore Ranges were crucial to the desert nomad's existence, for among the rocks lie precious supplies of water. The biggest and most reliable waterhole is contained in a natural catchment, where a short creek ends abruptly at the ochre-coloured rock face. The men, like tribesmen of old, enjoy the water, so vital in this arid land. Dundu Dougaroo, who, like Malcolm, is seeing this waterhole for the first time, is overwhelmed. And butterflies converge on the droplets of water splashed over the rocks. Above, a wild fig tree flourishes. Malcolm and Morty Galga gather the fruit. As the temperature soars, the trees fill with birds. In small flocks, they nervously drink and wash. Any hint of danger and they hurtle for the safety of the bushes. With water readily available, the men are free to hunt kangaroo nearby. Never common in the desert, kangaroo is a prize and the Aborigines' favourite food. A ground oven is prepared. But before cooking, the sinews are removed. And stretched on a spear shaft to dry. Kangaroo and emu sinews make efficient bindings for tools and weapons. After removal of the intestines, the small incision is closed to seal in the juices. And the roo is roasted for a couple of hours beneath the hot coals. Morty Galga puts the finishing touches to a woomera. He shapes a small hook and the dried kangaroo sinew is softened to bind it in place.
This is what we've been looking for. You can see we're in this dry creek bed here. There's this particular tree that grows here. The wood is so light and so soft it's like a corkwood. And this is the wood that the desert Aboriginal people use or prefer. They use a number of woods, but they prefer this one because it's very soft to make their fire. what they do is they get their spear thrower, their woomera, which has got the hard edge on it, like it's a very hard wood, and they use that hard edge to rub into the soft wood. And that's what we're going to do today. Okay, now we've got this piece of very soft wood, and we've put it in the ground, and we've got a peg, a couple of pegs here, and locked it into the ground. And something that is very important, this is the dry kangaroo dung. Now the idea is to get the hard edge of the spear thrower, this woomera, the hard edge, onto the softwood, and with luck we'll have fire in a few minutes. Right, Dimmy?
Yo.
First,
Thing. Here. Yo, wow. That's it now.
smoking well, Larry?
Nothing.
Come in.
Yo, welcome way now.
There's a bit of competition here amongst everyone to see who can light the best fire in the quickest time. Moldy Gaga here is walking around. He's done it twice and he thinks he's the winner.
Look,
Yeah, it's coming up really well. It's coming up really well.
Look, Jaran. You look.
Right, we can stop. Right. Now we have to get the smouldering ash and dung onto the grass. Lift him, eh? Lift him up. Lift him up. Turn him. Oh, it's hard because we've got it pegged well down.
Oh, you can burn down. You're right. You burn down.
There it is.
You got it?
Yeah, burning my finger.
Oh, Jaran. Eh, better Jaran, better. You got it? Good fire. Good fire, Jaran.
Yeah.
You got it?
Yeah, I got him.
Cover him up. Well, very much. Well, Jaran.
And there we have fire. Oh, and doesn't spin effects burn. There's all good fun out here. It's hard work and it's very hot, but it's all good fun. And this is how you really learn how to survive in this country.
The Aborigines have many uses for fire. Controlled burning is a traditional hunting technique. The fire's direction is determined by the wind, and the sand dunes form an effective fire break. The men are after feral cats and lizards. Dundu Dugaroo catches sight of a bustard, moving in to feed on insects fleeing the fire. For the elders, like Dundu Dugaroo, the old ways never die. He just can't resist digging for water in a slight depression, carefully checking the soil for moisture. The fire has flushed out a grand prize, a feral cat, and Dominic frantically hunts it down. It's killed at once. No one could pity these voracious wildcats. This one's stomach contains the bodies of 5 native marsupial mice and a bird, all recently killed. Not a pretty sight, but it clearly illustrates the catastrophic effect these felines have on our native fauna. Wildcats prowl throughout Australia and are now able to survive in even the most arid regions without permanent water. But for the Aborigines, they're just another meal. Daily the men hunt, never returning to camp without a feed. Snakes and goannas have always been the most reliable source of food for the desert dwellers, supplying most of the protein and fat and much of the moisture in their diet. And the leftovers are packed for the next meal break. In the middle of the day, the heat's unbearable, and the men call a halt. Thumping a heel into the ground and prodding with a digging stick can quickly locate a sand goanna's tunnel.
That's the one there.
Only when they're hungry will Aborigines eat animals or reptiles without a good layer of fat. Dundu Dugaroo shows Malcolm that this goanna's too skinny and will be tough. Dominic agrees, and with a flick of the hand, dismisses the reptile. The goanna, quick to find another hole, escapes confused. And Jowdy, Malcolm's kelpie, gets into the act. Dominic shows Andy how sand goannas are gutted through a small incision. Moisture is essential to desert survival, and an animal cooked in its skin retains all its juices. Cooking only takes a few minutes. Many desert creatures are underground dwellers, seeking shelter from the intense winter cold and the fierce summer heat. In the cool early morning, a scorpion painstakingly excavates a burrow. The extreme front nippers break the hard crust. And sand is gathered under its body and held with its two front feet. Methodically, it completes these maneuvers many times. The large rear sting, which causes so much pain to humans, bulldozes the way clear. Another burrower is the bilby, and the Aborigines will go to extraordinary lengths to capture one. This time, Morty Galga misses out, but Dominic finds a fresh track. He's convinced there's a bilby down this burrow. It's down there. It has long ears. Get shovels. A very long nose. We'll dig it out. Half an hour later, he bags a bilby. Inhabiting the arid regions of Australia, the bilby is now confined to a few scattered populations. It's been presumed that the competition of rabbits and livestock have drastically reduced the bilby's numbers, and it's now classified as a rare species. Also called the rabbit-eared bandicoot, it's always been zealously hunted by the Aborigines. This one's lucky. Malcolm convinces the tribesmen to let it go. Days later, the men come upon a wide clay pan covered with dry vegetation. They're greatly excited. Such an abundant crop hasn't been seen for many years. Seed gathering occupied much of the desert dwellers' time, especially for the women. The seeds were ground, mixed with water, and baked in small loaves. With our return to the main community imminent, the men spend hours in the hot sun, winnowing out the tiny black seeds to be taken back as gifts for their wives.
I couldn't resist this particular flower. This is one of the grevilleas. You can see it's quite a large tree. And this is the one that the Guggedja people make their bush tea out of. It's a very sweet tea that they use to drink when they're thirsty, and they also feed it to the children. We just get a big... Can't reach him, can't reach him. I'm here. Okay. More here, look. Chowdy. Chowdy, dog. Right, now what we're going to do is get some of our precious water from that rather delightful rock hole down the Stanmore Ranges. The water is very precious out here. It lasts about 48 hours out here at the moment with that water. 1, 2 cups for Andy, 3 cups, and we get some of the, this one, and put him in the water. And this is a genuine Australian bush cup of tea. The idea is to mix the grevillea flowers in the water. It's starting to go dark now. Dip them in quite a few times. Soak them, squeeze all that juice out. You want one too? What about some here?
Where?
This one?
A little bit.
Little bit? I'll get some more. I've got the long arm, long fella me.
Why do you even get him long?
Get him more, yeah. We'll leave him here. Leave him here. Now.
Good drink.
More water for Jowdy. That's what I call a good cup of tea. You try that. That means tops, the best. Nothing like a good cup of tea in the bush. Guggedja?
Yeah,
What's that?
Oh, that good one.
Good one.
Yeah.
You're a good one.
After many weeks away, it's time to go, and the men break camp for the last time. The many weapons cut and shaped whenever suitable trees were found are packed, and the long journey back to their families begins. On the last evening, the men look back over the desert, reminiscing about their weeks together. They're in high spirits. It's been an unforgettable experience for everyone. In the morning, Malcolm says his goodbyes and heads for Broome in the far northwest. After his long journey through the desert, the sea beckons, and he's off to explore the wild Kimberley coast.
G'day, I'm Malcolm Douglas. We're all ready to go on another adventure. I tell you what, it's good to get these bikes on too. That's a little bit hairy coming up that ramp for the first time. Now what we're going to do on this trip is head up to Kakadu in the Northern Territory and across to the Kimberleys. That's Kakadu to the Kimberleys. Now it's the end of the wet season, so we won't be able to get all the way with the Land Rover, the four-wheel drive. So what we're hoping to do is go as far as we can using the Land Rover. When we get to the flooded rivers, we'll leave the vehicle behind and continue on the bikes. Now, what we're going to do is blow up an inflatable boat, build a little ramp on it, get these bikes across the rivers on the platform, on the little dinghy, then let it all down, put it on here and continue on. So we'll get right up to Mitchell Plateau and to the Mitchell Falls, the top of the Kimberleys, where most people just can't get. We want to have a look at the Mitchell Falls while it's really running. It's going to be quite a long trip, run for about 3 months. All we have to do now is tie these bikes on and we can get going.
Malcolm and his mate Jack Nixon will spend the first month in and around the Kakadu National Park in the Northern Territory. Travelling west, they'll explore the Kimberley region of WA, a journey through two of the most spectacular areas of Australia. Tropical rain squalls intensify as they reach the coastal region east of Darwin. Off the main roads, it's still a vast wilderness, hot, humid, and hauntingly beautiful. Malcolm and Jack plan to reach many of the areas normally inaccessible to the average traveller.
Well, the wet season is almost finished in the top end, and all the low country's underwater. In fact, it's very hard to see these wetlands. You can't drive around. It's not much fun walking around like this. You can come and have a quick look around, but the leeches are exceptionally bad. You can go on guided tours through some of the areas like Kakadu and South Alligator and Adelaide River, but there is one very dramatic and exciting way of having a look at this country, and that's by helicopter. Now we're about an hour and a half out of Darwin and we're heading for Woolner Station. In the morning, first light, we're going out across the wetlands in a helicopter, and that's going to be a great trip. And I'm going to get out of this water because the leeches are very bad.
These warm northern waters teem with leeches, and it's impossible to move through the swamps without attracting them. A leech bite anaesthetises the skin, so the victim's unaware of an attack. An anticoagulant prevents clotting, and 100 years ago many human ailments were treated by bloodletting. An application of leeches was believed to possess curative powers. Recent medical research has renewed interest in the practice of leeching. Passing over a small creek on the Woolner Station Road, Malcolm sees dark shadows in the water and stops to investigate. The creek's teeming with tiny fish. A cement culvert has stopped their migration to the headwaters, and the strongest, driven by fierce instinct, struggle to jump the barrier. There are countless numbers of several species. Jack takes a close look and is amazed by the multitude. Up against the culvert, there are even more fish. One scoop with a Hessian bag produces a staggering number. The strongest will survive, overcoming this man-made obstacle. But a small race should have been constructed to allow for uninterrupted migration of fish and other aquatic creatures. Malcolm will use Woolner Station for his base over the next few weeks. At the station, they meet Simon Taylor, the helicopter pilot. And at first light the following morning, it's out across the wetlands. brumbies running free are in prime condition after a good wet. Once station-bred horses, they now run wild across the plains. Their numbers are rapidly increasing, and sadly, there is talk of culling to reduce their numbers. An animal that symbolises the top end, water buffalo. Around 1838, 67 animals were landed on the coast at Port Essington, a small British settlement. It was planned that Australia's northern capital would prosper there, but Port Essington was abandoned within 14 years, and the buffalo released to roam the plains. Thriving in the wet tropical north, within 100 years their number had increased from 67 to over 100,000. Before culling began a few years ago, there were an estimated 300,000 buffalo. Today, controversy rages over these introduced animals. Tourists love to see the herds in the wild, but the buffs are an ecological disaster, and in many places have had to be exterminated. Here at Woolner Station, buffalo are mustered annually. Slowly, the herds are being domesticated and the meat used for human consumption. Many thousands of young buffalo have been exported back to Asia. Jabiroos, Australia's only stork. The men are looking for another of Australia's feral animals, pigs. Introduced as food for the first colony, they're now the most destructive and potentially dangerous animal in the bush. A declared pest in all states, in a favourable season they can increase their population by 60% annually. If an exotic disease such as foot and mouth were introduced, it would be a national disaster, so every effort's being made to control these ever-increasing numbers of wild pigs. Lotus lilies grow profusely in the shallow, sweltering swamps. These magnificent wetlands are constantly threatened by the buffalo and pigs. Recently, with the removal of the buffalo, these lush plants have made a remarkable comeback. Leaving Woolner Station, Malcolm and Jack set out for the coast, where at this time of year the fighting barramundi school in the tidal reaches. With sufficient gear for a few days, they cross the open country stretching to the sea, following tracks gouged out by the roving buffalo shooters. Malcolm and Jack, on their wide-tide bikes, negotiate the floodplains with ease. A deep permanent billabong is their first major obstacle. Within minutes, the inflatable ready to ferry the bikes across. Jeering Corellas congregate to watch this astonishing performance. Ferrying the bikes this way, country normally inaccessible at the end of the wet, can be easily traversed. The men head for high ground to camp for the night. The rains have eased, but it's still oppressively hot and humid. Towards the coast, large flocks of brolgas soar high, gliding effortlessly on the hot thermal currents. Malcolm spots a snake. It's a large olive python. These docile reptiles are found from Cape York to Western Australia. Pythons are constrictors, squeezing their prey to death. Being non-venomous, they're harmless to humans, although their size, up to 4 metres long, terrifies people. The narrow neck and wide head is characteristic of pythons. Reaching the tidal estuaries, Malcolm seeks out the elusive barramundi. Nearby, a slight movement attracts his attention. He's disturbed a crocodile. With an intense fascination for crocs, he follows the trail. Alarmed by Malcolm's presence, it has charged off. The fish have disappeared with the dropping tide, so the men motor out across the mudflats to the shallow wet season billabongs. At the beginning of every wet, the barramundi migrate up the rivers and spread out over the floodplains to breed. Some are trapped as the diminishing waters recede at the end of the monsoons. Although many survive in the permanent billabongs, shallow waterholes like this one dry up, and by September, literally thousands of barramundi perish. But for now, they offer good sport and fresh meals for Malcolm and Jack. And it's a long, hot trip back to the camp. A king brown, one of Australia's most venomous snakes, with an unpredictable and aggressive temperament. At times, it attacks with such tenacity that it has to be forcibly removed from its victim. Malcolm's arranged for a permit to land a helicopter on the Kakadu escarpment, so they return to Woolner Station. The buffalo muster's in full swing. The chopper forces the wild buffalo from the floodplains to the high country, where the musterers in modified four-wheel drive vehicles push them forward. Long Hessian wings guide the animals into the yards. The diseased animals are destroyed and the healthy ones domesticated. Many of the young buffs will be exported. In the confines of the yards, they're nervous and cantankerous. But if captured young or domestically bred, buffalo are easily tamed and quite different from their wild relations. Buffalo produces a high-quality meat, and farming them is a thriving industry in the Northern Territory, where European breeds cannot cope as well with the tropical environment. At the end of a long, hard day, the men from Woolner go fishing by helicopter. With the sun low in the western sky, the wildlife's on the move again. Below, a dingo at full stretch. It's only a few minutes to sundown, so Joey wastes no time heading for his favourite fishing hole. The barramundi are on the bite. And he soon has 4 good-sized fish for tea. Joey's parents own Woolner Station and the helicopter, so he's able to fish where no one else can go. In the morning, Malcolm and Jack are off again. This time right across Kakadu to the escarpment. The Kakadu escarpment on the edge of Arnhem Land is magnificent, the sheer cliffs dividing the high stony country from the coastal wetlands. Ahead are the spectacular Jim Jim Falls. The party will return to these falls tomorrow. Tonight they'll camp at Twin Falls. By the time they reach the flat plateau, it's late, and hastily they unload the gear. Simon heads back to base for refueling. At this time of the year, all roads and tracks into this region are closed to traffic, so a helicopter's the only way to visit the backcountry. Special permission to camp above the falls was given to Malcolm and Jack by Australian National Parks. And the following morning, they're able to enjoy the splendour of this World Heritage Area. The streams run off the plateau, cascading down over immense rock slabs to the valley floor. When Simon returns, they venture into the huge ravines. Ahead, Twin Falls. The helicopter dwarfed by the sheer size of the chasm. It's a quick trip back to the campsite to collect the gear and then across to Jim Jim. On the rough, stony terrain, it's difficult for Simon to find a landing site, and the only flat rocks for a safe touchdown are right on the edge of the gap. The view from the top is dazzling. Jim Jim Falls is one of the hidden wonders of the far north. It's inaccessible until well into the dry season, when it has stopped flowing. Few people ever see it at its full splendour. From the top of the falls to the valley floor, it's a sheer drop of over 200 metres. Malcolm and Jack hike around the escarpment to the very edge of the precipice. A breathtaking view. Mid-afternoon, after refuelling, the chopper returns. And again, it's a tricky landing. The chopper hovers a few centimetres off the ground, and a moment later it's over 200 metres above Jim Jim Creek. An exhilarating experience if you have a head for heights. After seeing Kakadu from the air, Malcolm and Jack are keen to visit the more accessible beauty spots by road. Leaving Woolner Station, they arrive again at the creek where, a few weeks ago, there were teeming masses of fish. Now they've gone, and the pied herons and egrets clean up the stragglers. Back at the Land Rover, Jack spots a movement inside and grabs for it. It's a red-cheeked dunnet, a fierce little marsupial. It must have climbed into the vehicle during the night. Throughout Australia, there are several different species of dunnets. They're often mistaken for mice, but these mammals carry their young in a pouch and have this distinctive strong jaw with large canine teeth. Like so many Australian native animals, there's still much to learn about dunnets. With the easing of the monsoon, the roads through Kakadu are open again, and Malcolm heads for Obiri Rock.
Now here's one of our popular mates of the Kakadu area, the frilled lizard. It's very warm today and he's very active. You can see how he's getting that frill up. He's very aggressive. Now if I show him a hat, they often bring their tail around and he's spitting and snarling. Now these are the ones you get in the Northern Territory and the Western Australian area. The Queensland one is very dull in the frill. These ones are a lot brighter. And a lot of people say to me, why don't they see the frilled lizard when they come up here? Well, most people come up in our southern winter, that's the dry season. You don't see them so much. They're a lot more active in the wet season. Just the end of the wet now, it's very hot, very steamy. That's while he's out. He'll see how he's using his tail there to have a go at me? What's this? Just look at that. Brings that tail up. If you see these guys, they're more fright than bite. They will give you a bit of a nip. I don't know whether you can hear him hissing. He uses that tail. We'll just see if we can pick him up. Get a nice look at that frill. Come on, mate. Got very sharp claws. There we are. You'll settle down here in a minute. Now, come on. There we are. There we are. So he's more interested in the hat. Now don't you bite me on the nose. We might just leave him alone. And go and have a look at Iberi Rock. See you later, mate.
This magnificent area is one of the most popular tourist destinations in Kakadu. The rock overhangs provide shelter for some of the most ancient, artistic rock paintings in human history. For over 20,000 years, Aboriginal occupation has resulted in magnificent galleries of rock art. The most famous, the X-ray style. High above the present ground level is a red ochre painting of a thylacine, often called the Tasmanian tiger. This painting must be very old because these mammals died out on the mainland thousands of years ago, surviving only in Tasmania. The last known specimen died in 1936 in the Hobart Zoo. Even though the paintings, perhaps 10,000 years old and water damaged, the distinctive rear stripes are still visible. Nearby, a mob of buffalo, a sight rarely seen now in Kakadu.
A lot of people, when they come up north these days, are surprised that they don't find many buffalo when they're driving around. They don't see many. Well, there's a number of reasons for that. The main reason being that the government have organised an eradication program. There's a massive shootout. The locals call it a blowout. They're killing all the buffalo in this area, especially right through Kakadu. The buffalo have got brucellosis and tuberculosis. So that's the main reason they've got to be killed out. And the other reason is that the buffalo is a water animal. Every day it has to come into a water hole to wallow. Now I'm standing in a billabong just outside Kakadu, and you can see what happens. The buffaloes come in and they wallow in it. When they wallow in it, they kill off all the aquatic plants and animals. There's very little life in this billabong. When all the lilies and all the plants have gone, the water heats up. And of course it muddies. When it heats up, the fish die, the birds disappear, and what do you end up with? Just a very unattractive, brown, hot billabong. That's the other reason why they're being shot out of Kakadu, because it's a feral animal. And if you want to see the wetlands as they really should be, well then the buffalo have to go.
The introduced buffalo are an ecological disaster. This film, taken by Malcolm in 1978 near Iberi Rock at the end of the dry season, shows the plains suffering from severe buffalo damage. Now, with the removal of the buffalo, the wetlands are returning to their former profusion. No Australian national park has received as much publicity as Kakadu. Established in 1964 as a wildlife reserve, it attracted huge media attention in the early 1970s, when some of the world's richest and most extensive uranium deposits were discovered in the middle of the park. Eventually, environmental controls were established. Uranium mining began and the first stage of Kakadu National Park was declared in 1979. In 1981, Kakadu became the first Australian area to be included on the list of World Heritage Properties. In recent years, huge tracts of land have been added to Kakadu, making it one of the great national parks of the world. Of all the tropical wilderness areas in the Southern Hemisphere, Kakadu is outstanding. There's a remarkable abundance and variety of plants and animals, and new species are constantly being discovered. Today, people are visiting Kakadu in their thousands, and with careful management, this region is rapidly becoming one of Australia's great tourist attractions. At the heart of Kakadu towers Norlangi Rock. Rising abruptly from the surrounding woodlands, it was, for thousands of years, shelter for Aborigines. Of great interest are pictures completed as recently as the 1960s. Sadly, these paintings of Dreamtime spirits were virtually the last cave art completed in Kakadu. With the arrival of Europeans, most Aborigines left the area, and the old way of life disappeared forever. Leaving Kakadu, Malcolm and Jack head south, following the Pine Creek Road. It's still officially closed for the wet season to conventional vehicles. At the South Alligator River crossing, travellers in trouble. Trying to cross without four-wheel drive, they're hopelessly bogged. Malcolm and Jack help out. This is a typical example of the problems faced by ill-equipped tourists. Their next stop is UDP Falls on Waterfall Creek, a picturesque area that has been included in Stage 3 of the Kakadu National Park. And now it's back to Darwin before the long drive west to the Kimberley. Throughout the north, huge termite mounds dominate the landscape. These anthills in the Northern Territory, the largest in Australia, are found up to 7 metres high. It's estimated that some could be over 100 years old. Amazingly, this tree has survived, as the colonies built right around the trunk. Back in Darwin, Malcolm and Jack head for Doctor's Gully, a small bay off the main harbour. Here, a curious relationship has developed between humans and fish. On the high tide, the schools swim in to feed on bread supplied to the tourists. Back in the 1960s, a local resident threw some crusts into the water. A few mullet promptly gulped the bread and soon learnt to return on the rising tide for a meal. Gradually, their numbers increased, and now there are over 20 species crowding the water. The large green-coloured milkfish and mullet are the most common. It's been declared a marine sanctuary, so don't think you can drop a line in here. Another must for visitors is the crocodile farm. 3 times a week, these dangerous saltwater crocodiles are fed. Captured near populated areas over the last 8 years, the big reptiles are the stock for a new industry: crocodile farming for skins and meat. Saltwater crocodiles are recognised man-eaters, and their speed and agility when attacking is vividly demonstrated, even when the prey is a dead chicken. Leaving the tropics behind, Malcolm and Jack begin the long drive to the Kimberley in Western Australia. They enjoy 2 days of pleasant driving. Then there's a near disaster: the trailer rolls. As they pull out of an overnight camp, one trailer wheel drops into a washaway, just as the other wheel rides high over a recently graded ridge. Moving at barely 5 kilometres, the trailer crashes over. An unlucky accident, and not a good way to begin the day. Fortunately, the bikes are well secured, so after inspection for possible damage, a few minutes with the winch solves the problem. And apart from a few minor repairs, all's well. The next stop's Lake Argyle. Completed in 1972 on the Ord River, it's the largest dam in Australia. Just as it was finished, Cyclone Sally ravaged the region and the river system flooded. The dam filled quickly, and the Western Australian Wildlife Authority swung into action to rescue stranded animals. Malcolm worked with the team as they battled intense heat, relocating distressed wildlife. It was a unique and memorable experience for Malcolm, and now he's about to travel across Lake Argyle again. This time he's out on the vast inland sea to look at an industry that's developed since the dam filled: professional fishing. Young Stephen Sharp and his assistants spend all day on the lake for months at a time netting the giant catfish. Called silver cobblers, these fish are now the dominant species in the lake. The meat's highly esteemed, selling as far away as Japan and America. Every 30 minutes, the nets are checked and reset. Using an echo sounder to locate the bed of the Ord River, the deepest section of the lake. It's hard to anticipate when the silver cobblers move, and it takes a special knack and years of experience to successfully fish Lake Argyle. Apart from the small fishing industry and tourism, in the short term, Lake Argyle's been an economic disaster. But in years to come, this amount of fresh water, 8 times the size of Sydney Harbour when full, will be a precious asset for Australia. 80 kilometres from the lake at Kununurra is the Diversion Dam, established to irrigate the fertile Ord River floodplains. The original cotton and rice crops were failures, but new crops such as bananas and rock melons are good money spinners. The trailers left at Turkey Creek, and the men head along a 4-wheel drive track to the Bungle Bungles. Malcolm first visited them in 1986 and was so fascinated he's determined to see them again. Wet season washaways are dangerous, so Jack marks them clearly for travellers who'll use this track during the dry season. Donkeys are another ecological problem. The area has recently been set aside for a national park, and all the feral donkeys will have to be exterminated. Ahead loom the bizarre Bungle Bungles. Until recently, these extraordinary sandstone formations were only seen by local pilots and stockmen mustering cattle. Now 4-wheel drive travellers have discovered this extraordinary place.
The Bungle Bungles is unique. There's nothing else quite like it in the world. There's a smaller version in Arnhem Land called the ruined city of Arnhem Land, but this huge area of raised, eroded sandstone is absolutely fantastic. I guarantee that very few people have been in here as yet, but in a few years, this is going to be one of the greatest tourist attractions in the world. And that is the dilemma. This area has been declared a national park, but how do you manage it? It looks pretty rough, and it is rough, but it is actually a very fragile environment. Just have a look at these rocks. Now, all this is a very fine white sandstone. It's not black and it's not orange. When you get back and you see that very distinct tiger-like banding of orange and black, that is actually layers of silica and algae. It's a veneer right around all these rocks. So this veneer of algae and silica has actually protected the very fine sandstone for millions of years. Now right here in front of me, you can see the white sandstone. Now, if I just touch it, it just literally crumbles away in my fingers. And this is the problem with the bungles. It is a very fragile ecosystem. Now, what's going to be done about it? Well, the Department of Conservation and Land Management in Western Australia has declared all this area a national park, and at the moment they're working out a management plan for it. When you come to the Bungle Bungles in a few years, and I know you will on your round Australia trip, don't think it's your divine right to climb up these and to go crashing up the gorges in your 4-wheel drives, because you can see not what one person's done here. When you get tens and thousands and hundreds of thousands of people, we're going to wreck it. And think about that, and we've got to preserve the Bungle Bungles for the future generations.
350 million years ago, the Bungle Bungle sandstone massif was pushed up from the ocean. Erosion and weathering have formed an incredible landscape. The southern end is the most spectacular. Piccaninny Gorge, a narrow, sinuous valley. A goanna trapped by the sheer cliffs gives a prehistoric mood to the chasm. There's no permanent water in the bungles, but after the wet season, temporary pools are replenished. Piccaninny Gorge ends abruptly at a massive cliff, so high that the sun rarely penetrates to the floor below. The bungles change colour by the hour. In the late afternoon sun, the banded domes are even more impressive, shaped by light and dense shadows. One of the great natural wonders of Australia. An environmental impact study and management plan is being formulated for this whole region. The new track out of the bungles is already washed away, and after more rain will be impassable. New tracks will be scoured out and the damage compounded. Access must in the future be strictly controlled. The Land Rover's the first vehicle through after the wet season, and the grass seeds are exceptionally bad. After cleaning out the radiator, it's west along the recently sealed Highway No. 1 to Derby. Derby's no mecca for tourists. Sprawling above the mud and mangroves of King Sound, it's a service centre for the West Kimberley and gateway to the wild gorge country. North along the Gibb River Road, it's 800 kilometres to the Mitchell Falls. A late cyclone's building off the coast and conditions look ominous. After a night of rain, the sky clears and the men make for the high country. Ahead lies Napier Range, one of the great geological features of the world. This range is actually a huge barrier reef that formed some 350 million years ago when all this area lay under a tropical sea. After millions of years of uplift and erosion, the range evolved. The road north passes through the only gap into the mountains, and the country changes abruptly from the flat coastal plains to terrain so rugged that even today, only the hardiest cattlemen live here. This is the King Leopold's, the vivid colours so typical of the Kimberley. The recent rains have closed the road again to conventional vehicles, but the muddy conditions pose no problems for the Land Rover. A twisted boab dominates Galvin's Gorge. A magic place. No other part of Australia is quite like the Kimberley. Harsh terrain, bewitching colours, and surprisingly delicate beauty. Manning Gorge on the Mount Barnett station is only a few minutes from the main road and accessible to all travellers. Ahead, the road deteriorates. The Drysdale River's now low enough to cross. At the height of the wet, these rivers can flood 10 metres deep, isolating the back country for months. Their first major barrier to the Mitchell Falls. The King Edward River is still rising after the recent cyclonic rains. Malcolm checks the riverbank for a safe place to cross. From here on, the men will use the bikes. Below the dinghy, the water's 4 metres deep, so loading the bikes onto the inflatables a bit tricky. Tentatively, Malcolm and Jack paddle into midstream. Barring accidents, they'll be the first team onto the Mitchell Plateau after the long, wet season. And now, scenes from part 2 of Kakadu to the Kimberley with Malcolm Douglas. After successfully crossing the King Edward River, the men negotiate the rough track to the Mitchell Falls. An accident almost brings their journey to an abrupt end. Returning south, they stop off at the local cattle stations, then head for the Winjana Gorge. At Malcolm's Broome Crocodile Park, they build huge traps and spend weeks trapping alive dangerous rogue crocodiles. Then it's a long journey far along the Kimberley coast exploring the tidal gorges. Living in the wilderness, catching the big barramundi, and surveying crocodile-infested rivers. It's a dangerous, exhilarating journey, and I'm sure you'll want to join Malcolm on another great Australian adventure. Kakadu and the Kimberley. Two great areas at the top of Australia. Vast regions of wilderness that are rapidly becoming a mecca for travellers. In part 1 of this series, Malcolm Douglas and his mate Jack Nixon journeyed to Kakadu and the surrounding country at the end of the wet season. They explored the most inaccessible region on four-wheeled bikes, flew over the wetlands observing the spectacular wildlife, journeyed to the Arnhem Land Escarpment and camped at Jim Jim and Twin Falls. Heading west, they rolled their trailer, travelled across Lake Argyle, hiked into the mysterious Bungle Bungles, and then motored north into the rugged Kimberley Ranges, heading for the Mitchell Plateau. At the King Edward River, they left their vehicle and prepared to continue the epic journey on their bikes. The first bikes are crossed safely. Now for the second one. The plywood used to carry the bikes on the dinghy now makes an extended pack rack. The Land Rover will be left for a few days while the men persevere along the track westward. No one's been this way during the wet and the track's washed out and rough. The trail winds through magnificent stands of Livingstonia palms. Often called fan palms, they're the most striking feature of the plateau. Much of the area was to be mined for bauxite, but the mining companies abandoned the operation, and now this unique area is to receive national park status. 80 kilometres on, it's the end of the track. It's too rocky for the vehicles, so the men continue on foot. Later in the year, during the dry season, this will be a pleasant hike, but now at over 40 degrees, the heat and humidity are oppressive. After camping for the night, they finally reach the falls in the cool of the morning. It's true wilderness. The men are spellbound by the magnificent display below. Malcolm tries to swim across the river to photograph the falls from the far side. A disastrous mistake. In the strong current, his pack fills with water and pulls him under. To save his cameras, he makes an extra effort and just manages to struggle to shore. He's lost all his film, but the Nikon camera can be repaired. The clean mountain fresh water that's seeped into the body will dry out within hours, and a service will have it working again. But Malcolm's stunned. What appeared to be an easy exercise was almost a tragedy. An hour's rest at the falls. And then it's the enervating trek back to the bikes. An agile wallaby, the most common macropod in tropical Australia. In more populated areas, they're often a declared pest, but out here in the wilderness, they're a delightful part of the scenery. Within a few years, this region, like the Bungle Bungles, will see a huge increase in visitors. With no rain for a week, the King Edward River's dropped again, so it's an easier crossing this time back to the Land Rover. On the run south, Malcolm calls in to see his Aboriginal friends at Mount Barnett Station, where they're breaking in a mob of horses for the dry season cattle muster. These tribesmen have a marvellous rapport with stock, and breaking in is done gently, with quiet determination. These Aboriginal stockmen are so well respected that horses are sent from surrounding stations to be broken in at Mount Barnett. A placid mare is brought in to reassure the lassoed horse while the hobbles are secured.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Hold on.
And now bagging begins. A totally new experience. Surprisingly, the animals calm down very quickly. The bridle with extended reins soon has each horse moving and turning on command. By mid-afternoon, only hours after the horses were lassoed for the first time, they're ready for the saddle. This is the most testing moment. The leg rope's free, and away they go. A few token bucks and both horse and rider relax. After a feed, they're yarded for the night and will be ridden again in the morning. 8 hours earlier, this grey was wild and unbroken. Now it's ready for the stock camps. Without the local Aborigines, many of the Kimberley stations would find it difficult to muster. The men enjoy the hot, dangerous, dusty work. These cattle on Mount Elizabeth Station will be drafted and sent to Broome for slaughter and export to America for hamburger meat. On Mount Elizabeth today stands an old homestead, a memorial to Frank Lacey and his wife who settled this country in the 1940s, raised a family and established a successful cattle station. They built their home from local timber, stone and ant bed. The original roof was thatched. In summer, the temperature soars to over 40 degrees in the kitchen. The old house is now a fascinating piece of Kimberley history. These days, Frank's son Peter runs the station from a new homestead 20 kilometres away. Peter can now check his cattle in hours from the air, a job that would have taken his father weeks on horseback. Back at Napier Range, Malcolm detours to Winjana Gorge, a special place. Over millions of years, the Leonard River has cut through the limestone to form a spectacular canyon several kilometres long. The river flows for short periods during the wet season before subsiding into tranquil, permanent pools. These waterholes support big populations of harmless freshwater crocodiles. The gorge is a sanctuary for huge flocks of corellas, their raucous screeching amplified by the sheer walls. Malcolm and Jack head for Broome, to Malcolm's Crocodile Park and Research Centre. It's Easter and the tourists have arrived in town, enjoying the first dry season weather after the hot, muggy wet. Feeding time always attracts big crowds, when the general public can see huge crocodiles at close quarters. Malcolm's established this centre to educate people about crocodiles and make them more aware of our most unique reptile. A known predator of man, crocodiles have a fearsome reputation. When crocodiles in the wild become a problem, Malcolm's asked by government authorities to capture them. He transports the reptiles to Broome for display and research purposes. Even though there have been several crocodile attacks recently in North Australia, Malcolm does not believe that they should be shot to extinction, an argument put forward by some sections of the public. With feeding tours and lectures, Malcolm hopes that people will leave his park with more respect and a better understanding of the world's largest living reptile. When the crowds have gone, Malcolm has time to yarn with Mark Johnston, the park's manager. Malcolm's particularly interested in one of his latest acquisitions, a young American alligator. Crocodiles are often called alligators, or simply gators, but there are no alligators in the wild in Australia. The dark-skinned reptile on the right is the alligator from southern USA. Our saltwater or estuarine crocodile does not have such a wide head. A quick note of its growth rate, and it's back into the pen. Malcolm and Mark are vitally interested in conserving the species, and they're now breeding crocodiles. After 90 days incubation, the eggs are ready. The parents are very protective of the nest, so heavy mesh keeps them at bay. The female is exceptionally aggressive. In the wild, when the babies are due to hatch, they call out, and the mother responds, uncovering the nest. In captivity, however, the babies must be removed to another pond for their own protection. The vocalising of the first croc to hatch triggers off a similar response in the other young. And they all leave the nest together. At times, the mother picks up an egg and gently crushes the shell with her teeth to release the tiny crocodile. All hatchlings have a minute tooth they use to chip open the shell. It falls out within days. Here at the Croc Park, the keepers often help the babies out. They survive for the first week or two on a yolk sac, and if they don't learn to feed by the time the sac's absorbed, they die of starvation. The sex of a crocodile is determined by the temperature of the nest. A higher temperature produces males. A cooler nest results in females. These babies could live for 100 years and grow to 7 metres. Two minutes old and already aggressive. Nearby, another strange natural occurrence. Processionary caterpillars on the move. Much is still to be learnt about this family of insects. It's believed that they form a line as a defence while travelling to new feeding areas. A solid line looks formidable to a predator, although their hairy bodies are protection enough. Most bush animals leave these creatures alone, and humans can suffer irritating skin rashes from the prickly hairs. There are over 200 individuals in this lineup.
Mark and I are just having a look at the charts to see where we have to go up the coast. The Department of Conservation and Land Management have rung us and said could we go up to two of the bays north from Broome to trap 2 rogue crocodiles. Now, trapping crocs is always a very exciting and exhilarating task. We love doing it, but it's also very time-consuming because in the past we've had to set up rope snares. So this year we're going to try a different technique. We're going to go into the garage and build up large metal traps, and hopefully
these metal traps will be a lot easier for us to use and less stressful for the animal after it's caught and after we winch it out of the water and transport it all the way down to Broome. But before we can head up the coast, we've got to make the traps.
It's a busy time organising all the gear for a crocodile trapping expedition up the coast. Jack keeps the welder going for days building the traps. It's his last job with Malcolm before going south to run a mustering camp. Within a week, the huge metal traps are ready. And the team head for Willie Creek and Disaster Bay.
Well, here we are at Willie's Creek. We've just set up our first trap. Now we've placed the trap on the bank at low tide. We can either leave it here or we can float it out in the middle of the river on drums. Now, how does a trap work? Well, you see down in here, we've got a bag full of fish, and running from the bag is a rope. Now we follow the rope right down to the other end of the trap, where the gate is. Now the gate's open. We've got a pin holding up the gate. So on the rising tide, the croc will come up here, he'll smell the bait, he'll enter the trap, and he'll grab the bag and try and get the fish. And of course, as he pulls the bag, the pin will pull out like this. Down will come the gate. We've caught our crocodile. We've got a radio transmitter here. It switches on as soon as the gate drops. So signal goes back to our camp. We pick it up on our receiver. We come straight down, pick up the cage and winch it onto the trailer and take the crocodile straight back to Broome.
2 days later, the trap's still empty. The croc could have left Willie Creek, so they reload the trailer and head north. Malcolm and Mark attach the floats and check the trap's buoyancy. Now the traps have to be transported to Disaster Bay, 20 nautical miles to the south. One trap's carried on a chartered barge, the second on the runabout. At the end of the wet, the days are always clear and the seas calm. When the team reach the mangrove-lined river, it's late afternoon and they lose no time setting the trap. 2 dead chickens are the bait. The trap's left for the night. In the morning, the gate's down. They must have a croc. After towing the trap to the bank, Malcolm has to rope the croc's jaws to secure them. And that's not as easy as it looks.
The wind's up, isn't it?
With the rope in place, Malcolm works quickly, for the incoming tide's now flooding the mangroves. With its jaws secure, the croc stops struggling long enough to move it to the boat.
It's going to drop off there. I'll be in the water for me.
Malcolm's had an urgent call to trap some problem crocs on the Ord River. So the stinking bait's removed and they pack up and head for the Ord, over 1,000 kilometres away. Leaving the captured croc in Broome, Malcolm and Mark arrive at the old Ord crossing. The whole area's been quarantined where the Agricultural Protection Board's trying to eradicate a noxious weed, Ngura burr. The burr cutters are having problems with some rogue crocs. The burr cutters' camp on the bank of the Ord River is deserted. The men are on leave until the crocs are caught.
We finally reached the Ord River, and I'm sitting in the dinghy that caused all the fuss. We're up in Disaster Bay trapping. We got this radio message to come straight up here, and we've driven into the quarantine area where the chaps are cutting the Ngurra burr. Now, as they row across the river each morning, they pass this really big croc. He's usually just sunning himself on the sandbar, no problem. They lose quite a few of their dogs. They lost 2 here in the last 6 or 8 weeks, but that didn't concern them. But the other morning they came down and this dinghy was sunk. And of course they thought that the bung had been left out of the bottom. And when they checked it out, pulled it out of the water, down the back here, 2 big tooth marks. What had happened, the croc come up during the night, decided to have a chomp at the dinghy. And that's the problem. Once you have crocodiles that start taking a liking to aluminium dinghies, well, then you've got to move the crocodiles. So what we have to do now is set our traps along the river here, and hopefully in a day or 2 we'll have a couple of big crocs.
There's an urgency to set the traps by sundown. Bagged, smelly meat is the bait. In the morning, Malcolm checks the river for crocs, then heads for a particular trap. A good-sized croc lies doggo. First, he removes the radio transmitter. Then comes the dangerous job of transporting the croc to Broome. The croc, knowing it cannot escape, lies quite still.
Stop.
To fit such a large reptile into the truck, the men have to winch the trap off the ground and position the vehicle. It's a tense and exhausting time for the men and the croc. Once the creature's secured in the vehicle, Mark will drive continuously 1,000 kilometres back to Broome so the crocodile can be settled again as quickly as possible. Saltwater crocodiles are incorrectly named because they also live in freshwater. A favourite habitat is this section of the Ord, the quarantine area. There's a plentiful supply of food, especially birds and cattle. Waiting for Mark to return, Malcolm continues to trap where the burr cutters row across the river. Another croc. It's just been caught and it's wild. A smaller croc taken from a trap earlier is relocated downstream and released. Crocodiles are protected and there are heavy fines imposed on anyone killing them. Malcolm understands crocodiles and is able to handle them safely. He's the only person in Western Australia with a permit to trap problem crocs.
I might have to turn him around, I think. What's this on that?
Nearby are black-headed pythons on the move. A magnificent species easily recognised by the shiny black head and neck. It's an inoffensive, non-venomous snake that's common right across North Australia. Because of its unique appearance, it's often killed, mistaken for venomous species.
By the time Mark returns, all the problem crocodiles have been trapped, and it's exhausting work moving them to the trailer.
Oh, now we've got to get that.
The new traps have been an outstanding success. These metal cages are a very humane way of catching and relocating these dangerous reptiles.
All right, now that he's in there.
It's a long 18-hour trip back to Broome and into their new home. If these crocs are not caught, they have to be shot. Here in Broome, they'll settle in to live contentedly for 80 years or more.
We've got one there that's got a really big one, the big one.
200 kilometres north of Broome, Malcolm and Mark are preparing for yet another expedition. North along the Kimberley coast, assessing crocodile numbers. This coast, with its countless bays, islands and cliff-locked harbours, is a fascinating part of Australia. Malcolm has journeyed into this wilderness many times, but for Mark, it's a first. And they're heading for Malcolm's favourite spot. The incredible gorges of Talbot Bay. A series of bays gradually decreasing in size, the last two connected by narrow channels. It's safe to enter only on the tide changes. The last bay is almost landlocked. The entrance only a few metres wide. Malcolm and Mark have a feed while the tide's building.
And Mark and I have just reached the tidal gorges of Talbot Bay. Now, I've been coming here for 20 years and I filmed it before, but I make no apologies for filming it again, because these tidal gorges would be one of the most spectacular natural wonders that I've ever seen. In fact, I'd say that Bungle Bungle's over near Halls Creek and these tidal gorges are two of the most spectacular things that I've ever seen in my 25 years travelling Australia. Now, we're going to stay in here till the tide turns so we can get out. We're going to use a boat, we're going to climb up, we're going to try slow motion, we're going to try all different angles so I can show you just what these tidal gorges are all about.
The tide surges through the narrow opening with immense power, rising over 10 metres within 6 hours. This remarkable natural feature is so remote that it's been seen by only a few people. Giant whirlpools build, break up and reform as Mark powers forward, trying to motor closer to the entrance. After several hours of this wild turbulence, it settles, just for a few minutes, before surging out again with a dropping tide. Truly one of Australia's best kept secrets. Leaving the tidal gorge, the men travel far to Walcott Inlet, a low, muddy, primeval place, the home of crocodiles and bats. Common right across North Australia, these flying foxes often roost among the mangroves. When disturbed, their raucous shrieking is almost deafening. The camp's perimeter is guarded by old males who fly into the main camp to give the alarm at the approach of danger. Close up, a flying fox has a pretty face with delicate features and bright eyes. Near the rookeries, saltwater crocodiles lurk, waiting patiently for the old and the very young to fall into the water. Many kilometres from the open sea, the country changes dramatically. Malcolm and Mark motor into a towering chasm. Above soars one of Australia's most regal birds, a white-breasted sea eagle. At low tide, the men unpack. Daily surveys will help them become familiar with the river, and they'll be able to check the crocodile population by night. The tide's soon rushing again, and that's a sign the barramundi will be on the move. Mark's never caught a barra, but he soon hooks something big. It's a great fish and will be enough for several meals. The fillets are wind-dried, so very little is wasted. Malcolm and Mark explore the areas above tidal influence. Saltwater crocodiles breed in these long stretches of fresh water. A freshwater monitor. The increasing number of rock jams make it difficult to continue, and Malcolm realises that a night survey would be impossible. Even by day, it's just too rough. It's time for a feed. Seeking shelter in a cave, Malcolm prepares a heap of hot coals. Outside the cave, an old goanna has picked up the smell of cooking. Late in the afternoon, the men return to base. After dark, the serious task of spotlighting for crocs begins. They note the number of mature crocs, but only the hatchlings are netted. In the wild, most baby crocs are taken by predators or die of starvation, and only a very small percentage survive their first 12 months. Malcolm has a permit to collect 30 for research, and it's a long, arduous night. Many crocs are seen, but only the smallest taken. By sunup, they're worn out and grab an hour's sleep. With too much gear in the boat, Mark settles for the gently rocking inflatable. A bush spa, created by the dropping tide, is a great way to freshen up. Before moving camp, Mark gets lunch. "20 kilometres away is the Isdell River, another area that has to be surveyed. The sheer cliffs and muddy bank at low tide make it extremely difficult to find a place to cook the fish and boil the billy. It takes a keen sense of adventure, a love of the wilderness, and a determination to learn more about crocodiles to put up with these conditions. Malcolm, with his bag full of billies, is keen to have that cuppa. Mark's dog Boof jumps from the boat and sticks in the mud. Reluctantly, he clambers after Malcolm to high ground. After a feed, the team walk far up the gorge. It's a hot, enervating trek. They make for the upper reaches above tidal influence. This is one of Australia's most inaccessible gorges. Further inland is Unknown Wilderness, a unique region of spectacular beauty. Malcolm believes this whole area should receive national park status. Here, barramundi are the most plentiful species. But for a change, Mark takes a mangrove jack for tea. After dark, they're out surveying the river again. Crocodiles have been protected in this area now since 1970, and they're gradually making a comeback after being almost shot to extinction. It will be many years before the crocodile populations are restored to a satisfactory level. All the baby crocodiles caught will thrive in captivity. In the wild, their chances of survival are slim. With the baby crocs well protected, it's a weary few days travelling back to Broome. It's been a rough trip for the babies. But surprisingly, they all look reasonably strong. They've lost some condition, so they're force-fed. Minced fish is gently eased down their throats. With full stomachs, they're released into their new home. Together with the crocodiles bred at the park, they'll be studied for many years. Such essential information will guarantee the survival of these prehistoric reptiles.
Kakadu to the Kimberley. A marvellous trip and a great experience. It's my last morning. I'm just packing up, ready to head back to Sydney. There's only one thing that saddened me about the whole trip is right from Kakadu, right through to the top end of the Kimberley, everywhere I've been, there's more and more people moving in, and every year there's more and more rubbish being left behind. Now, this country is unique. There's nothing else like it in the world. So please, when you come up here, come in, enjoy it, look at it, only leave your footprints. Pick up all your junk, pick up all your garbage, and take it away. Let's look after this country. Let's keep it for our kids and our grandchildren and for all the future generations after that. But please, pick up your rubbish and take it out.
So I think I've got the advantage of height, and I think I've got the advantage of fitness.
July, winter in Australia. Adventurer Malcolm Douglas and his dog Bundy are on the road again, heading south to explore the rugged coastline of Western Australia. From Broome in the far north, Malcolm will travel by four-wheel drive and boat to the most westerly accessible point of Australia, Dirk Hartog Island. Off Australia's east coast is the world-famous Great Barrier Reef. But the west coast also has vast systems of coral. The most magnificent is Ningaloo, lying only metres from the shore. And beyond the reef, blue water fishing, and the chance to dive with the huge docile whale sharks. Due to the vast distances, relatively few people visit this isolated region. For Malcolm, it's a place of excitement and adventure. It's the remarkable coral coast of Western Australia. A 140 kilometres south of Broome and 25 off the highway is the picturesque inlet of Port Smith. By late afternoon, it's low tide and Malcolm's out with his old mate, Frank Hamlin. Frank's cut-down four-wheel drive is a bit the worse for wear, but ideal for moving out across the wide sand flats.
Yeah, and around along the rock ledge there.
We've got to find.
Oh yeah, it's a good lot of...
Frank directs Malcolm to some top spots for big mud crabs. A crab can be a metre or more down the hole, so the locals use a long metal rod to hook it around the nippers.
How's that for a crab? They don't come much bigger than that.
They migrate according to the season and water temperature, so another crab will move into this hole within a day or two. The safest way to hold a crab is by the two rear swimmers.
It's not unusual for crabs to do this. Tide goes out and they slurry down and hide in the mud. I just happen to see the top of this crab. Oh, it's just a matter of lifting them out. There it is. It's only got one nipper and it still bite me. This crab's a female and it's only got one nipper, so it's probably empty, not much good to eat, and being a female, I'll let it go. You see the area here which is a lot rounder and larger where they carry their eggs. See it there? So I'll let her go.
The next morning, Frank's out in another of his modified four-wheel drives. And with the tide high, Malcolm's 6-metre Renegade boat's easily launched. Within minutes, they're heading for an offshore reef 20 kilometres from the mainland. The number of mackerel showing up on the echo sounder signals a good start to the day.
Get ready, there's a lot of fish on the sounder now.
About hit it. Yeah, he missed it though. Lost everything. Keep going.
Within minutes, it's on. Spanish mackerel hitting every lure.
You seen yours? Yeah, over.
These pelagic fish school in rocky gutters, and until the troughs are located with an echo sounder, mackerel can be hard to find. But once the school's located, there's plenty of action. Mackerel are a fine sporting fish and highly regarded as good eating.
Get over, bud. Get out of it.
Professional fishermen target Spanish mackerel and travel great distances to catch them. Mackerel will take most types of lures, but more strikes occur when the lure imitates the blue and silver baitfish that mass in vast numbers in these warm northern waters.
Hey? Doing well here. Yeah.
This is a top spot, so Malcolm programs it into the GPS for his next trip to Port Smith. With their bag limit for the day, the men are about to head back to shore when there's another hookup, a big cobia.
There, bud. Get out. Hey, you better get out. Get down. Hey, get down. Go on. Oh. Yeah, these cobia are beautiful eating fish. There's much meat there for us to take, but there's over 100 people at the moment back at the Port Smith Caravan Park. Take it back and share it around. There we are. Another one there. This shows that we're not wasting
Turn around.
Someone should have cut it up. I need to be cool right down. Yeah, I'll put it down.
Yeah, we'd be able to breed them.
It's school holidays, and the locals from Bidjadanga, a nearby Aboriginal community, arrived to buy some cool drinks. They've spent the day hunting spiny-tailed goannas, a desert delicacy. Just down the road from the caravan park, in a magnificent garden, Frank Hamlin spends nearly all his time breeding rare and exotic birds.
And I reckon you'd have to be one of Australia's, oh, you won't like me saying this, I know, but you'd be one of Australia's foremost bird experts, stuck out here on the west coast of Western Australia in the middle of nowhere. But honestly, this is one of the nicest setups and one of the best bird parks I've ever been to.
Yeah, well, you know, we've been working on birds for quite a while.
Yeah.
Well, I've had birds ever since I was about 10.
Frank's passion is breeding Australia's endangered Gouldian finches. Right across the north, their numbers in the wild are declining. The Gouldians are Australia's most brilliant finches, with 3 distinct colour schemes within the one flock.
What are the 3 main colours?
Well, black-head is the main colour.
Yeah.
Then you've got red-heads and the yellow-heads on the Gouldians. Yeah, they're not mutations, like they are a race of their own. Like,
and you get those 3 distinct colours,
yeah,
flying together, don't you?
That's right.
In the one flock, which is very unusual for birds.
Yes, it is actually. Yeah, definitely. And most of the experts will tell you like that there's probably 3 blackheads to every 1 redhead in those flocks.
And you're going to concentrate here on breeding Gouldians to really show them off to the travelling public, because it's one of the few places now where they can see good numbers of Gouldians here at Port Smith at your place.
That's right, yes. I'd like to get at least a couple of 100 Gouldians to show. Yeah. And you won't get him off here now.
Of all the hundreds of birds at Port Smith, Frank's favourites are 2 red-tailed cockatoos. Hand-raised from the egg, they love human company.
You've got problems of getting him off you now until we go out. Hey, I'll tell you what you do.
Hello. 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 Oh, gee.
Right, watch your eye.
Yeah, I am.
What did you say? Oh, very good. Yeah. That's my ear. Yes, it is. Yeah. Would you?
Back at the caravan park, a game of golf's in full swing. This is probably Australia's most isolated course, and with gum trees in the middle of the fairways and sand greens, it's a challenge for the Round Australia travellers.
Oh, you two, you're going to attack it.
30 kilometres down the road from Port Smith, a station provides homegrown fresh fruit and vegetables right through the winter.
Isn't it wonderful? Driving down the highway in the middle of nowhere. What do we find? Beautiful watermelons, no one around. You just drop your money in here. The Honesty box. One more. This is the taste test. If the dog likes it, I know it's nice and sweet.
Further south, on the outskirts of the iron ore mining town of Port Hedland, a massive white pile dominates the skyline. The Cargill Salt Company produces salt by evaporation of seawater from the Indian Ocean. The northwest region of Australia has months of hot, sunny days, ideal for the production of salt. At times, this salt plant evaporates at over 1 million tonnes of water per day. The salt's harvested from 8,000 hectares of ponds, and after further treatment, it's ready for export to Asia. There's usually 600,000 tonnes of salt stockpiled at any one time. The historic town of Cossack was first settled in the 1870s, when commercial quantities of pearl shell were found along the coast. Within a few years, Cossack was thriving, with substantial stone buildings, a lucrative pearling industry, and a gold rush in the hinterland. When the gold petered out and the pearling moved north to Broome, the town was abandoned. Today, the Heritage Council of Western Australia continues to restore this historic precinct. After good summer rains, the glorious Sturt desert pea is in full bloom. The Renegades launched in the sheltered waters of Dampier Harbour. Malcolm makes a quick 300-kilometre trip south to Onslow to park the Toyota and trailer. It's a short flight back to Dampier, and along the way, he checks out likely spots to shelter for the night on the return trip. They'll be boating offshore and exploring the islands. And fishing, reaching Onslow again in 2 weeks' time. All next day, the winds are up, and the men seek shelter among the arid, rocky islands of the Dampier archipelago. Unpacking the boat, Bundy's pretty keen to lend a hand. Along the coast lies a chain of islands, perfect for boating and camping. And beyond the islands, the blue waters of the Indian Ocean, ideal fishing grounds. Trolling lures deep in the gutters has Malcolm working hard, but the activity attracts sharks.
Now I've got half of it here. big tiger shark has just grabbed it. See what I mean? One bite from about a 3-metre tiger shark. Yeah, I saw him out the back there. I'll cut this bit off. You can have that, and I'll take the rest.
Bundy, who's travelled with Malcolm for years, would rather have a feed of fish than red meat.
This is mine. Not much left of that mackerel, but there's certainly enough for feed. What I like doing is taking these really big cutlets off. That's how I prefer to cook mackerel, with the bone in the pan or on the barbecue. Very nice.
Just as they're about to head back to camp, Malcolm hooks a huge fish.
I've got a sailfish on here, and I don't really want it, but I've got to get it in. I prefer to get fish that I can eat. Can we back the boat up a bit, please? Round to the right. That's it.
Bundy's more interested in a feed than the drama behind the boat. Malcolm's having trouble freeing the hook, so the sailfish is quickly brought on board for a minute or two.
I've got the hook out. I'm going to let him go very gently over the back of the boat. That's the best part, releasing them, and they just swim away. Pretty knocked up, time for a feed of mackerel on the beach. That's more my style.
On the morning of the 23rd of April 1989, severe cyclone Orson crossed the coast here. A Category 5 with winds of up to 250 kilometres an hour, it pushed this massive cable-laying barge up onto the rocks. Today, it's a rusting reminder of the power of the cyclones that swing down this coast in the wet season. Over the next few days, the winds ease, and it's pleasant motoring south from island to island. Bundy never takes her eyes off the rods, and as soon as there's a strike, she's the first to let the men know. This part of the coast is so isolated, few people ever come this way, and the fishing's superb.
Isn't that a beautiful fish? Golden trevally. Look at the size of it. I'll quickly let it go.
The last catch of the day is always kept for the evening meal and breakfast in the morning. Malcolm's onto something really big.
That's not a bad way to finish the day. And a 25 kilo mackerel. What a fish. Beautiful. Oh. Oh.
The end of another perfect day. By morning, the wind's up, the weather's changing, and Malcolm's concerned. There's still 100 nautical miles from Onslow. Everywhere, birds are feeding on bait fish, and below the surface, wait schools of bigger fish.
Good doggy. Look at that colour. Oh, boat. Doggy mackerel, look at that. Hey.
The smaller species, usually called school or doggy mackerel, are identified by a row of yellow spots along each flank. Mackerel are superb eating. A few minutes in olive oil and it's ready. Back on the mainland, Malcolm's intrigued by unusual rocks littering the beach. A conglomerate of granite, shale, ironstone and sandstone washed from a wide area and fused together by a great flood. It's a great spot for the serious beachcomber.
Look.
By mid-afternoon, the weather becomes increasingly ominous, and before the storm hits, the sea is calm. It's bitterly cold, and the men push on, hoping to reach Onslow before nightfall. Picking up the Toyota, they pull the boat from the water, and within 24 hours, they're heading south for Coral Bay. Hundreds of watermelons from a recent rollover. A real bonus for the travellers.
Oh, they're coming. That's enough.
It's one of the best wildflower seasons in years, and on the highway down to Coral Bay, Malcolm drives through a blaze of colour. The most common, the bright yellow button daisies. Australian wildflowers are opportunistic, growing quickly and flowering whenever there's a local storm. They turn off the highway and take a side road into one of Australia's most remarkable holiday destinations. Coral Bay on the edge of the Indian Ocean provides easy access to the Ningaloo Marine Park, unique because of its proximity to the coast. Ningaloo Reef begins only metres from shore. The shallow lagoon's protected from strong ocean swells, and visitors can snorkel over the reef in calm water. It's only minutes by boat to the best diving spots. There are sanctuary zones where marine life must not be disturbed.
But recreational diving is permitted, and this is where Malcolm intends to spend days studying this complex coral system. Bundy's not impressed with the new look Malcolm. Due to the flow of warm tropical waters down the West Australian coast, Ningaloo lies further south than most tropical reefs. It supports around 500 species of mollusks and over 200 species of coral. Ningaloo Reef's often compared to the Great Barrier Reef, but they're totally different systems. The Great Barrier Reef lies up to 100 nautical miles out to sea, while Ningaloo hugs the shore. It's a much smaller system than the Great Barrier Reef, but it has the same diversity of coral and fish. Visitation could endanger this pristine marine park, and it's vital that it's not overexploited for commercial gain. There are few places in the world so close to shore where magnificent coral gardens are so accessible. As more people visit this isolated coral coast of Australia, there'll be immense pressure on the fragile environment. On a sandy patch in the shallows, a manta ray browses. They're defenceless filter feeders. Even the tail has no poisonous barb, like the smaller rays. The remora, or sucker fish attached to the big ray, are hitchhikers, probably feeding on skin parasites. A 2.5 metre wide manta ray can be a frightening spectacle. However, being so docile and harmless, they're always a highlight of diving at Ningaloo. High above the reef, a plane has been flying for 2 hours spotting for whale sharks, the largest fish in the ocean. The pilot directs the charter boats to where the whale sharks are cruising. Tourists from all over the world arrive at Ningaloo Reef between March and June every year to snorkel with these gentle giants. Strict guidelines permit only one boat at a time to operate close to a whale shark. For everyone, it's a truly memorable experience. These huge fish grow to over 12 metres and weigh 11 tonnes. They cruise the oceans in search of concentrations of plankton. Water's drawn into their large mouths and strained through a fine mesh of gill rakers to extract the minute plankton. Little is known about the whale shark's life cycle and migrations, and how long they live is still a mystery. What is known is that in some Asian countries, these docile creatures are hunted and harpooned for food. Whale sharks are now an endangered species, and Ningaloo Reef is one of the few places in the world where they appear in any numbers, in waters easily accessible to observers. Unless the slaughter of whale sharks is stopped, these magnificent animals could be extinct in just a few years. Malcolm was given special permission from the Department of Conservation and Land Management to follow the Coral Sea Explorer. Without their spotter plane, it would have been impossible to find the whale sharks.
Oh, those whale sharks are just awesome. It's really worth coming to Coral Bay just to see them.
On the way back to camp, Malcolm throws out a Halco silver jig to get a feed for the evening meal.
That's a good way to finish the day after a dive on the whale sharks. Pick up tea on the way home.
At sunup, the men head out beyond the reef again, through the deep channel that takes boats past the breakers. Out here, it's a fisherman's paradise. With the tropical and temperate currents meeting here in the Indian Ocean, there's a large number of species. Fishermen can never be sure what fish will take the lure. Towards midday, a strike from a yellowfin tuna, an incredibly fast, streamlined pelagic fish that can grow to over 150 kilos. Powerful and energetic fighters on light game tackle, they're one of the most exciting fish for an angler to land. These tuna command high prices in Japan for sashimi. On board, 10 nautical miles from shore, it's perfect for lunch. Not everyone's idea of a snack, but Malcolm and Bundy love raw fish. After lunch, another good hookup. It's the odd-looking, brilliantly coloured dolphin fish, also known around the world as mahi-mahi or dorado. Out of the water, it undergoes remarkable colour changes.
Have a look at the extraordinary colours on that fish. The bonus here, these are one of the best eating fish you can get.
There goes the last of the watermelon. Coral Bay, a tranquil place, is controlled by the Marine Park and Reserve Authority. Just a few kilometres up the coast, there's talk of a large convention hotel, residential blocks and a marina. Let's all hope that sanity prevails and that this unique Ningaloo Marine Park is not exploited and damaged by ill-considered development. In the morning, Malcolm's heading further south towards Steep Point. Along the way, he stops to film Australia's largest goanna, the Parenti.
Get them.
These lizards normally run off at great speed, but this one's moving with some difficulty and appears to be injured. Malcolm quickly rigs up a lasso to have a closer look.
You can see why I've picked this Parenti up. On the right-hand foot here, there's severe scarring, and there's this lump of hardwood right in the joint. Must be causing a lot of pain, and that's why the animal's lost so much condition. I'll just take it back to the vehicle and see if I can get it out.
With his Leatherman pliers, he's able to get a firm grip on the hardwood. Unfortunately, it crumbles, leaving a piece still embedded in the flesh. It's been in the joint for so long that all the infection healed long ago.
This lump of wood
gone through on the front side of the foot, come out at the back here, at the rear. I've got all this out, and now I'm just working on the great lump here. If I can get this out, this will be the last bit.
It's remarkable that the Parenti could even walk at all with such a large piece of wood right through its leg. The old goanna's exhausted and dehydrated after its ordeal.
Mate.
Malcolm's pleased to see the big reptiles now walking normally. The Parenti's shedding its old skin. Within a few days, its colour will change from a drab yellow to black, with large, spectacular white spots. The stretch of coastline at Quobba is famous for its treacherous seas, blowholes and great fishing. Fishing from the cliffs can be dangerous. A plaque commemorates the fishermen who've been swept from the rocks by huge, unpredictable waves.
Well, you can't catch big fish every time.
Although good eating, the largest specimens of this strikingly coloured wrasse are usually returned to the water alive in the belief that a fish this beautiful deserves to live. On the cliff tops, just back from the sea, an exquisite display of wildflowers. Fishing's quiet, so Malcolm decides to continue his travels south to launch the boat at Shark Bay. The next stop's the small fishing village of Denham. From here, it's a 2-hour run to the deep water off Steep Point. By late afternoon, the winds are up, and it's a dash to Bellefonte Peninsula to shelter for the night. After a wild, wet night, morning dawns windy and bitterly cold. Bundy's not much help breaking camp.
Got him?
The men are heading for Steep Point. At the bottom of Dirk Hartog Island, a lure off the stern soon produces some good fish. Its distinctive pattern of white blotches identifies this one as a Rankin cod. Between the Australian mainland and Dirk Hartog Island is a narrow strait where the Indian Ocean swell crashes across the sandbar. And ahead looms Steep Point, the most westerly landfall of mainland Australia. In deeper waters, schools of fish appear on the sounder. And fishing's good until the biggest bronze whaler shark Malcolm's ever seen surfaces behind the boat. Over 3 metres long with a massive broad head, it takes every fish hooked. In a good seaworthy boat, these rough, wild waters with a big swell out from Steep Point are a great place to troll. This is a yellowfin tuna. Before heading back to Broome, the men arrange an exploratory trip on Dirk Hartog. Leaving the boat at Denham, they drive 140 kilometres along a bush track to a sheltered bay opposite the island. Kieran Wardle arrives from Dirk Hartog with his barge to take the Toyota across the straits. Originally, the Wardle family leased this island for a sheep station, but these days, low-impact tourism is their priority, and visitations carefully controlled. Dirk Hartog stretches 90 kilometres north-south, and Kieran directs the men to the top of the island, where he says the views and the fishing are fantastic. Later, Malcolm catches up with Kieran and his partner Tori at the homestead. They cater for 14 guests and allow only 8 four-wheel drives on the island at any one time. Within a few years, all stock will be removed and the island used to re-establish endangered Australian animals. The sheltered side of Dirk Hartog is calm and peaceful, a wild, beautiful area. The track to the top crosses massive wind-blown sand dunes. After several hours driving, they arrive at Cape Inscription, where Captain Dirk Hartog came ashore in 1616. It was the first recorded landing of a European in Australia.
And this is just about as far as we can go. We're on the most westerly point of the island, and it looks like a top place to drop a line.
There are more islands out to the west, but this is as far as you can take a vehicle. With access strictly limited, when the weather's calm, the fishing is truly great. Without his gaff, Malcolm uses 3 hooks and some weight to bring up a good feed of mackerel. Nestled beyond the cliffs is an old fisherman's camp. The perfect spot to barbecue the fish. Tomorrow, Malcolm must return north, back to his crocodile farm in Broome. But until sundown, he can enjoy the thrill of fishing this wild, savage place at the edge of Australia.
For 40,000 years, the Aborigines roamed Australia. They acquired an intimate knowledge of their environment and its natural species. They developed extraordinary hunting and food-gathering skills and were able to survive even in the most hostile and arid terrain. With the coming of the European, this delicately balanced lifestyle changed dramatically. Recently, the last tribal groups have given up their nomadic existence and moved to large permanent communities. To learn about the skills needed to survive in Australia's harsh interior, I set out to make contact with the desert tribes, and this film is a record of my remarkable adventure. My travelling companion, Kim Allen, has accompanied me on previous expeditions. And there's my dog, Jowdy. With the vast distances and the remoteness of the area that we intend to visit, we load up with 500 litres of fuel before the last leg of our journey into Western Australia. These people, the Guguja, have all left the desert in the last 30 years, and the families now live together on the edge of their traditional territory. The Guguja are still very tribally orientated and take some time to accept strangers. I had been invited by the tribal council to visit their community and on our arrival, talk with the elders. With their assistance and cooperation, we intend to journey south into the sand dune country. The councillors will decide who will accompany us. The inquisitive children are the first to befriend us, and we're soon driving groups of them out to their favourite food-gathering areas. The grevillea flowers, a special treat, ooze a honey-like nectar. Old Wadurda, a man who not long ago came in from the desert, becomes our firm friend and spends more and more time in our company. Like the youngsters, he loves the excitement of travelling in our vehicle. quite unexpectedly, Wadurda arrives back from hunting with a large mulga snake and some lizards for me. Using our own simplified version of the local sign language, I express my delight, for I realize now that the Gugaja have accepted us and will accompany us on our expedition. In the early hours of the following morning, I decide that the time is right to arrange a further meeting with the elders to finalize our plans. For hours we talk. The elders are pleased that the old ways of survival in the desert are going to be recorded on film. It's decided who will go, and almost immediately we're on our way, heading into one of the country's loneliest regions, the great sandy desert of Western Australia. The great sandy desert, extending over a huge area, is an arid and inhospitable region where few Europeans have ever ventured. Until recently, it was the home of my newly acquired friends. We're travelling during the winter because the summer months are unbearably hot. Jabananga, an expert bushman, is soon collecting spear shafts. Suitable trees grow only in certain areas, and he takes this opportunity to cut many shafts. He's obliged to return from this journey with sufficient spears to distribute amongst the men. But the shafts must be straightened before the timber dries. The fire makes the wood more supple, and greater pressure can be applied. A handful of sand protects our fingers from the heat. I enjoy being actively involved. It enables me to understand and appreciate the skills needed for desert survival. Flaked stone is used to smooth the shaft. Various types of points and barbs are made. This is a fighting spear. As we travel south along a track graded by a mineral exploration company, large fungi attract our attention. Now, I've been told many times that these puffballs are poisonous, but Jabananga shows me a brown substance at the base which can be eaten. In winter, the mornings are uncomfortably cold. Strong winds blow continuously. We stop in search of the famous delicacy, the large grub of the cossid moth, commonly called witchetty grubs. A distinctive pile of eaten wood or an abandoned chrysalis shows where they can be found. Witchetty grubs have always been a valuable and reliable food source for the desert people. They are especially valuable as a baby food. The pupae are also tasty. Cooking is a simple matter. Just toss for a minute in the hot sand. Tasting like omelette, the delicate flavour varies according to the type of tree hosting the grub. Wadurda and I agree there is no finer bush food. our winch is in constant use as we negotiate the many dry creek beds. Electrically operated with a remote on-off cable switch, we quickly cross the sandy hollows that would otherwise cause major delays. Jabonanga finds some native tobacco, a plant treasured by the older people. The chewed leaf is mixed with selected ash. This allows the nicotine to be more readily absorbed into the body, giving the user intense satisfaction. Attached to many of the bloodwood trees are numerous galls. These are an important food, and we spend hours collecting them. These galls, often referred to as bloodwood apples, are not a fruit, but a home created by a peculiar insect, a mealybug, and they're good to eat. Especially the large, slug-like female. She spends her lifetime reproducing. The males are these much smaller winged bugs. At this stage, each gall also contains an amount of watery fluid, a liquid drunk by the Aborigines when water was scarce. In this gall, the male mealybugs are ready to disperse. They are delicious, tasting like sweetened flour, and we eat them by the handful. A common and most useful utensil is the easily made bark coolamon. Shaped in a matter of minutes, they're convenient food containers. Jabonanga is not only a bushman, he's a fine craftsman. The trunk of this mulga tree with its slight bend is an ideal shape for a boomerang. Free of grubs and borer, it will yield 2 boomerangs. 30 years ago, this process would have been laboriously completed with a stone axe. Murdy Galga talks of roasting the galls, and Kim is keen to try them. Shaping a boomerang to achieve the correct flight pattern is a precise and highly skilled operation. The galls take several minutes to cook and are cooled in the sand ready for opening. The bugs and the surrounding white tissue are all edible. About 10 galls complete a satisfying meal. Wadurda the hunter returns with a prize, a feral cat. Since cats were introduced to Australia, they've become a serious threat to our wildlife. Even in these arid areas, they are common, and so to the Aborigines an additional supply of meat. Each night we camp among the spinifex, and the area must be cleared of prickles and the needle-sharp bushes so that we can sleep in relative comfort around the fires. The ground is cleared in the age-old way, with the edge of a spear thrower, a multi-purpose tool. In earlier times, the Aborigines reared dingoes as pets. Now the mongrel domestic dog is more common, but I've never seen a dog more devoted to its master than this young bitch. She seems to be observing every detail of her master's spear-making. A modern adaptation of an ancient tool is the use made of this discarded car spring as a chisel. When steel is not available, the Aboriginal craftsmen quite readily revert to using stone. The cat is roasted for the evening meal. In the mornings, the bitterly cold winds blow and I need layers of clothing to keep warm. Until recently, Jabananga never wore clothes and he doesn't feel the cold. He explains that the carvings on his woomera, although sacred, can be seen by women and children as long as the meaning is kept secret. As the daily temperature rises, lizards emerge to absorb the sun's warmth. The Aborigines, with their intimate knowledge of the reptile's behaviour, hunt them with extraordinary success. We're still in an area that receives sufficient summer rain from the northern monsoon to support well-established trees along the river courses. These trees offer sanctuary to the big goannas until Murdy Gulga arrives. More goanna tracks are found, the boomerangs fly, Murdy Gulga misses, and the chase is on. Out in the bush, Jabananga is never idle. The slight natural bend in the trunk of this tree, hollowed out by termites, is the perfect shape for a large coolamon. These were used to carry water and food in earlier times, and they're still popular as cradles for babies. Jabananga works steadily, finishing a woomera, a spear thrower. And later he fashions loops of spun kangaroo fur into a pubic covering. These were often worn by adults before European clothing was acquired. We battle through the scrub and stony country until the ancient eroded plateaus give way to the vast open plains and interspersed sand-ridge country. The complex desert ecology fascinates me. Here at a permanent waterhole, Jabananga shows me an unexpected source of food, freshwater crabs. These crabs burrow deep into the soil during the long dry spells. After rain, they're more easily caught, and the Aborigines gather them in large numbers. Kim and Jabananga pick the fruit of the wild fig, common in the rocky gorges. They can be eaten fresh or ground into a palatable paste. Berries, nuts, and seeds made up a considerable proportion of the desert tribe's diet. These tomato-like fruits are found right through the desert and at times are a staple food. The black seed is poisonous, must be removed. Seven weeks before our arrival, the country received a soaking of heavy rain, and we're fortunate to be seeing the desert flora at its best. The grevilleas are blooming profusely, and Jabananga collects bunches of the blossoms from one nectar-yielding species to make a drink, not unlike very sweet black billy tea. This nourishing drink was once made in wooden coolamons in large quantities, and it's really delicious. So many of the ephemeral desert flowers are small and delicate, their bright colours splashing vividly against the orange sand and pale, spiky spinifex. Finally, we reach our destination, the rolling sand hills. With the trailer heavily laden with fuel, we winch our way over the bigger dunes. Murdi Galga, intrigued by the remote control switch, enjoys guiding Kim. We're not using the wide sand tyres as they're too easily spiked. Surprisingly, on this trip, we didn't have one puncture. This is the country that my Aboriginal friends know so well. Where I see only sand and bush, they see life and food everywhere. We establish our base camp, and during the following weeks, Kim and I become totally involved in learning the secrets of survival. Close to our camp, the men have spotted tracks which immediately attract attention. Nearby, a dingo with her pups must be hiding. Jabananga's keen eyes spot a slight movement, and he's after a pup, brandishing his boomerang to ward off possible attack from the bitch. Murdi Galga is after one too. Only 2 pups are taken. The third is left for the mother. Around 5,000 years ago, the dingo arrived in Australia, possibly accompanying Aborigines. The people used the dingo to assist in hunting and as warmth during the frosty winter nights. The wild pups are passive while they're being handled. Everyone is pleased, especially Murdi Galga. He wanted a new dog. The pups, when not being petted, will be kept in a large box in the trailer. Wadurda is more interested in the lizards roasting on his fire. After a lifetime spent roaming this land, he is at peace in the bush. Table salt is one of the bonuses of 20th century living. With food rarely abundant in the desert, no morsel was ever wasted. Wadurda pounds the lizard bones into a paste and relishes the mash. Jabananga clears an area and commences the long process of preparing a general-purpose adhesive from the resinous spinifex plant. Constant pounding separates the resin-bearing part of the plant. Leaving behind this concentrated husky residue. The desert winds lift away the finer dust, and any remaining sand is winnowed out. Heat, gently applied, melts the resin into a blob, which is added to a much larger lump collected on previous occasions. This resin, the super glue of the desert, has always been used in the manufacture of tools, weapons and artifacts. Jabananga's new boomerang is almost completed. Heat and pressure are used to effect the desired shape. Murdi Galga carefully applies the viscous spinifex resin to the end of his spear thrower, keeping it pliable with heat. Quartzite, collected when we were still in the stony country, is repeatedly struck until a small flake with a sharp edge and the correct shape is produced. Many stones are broken before one suitable flake is detached. When the wax hardens, the stone is securely fixed in place. Murdi Galga's woomera is also his knife and his chisel. The Aborigines will at times go to great lengths seeking a favoured food. Here Jabananga is digging for the edible tubers, often referred to as yams. A particularly sweet and delicious variety is found up to 2 metres below the surface, and it's hard work locating them. Finally successful, he passes the result of so much labour to his son. Wearily he emerges, as the shadows lengthen, signalling the end of another day. Survival in the desert depends entirely on an adequate supply of water. The locations of the permanent waterholes have been diligently passed on from one generation to the next. This small soak was once a vital watering place for the Gugaja, and even today they cool their bodies in the traditional way. By contrast to the meagre supply found in the desert wells, back at the main community, a contractor is boring 150 metres down to tap underground reserves to cater for the needs of 500 people. The Gugaja women watch, marvelling at how things have changed since they were young. On my return to the main community for medical supplies, some of the older women are keen to show me aspects of their harsh former life. In the intense heat, their feet were protected from the burning sand by these bark sandals. Travelling from one waterhole to the next, they were never idle, for the women were responsible for collecting seeds to make various kinds of damper. It was a tedious job, but always guaranteed some food. In this case, the seed-bearing bushes are burned, the seeds collected from the ground and winnowed out of the dust and ash. Some of the women excel at winnowing. I mix tea and sugar together, and with a deft flick of the wrist, this woman demonstrates how quickly she can separate the two. Several hours of rhythmic work extracts a small quantity of the minute black seeds free of rubbish and sand. Ground into a paste, it's cooked in the coals. The movements of the tribe were controlled by the availability of food, especially the seed-bearing plants. There's not much to show for such toil, but these tiny seed loaves were once an important item of food. The children, now accustomed to baked bread and canned food, have to be coaxed to taste the traditional loaves, and they find them bitter and unpalatable. Sweet bush berries are much more acceptable. Several metres from the base of these large green bushes, cracks along the ground indicate where large yams grow below the surface. The yams taste like sweet potatoes, and a few hours of work yields a good meal. On my return to the desert camp, I find that the older men are spending more time teaching young Jabangadi how to find his food. At first he's a little apprehensive, but gains courage when he realizes that it's only a small goanna. Lizards were the main source of protein for the desert people. And this one has made a definite error of judgment hiding up a tree. A flick of the wrist dispatches a goanna. A live reptile might escape. Snakes, especially the larger ones like this Wamma python, are considered good tucker. Unfortunately for the snake, it leaves a very distinctive trail and is easily followed. In the more arid regions, kangaroos and emus are rarely seen, and it's a feast for all when one is killed. Before it's cooked, the sinews are removed from the tail and the powerful hind legs. Dried in the sun, these sinews are unsurpassed as bindings for spears. After removing the intestines, the fur is singed off and the meat cooked in the charred skin. The meat, protected from the sand and ash, does not dry out. The finer points of baking are explained to Kim. Several hours later, the sand is swept off and the meat is ready to eat. The tail is the most delicious cut, and I'm delighted when it's offered to me. Jowdy is pleased too. The dried kangaroo sinew is chewed to make it more pliable and bound around the spear to hold the barbs in place. This double-hooked spear is their main hunting weapon. The sinew, as it dries, contracts, pulling the barbs tight to the shaft. Because of the constriction, no fastening is necessary. Borgala is satisfied. The spear is well balanced. It feels good. Bush turkeys, or more correctly bustards, are still common in the desert, and the Aborigines hunt them relentlessly. The turkey will take several hours to cook. The men will wait patiently until the early hours of the morning for the feast that it will provide. The ability to recognize and interpret animal tracks is a most fundamental requirement for successful desert survival. Busted tracks are reproduced for young Jabangadi. Yeah. Now the infamous feral cat. Sadly, these are becoming one of the most common tracks in the desert. This one, a snake. Jabangadi, like all small boys, soon loses concentration. He begins to doodle. It's the Toyota. This epitomizes the rapidly changing lifestyle that the Aborigines have to adjust to, with its new set of values and priorities. To the older men, the sand dune ridges expose an ever-changing wealth of information. Every living thing that moves across the surface leaves a track, and the tracks lead the hunter to food. These blue-tongue lizard tracks are fresh. Borgala moves off alone, hoping to locate bigger game for lunch. A sand monitor scuttles off. Borgala picks up the faint trail and follows it to this hole. The direction of the tunnel is established, and then he thumps his foot into the sand until it caves in. At noon, he returns, and for Jabangadi, a lesson begins. The names of the lizards and where they can be found are repeated over and over again. The high proportion of fat found in these goannas is an essential component in the diet of the desert people. The rich juices are a vital supplement to the fluid intake. After lunch, everyone rests. Nearby, Australia's most bizarre lizard blinks in the bright sunlight. The thorny devil, a grotesque but delightful creature, is quite harmless. Its only defense, its knobbly appearance. We're after a big snake, and Jabangadi, frightened, backs off nervously. Murdigalga and Borgala explain that it's not poisonous. It's a species that we've eaten on previous occasions. All over Australia, the Aborigines have used fire to help them hunt out animals. Controlled burning quickly clears a particular area. But first the fire must be lit. Jabananga selects a piece of softwood and with a spear tip makes a depression in it. The hard edge of the spear thrower is used to generate enough heat and friction to powder the soft wood. Within a minute, it smoulders. The area to be burned is determined according to the wind direction. The sand dunes will act as a natural barrier. The resinous spinifex ignites easily. The men are after lizards, native mammals, and feral cats. Moordigulga is ready for any game that might rush from the flames. The intense heat drives the hunters onto the dunes, where signs of another tasty delicacy are found. Jabananga and Moordigulga begin searching, and in the most unlikely place find 19 frogs. Called desert spadefoot toads, they burrow into the sand, only coming to the surface after rains to feed and to breed in the temporary desert ponds. Another food that I found surprising was the various types of fungi. Truffles, related to the variety so highly esteemed by the gourmets of Europe, are cooked in the coals. They're sweet and nourishing. The fire dies almost as quickly as it flared, and now the reptile holes can be easily detected. Small items of food, such as this witchetty grub, are eaten as soon as they're found. My Aboriginal companions have totally resumed their hunting and collecting activities, and I'm conscious of observing a lifestyle that has existed for thousands of years. Sadly, I know that the skills will vanish with these men. After 5 hours, we have a Coolamon brimming with fungi, frogs and lizards. A number of the animals have been kept alive so that I can photograph them. Late in the afternoon, we discover some tracks which demand immediate attention, made by the marsupial mole, an animal so rare that it has never before been filmed in its natural habitat. Excitedly, we study the signs. Here is the hole where it emerged. It moved a meter to the left and re-entered where a loose pile of sand lies. I'm ecstatic. Moordigulga is convinced that within minutes we'll locate it. And here it is, one of Australia's rarest animals. It is a delightful creature, closely resembling the moles of Europe and Africa. This species is a marsupial, and it has no eyes or ears, relying entirely on scent to locate its food of insects and worms. It has a knob for a tail, a large nose, and powerful clawed forearms for digging. Another memorable day in the desert draws to a close. The filming of the mole is the culmination of an unforgettable adventure. The men are missing their families, and we decide that it's time to head back to the community. Old Wadurda passes round the chewing tobacco while he packs up. He has mixed feelings about leaving. Murdi Galga has some gifts for his family, cooked snake and lizards, so he wraps them carefully in his swag. As we head back, leaving the sand dune country, I know that in many ways this will be one of my most important films. The old way of the desert people is almost gone, and my film will become a valuable record of a group of the desert tribesmen. Back at the Gugaja community, the elders are preparing for an elaborate ceremony to celebrate our return. Wadurda, anxious to make our farewell a success, insists that all the body designs must conform to the strict traditional standard. The preparations take all day. The dancing begins only when darkness has fallen. Countless generations ago, during the dream time, an old man named Wirran Wirran died, and his spirit began a long journey. The spirit met a group of people and guided them across the land, showing them all the important natural features. These landmarks can be seen today, and in many instances are regarded as sacred. When the journey was almost over, 2 evil warriors stalked them and killed one of the group with spears and boomerangs. The spirit left the body and divided into a multitude of spirits, which still live in a sacred area in the desert and ensure the continuation of the tribe. These things the people believe, and through the ceremony, the men are telling me that the desert is still so important to them. They no longer live there permanently, but it will always remain the home of their ancestral spirits. As we make our farewells, the men are already planning a new trip into the heart of Gugaja country. Beyond where we went this time, they say, into a sea of dunes far to the south. We begin the long drive back to Sydney, and Wadurda settles down to his spear making. He's the last of the great desert bushmen, and like so many of my Aboriginal friends, is growing old. And I know that before too many years have passed, I'll come back.
In part one of Kimberley Adventure, Malcolm Douglas explored the coast by boat, fished the high reefs, journeyed to Secure Bay, tangled with a pack of sharks, ended up stuck at the top of the Roe River, and recorded for the first time on film the rare rough-scaled python. Over the years, Malcolm's been asked more questions about barramundi fishing than anything else. Many of the best barra are found in truly remote rivers, and Malcolm and his mates are heading out of Broome for Wyndham, 1,100 kilometres to launch the boat. Wyndham, at the bottom of Cambridge Gulf, is WA's most northern town. And the Berkeley River, their destination, is far up the coast. After 40 nautical miles, the calm, sheltered waters of Cambridge Gulf give way to the open expanse of the Timor Sea. And it's still another 50 to the Berkeley River. Berkeley is one of the great rivers of the Kimberley. Far inland, where the salt water meets the fresh, big barramundi swim beneath the rocky banks. Where freshwater streams flow from the escarpment, a barrier of flat rocks makes a good campsite. Here, the best time for barra is early in the morning or late afternoon on a rising tide. Pete hooks the first fish.
We didn't bring a landing net, did we? No. It's a hell of a fish. It's a good barra. It's a good barra, and then look at that, Pete. Hey, that's a nice barra. Hey? There's only one thing wrong. You caught it, not me. Hey, that's a good fish, isn't it? Is that good enough for tea? You know. When we get a little fish, we keep it for tea. That's the trouble up here in the Kimberley. You only catch big fish and you've got to let them all go.
Barra this size are splendid eating, but any fish smaller than 55 centimetres must be released. Everyone heading north dreams of landing big barramundi. A superb looking fish, a tenacious fighter, and good to eat.
Look at that fish.
All barramundi commence life as males, maturing at 3 to 4 years. At 6 years, they undergo a sex change. This is why it's a good idea to release the really big fish.
There you go. Bye, mate.
They're the female breeding stock.
Yeah, he's happy. Good one. Let's go. These Berkeley River barra are really big. Gee, we lost some gear yesterday, lost quite a few lures, so I'm just working out what we've got left. When I come on a big trip, I bring a whole range of lures, all sorts of brands and all sorts of colours, depending on the conditions, the colour of the water.
Two of my favourites are the little rattlers, but I really like this is a pretty smart lure. This is a little killer lure, the little Terminator they call this. He's pretty flash, pink, but probably the best one that's working well in these waters at the moment is the old faithful, the old Nils Master. But whatever you do, bring plenty of lures and plenty of colours.
The Mertens water monitor is common along Kimberley freshwater streams, where they're often mistaken for small crocodiles. This inquisitive reptile scrounges around campsites for fish scraps. At midday, when the fish are off the bite, Malcolm explores the Berkeley River gorges. The Kimberley is renowned for its rugged scenery, and this is truly magnificent. As the shadows lengthen, the men return upstream. And on the rising tide, the barrow will take a lure.
Come on, mate. Come on. Come on. Come on. Heavy enough. You're good fish, isn't he? Yeah.
When you catch barramundi, be very careful of this knife edge secondary gill here. It's got a, where I'm pointing with the penknife, got a very sharp barb, and this edge along here is like a razor. And people in their excitement will grab the fish, go under there and slice the hand. Be very, very careful of that there. When he's throwing his head too, he's trying to cut the line on it. Very dangerous.
Pete's onto something big.
Oh, look at that. Go on. That lure.
But he's not impressed. It spat the lure.
Oh, he's got him. He's on. He's on. He's on. Put your line in.
On light gear, a big fish takes a long run and cuts the line on the oyster-covered rocks.
There you go. Brand new lure. Ready. Easy 20 pounds. Yep. Oh, he's off.
So Malcolm tries a different tactic, using the boat to follow the fish.
This fish that Pete caught is just a fraction over 11 kilos, so it makes it about 25 pounds. So there's only 3 of us on the trip, so it's just too big to eat. So Pete's had his fun. He's got a photo. I'm just holding the fish here now while it's getting its strength back, and in a second or two I'll let it go. This is one of the great things about barramundi. They're very tough,
just have one last look at that beautiful fish and we'll let it go. There you go, mate. There you are. He's off. No.
Around the camp at night, huge green frogs emerge from cracks in the rocks. Laturia splendida, the magnificent tree frog. Although classified as a tree frog, the adult is too heavy for light branches and forages instead along the sandstone cliffs.
That's great.
It's the middle of the dry season, the water temperature's dropping, and each day the barramundi are harder to catch.
Well, it's not exactly a 40-pounder on the old black and gold, but it's our last morning and it's very cold. You know, they've got a jumper on and long pants. You'd be surprised how cold it gets up here in the Kimberleys in the dry season. But I'm actually shivering. But this fish will be our last feed of barra before it's back to Wyndham and back to Broome. Right.
Everything about the Kimberley is big. Even the insects are enormous. The giant mantis is as large as a human hand. If disturbed, it flashes the bright red underside of its wings, signalling danger to predators. It's back to Wyndham for the long haul to Broome. This fishing trip involved 200 nautical miles by boat and 2,000 kilometres by road. In between trips, Malcolm's flat out at his tourist park, showing his crocodiles and alligators to the thousands of visitors that flock to Broome all through the dry season.
4.6, 4.7 metres. There he is. That's your American alligators. They're very...
Righto.
More likely to pick on the female. That didn't come off. So now we've moved...
Malcolm has spent the last 30 years learning about crocodiles and is always eager to pass on his knowledge during the daily feeding tours. He captures problem crocs throughout the Kimberley and now has some of the biggest animals on display in Australia. The park is home to over 4,000 crocodiles.
Farm just out of town here, about 18 k's. Size of the female, and that's something we're working on at the moment. And if they're only, say, premies, because in the wild you want... I don't know. We can do, I just got to feed these night in the month. I assure you, when you get in a bad mood, come on. He doesn't want to come out any further. Why? He's scared.
Nearby, a private lake is drained and the barramundi must be rescued. They're rushed around to the crocodile park and released.
Reggie, Don, come on. You want your dinner? Hey, you want your bang? You gotta have smoko, do you? Smoko time.
Smoko, as it's called in the bush, is the morning break. A cup of tea for Malcolm and special formula milk for his female red kangaroo. He looks after orphan kangaroos and wallabies when their mothers are killed on the roads.
You finished? That'll do. That'll do. Come on, I gotta go. You right? Me? All right, we'll go. Well, that's off.
This little agile wallaby's leg has been in a cast for 2 months. Chased by dogs, she crashed into a fence and broke a leg. Normally a timid animal, it accepts Malcolm's treatment as the plaster's removed. The bones have knitted, and with exercise the stiffness will wear off. Malcolm's soon on the road again, travelling back to One Arm Point. Strong winds pushing against the tide whip up dangerous seas.
It always happens when you want to go boating. The winds come up. We've driven up from Broome 250 kilometres on that rotten road, put the boat down here on the sand, ready to leave at first light, and of course during the night the southeast blew again. They're now gusting at around about 30 knots. I just put my windsock up here. So there's nothing we can do now except put the boat in on the next high tide and go out and shoulder behind the lee of the island for a day or two. Just wait there because it's just too dangerous to cross King Sound at the moment. Usually these southeast blow for about 48 hours and then it just settles down for a couple of days, and that's when we'll be able to head for Talbot Bay.
Over the years, Malcolm's received more letters and phone calls requesting information about the horizontal waterfall in Talbot Bay than any other part of the Kimberley. This trip, he'll show just how difficult it can be travelling to such a remote destination. On the tide change, Malcolm decides to head for the islands of the Buccaneer Archipelago and shelter until the winds drop off. Conditions get worse. The southeasterlies are up, and it'll be days before they ease. The only option is to wait it out, and the men settle the boat down at low tide.
We're still here on Sunday Island, hiding from the wind. We've been here for 4 days now and it's still blowing at 30 knots. You can see behind me the tide rushing out there. That's just tidal surge being pushed along with the wind. Now the wind and the tide are running in the same direction at the moment, but in 2 or 3 hours the tide will turn and it'll be running against the wind, and it'll just be sheer madness to try and head out into the open water. Now by tomorrow the big spring tides will have dropped off, so we can't get to the tidal gorges this week, so we'll have to take the boat back to the mainland this afternoon on the high tide, return to Broome, come back here in about 8 or 9 days' time when the tides are building again, and try and head for Talbot Bay, because the object of this exercise, of this trip, is to try and get down to Talbot Bay. But you can see in this country it's not easy.
10 days later, with the winds easing, the men cross King Sound safely and approach the narrow gaps of Talbot Bay.
We've finally made it to Talbot Bay. It's very calm at the moment. We're just on the outside of the first entrance, and as soon as the tide changes we'll go through and we'll have a look at the tidal rush. Now to give you some idea of the rise and fall of tide, it's dead low tide at the moment. You can see this black rock here. Well, if you follow this harpoon up, and I'm going up around about over 11 metres or at least 40 feet, and that's how much rise of tide there's going to be in here in the next few hours. The tide will go right up to the top of the black rock, and 6 hours later it'll be all gone again. This is one of the highest rise and falls of tide you get anywhere in the world. So now we're going to, while it's nice and calm, we're going to take the boat through this entrance, through the second entrance, and just wait for the tide to rise. Get away from these rocks and oysters. There we are.
This is the last entrance through a series of bays. The tide's just beginning to rise and whirlpools are forming. Within an hour, it builds to one of Australia's great natural wonders. Malcolm called this the horizontal waterfall back in 1971 in his film Follow the Sun. And people from all over the world contact him to find out how they can witness this phenomenon. It's possible now to fly over this area in charters from Broome and Derby. While the men wait for the tide to change, lunch is prepared.
Right, I ran about 5 minutes ago. It was perfectly quiet in here, not a sound. And then the tide changed and now it's starting to build up. It's draining out of this second bay. So
So now it's time for us to go.
They're heading for the Lassipedes, the main breeding ground in the Kimberley for seabirds and turtles. Turtle tracks from the night's nesting crisscross the dunes. And in the shallows, turtles are mating. A female green turtle always returns to the same stretch of beach to lay her eggs. At night, she crawls into the dunes and spends several hours nesting. She digs herself well down into the sand and uses her rear flippers to carefully shape the egg compartment, where up to 100 eggs are laid. It takes 25 years for a turtle to reach maturity, and then she breeds every 2 to 3 years. Nesting takes hours. Exhausted, she drags herself back to the water. Over 7 weeks later, the hatchlings will emerge to find their way, unaided, to the sea. Back in 1876, the Lassipedes became the only part of Australia ever annexed by a foreign power. An American raised the stars and stripes over these wind-blown hummocks. He was after deposits of bird droppings to sell for fertiliser. A pitched battle was fought on the beach when a crew of Australian seamen repelled the invasion. Formal complaints were made to the United States, and when their president intervened, the American, Roberts, his hopes of a fortune dashed, returned to the United States, a very bitter man. At sundown, the booby gannets returned to feed their chicks. This waterfall is over 1 kilometre long. The tide drops so quickly that for hours water pours from the reef. Few people ever see this spectacle in a particularly hazardous part of the Buccaneer Archipelago. currents, eddies and whirlpools create conditions treacherous for any traveller without good local knowledge. At low tide, it's best to settle the boat down and wait. On exceptionally low tides, strange soft corals are exposed. It's not generally known that the Kimberley coast supports extensive coral reefs. They're visible for short periods only on the low spring tides. The soft, swaying tentacles of the anemone contain a toxin which causes nausea and shock in humans and can be fatal to small fish. An exception is the anemone fish. Immune to the stings, they shelter and breed among the deadly tentacles. Young striped catfish eels, equipped with venomous barbs, can inflict a severe and painful wound. A rare sight, a baler shell lays a mass of sticky eggs. Malcolm knows where a feed of giant oysters can always be found at low tide.
Now that's what I call a good oyster. That's the larger of the two oysters we get up here. We get the small one, which is very common. In certain places you get these huge ones. Look. Have a look at some of these. How's that for an oyster? Look. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now that's what I call a feed of oysters. You don't want oysters, do you? These are mine. Now that's an oyster. If you do find these big oysters and they're a little bit strong raw, well, you can just break them off and just give them about 30 seconds in the cold. As soon as they open up,
pull them off and you'll find they're a lot sweeter. You ready, eh, Tom? Yeah.
At dead low tide, a reef can be a dangerous place.
On the edge of the reef here is this seaweed, and this is a perfect feed for turtles. There's kilometres of this seagrass, and all along here there are thousands of these old turtles that come up to feed on this. They come to this edge of this reef and they browse here and they die here. Quite often they're too weak and too old to get off the reef as the tide drops and they get trapped, like this one behind me. Later on in the day, when this reef is completely exposed, this turtle will probably die. So what I might do is just give it a helping hand and move it back into the deep water. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. You're going to get cooked here. Right, stop, mate. Come on. Oh, wrong way, mate. Wrong way.
A few days later, the men are left high and dry and forced to wait 10 hours for the tide. There's little to do except fire up the primus and boil the billy.
This is Wait a While country, the wild northwest of Australia. You're always waiting for the tide to go out, and you're always waiting for the tide to come in before you can move. We were up on this high reef about 30 nautical miles off the mainland of Australia last night doing a crocodile survey when the tide went out, and we just put the boat down on the hard mud. We wait about 12 hours here now because we only have the tide up here for about an hour, and it runs out for 5 hours and it's got to come in for 6 hours. So right on the top tide we'll get the water here, and that is really spectacular. It's awesome. The tide runs across these tidal flats so quickly that you have to run to keep up with it. And you don't want to be too far away from the boat because one minute there's dry land, the next minute there's about a metre of water. And there's such a strong current that if you're too far from the boat, well, you can't make it back to the boat and you're in trouble. Just have a cup of tea and just wait for that tide. The tide has just started to move. It's very quiet now, but in about 5 minutes it's going to be tearing and rushing across this flat.
On the beaches around Broome, an average of 50 vehicles a year are trapped by the rushing, rising tide. Nothing can be done until the tide drops. By then, the vehicles have been totally submerged and are a write-off.
This is 5 minutes later, and the tide's really starting to rush, it's really starting to build. Just as I kneel down, you can see this little area here is starting to fill up. I've got to start moving back towards the boat now because the tide is really starting to build. In fact, I'm walking quite quickly and the tide is beating me. So in another couple of minutes I'm going to have to run, otherwise I'll get trapped here. This is when it starts to get a little bit scary. I'm staying here as long as I can to show you what it's all about, but the tide behind me is starting to cut me off, so I want to get out of here quickly. I've got to run around now and get on the boat.
Within minutes, there'll be a metre of water over these sand flats. Malcolm's underway to one of his favourite fishing holes, further along the coast. In part 3 of Kimberley Adventure, Malcolm fishes the high reefs at low tide, has a close encounter with an aggressive crocodile, makes lots of basic lures that work incredibly well.
What I'll try is right. They all look pretty good. How's that?
Attempts to film a shark feeding frenzy. Trolls the racing currents. Travels to unusual and spectacular places along the coast. Then journeys far inland to the top of Walcott Inlet.
That picked them up by the good.
Don't miss Kimberley Adventure Part 3 with Malcolm Douglas.
The wet season in Australia's north brings in 6 months of humidity, torrential monsoonal rains and spectacular storms. The extreme climatic conditions make travelling arduous and often impossible. Most travellers head south at the end of the dry and never experience the strange beauty, the drama and the excitement of the wet. Malcolm Douglas, in his continuing quest for adventure, spent months battling the elements to really experience one wet season. With November, the dry southeast winds swing to the northwest and rain-bearing clouds flood the top end. Roads and tracks are impassable. Dry creeks swell into raging rivers. Vehicles and travellers are trapped in flash floods. The open plains churned into boggy mires. For many of the animals and birds, it's a time of plenty, with food abundant and a limitless supply of fresh water. For those Aborigines who lead a tribal way of life, it's a time to collect bark for building houses and canoes, and for bark paintings. After months of rain, the grasses growing several metres tall seed. Then suddenly the wind swings back to the southeast and the ominous skies clear, signalling the end of the wet season and the beginning of months of clear, unclouded days. The wet season influence extends over northern Australia, from the Kimberley to the Territory and across to Cape York. Malcolm is to spend the next 2 months roaming the Northern Territory. Right at the start, the trip almost fails. Cyclonic rains have cut the roads in many places. Malcolm's companion, Greg Prowse, walks ahead along the Great Northern Highway checking out washaways. At river crossings where the road has subsided, cars can float off downstream, a perilous situation for the occupants. In desperation, people will attempt the impossible. The driver of this small sedan is trying to reach Perth. Luckily, his vehicle jams on a rock. Malcolm and Greg, camped nearby, are quick to lend a hand. Without the winch, the vehicle would probably have been totally wrecked, rolling downriver in the rising torrent.
Over to the one on the right, mate.
The two young men, on holiday from Darwin, are lucky to be alive.
Tell you blokes are from Darwin. Or the grog.
Between the storms, when the waters temporarily subside, the flood damage closes the roads. Bitumen ripped away and craters gouged deep. Malcolm, determined to get through, will have to winch around this washaway. With no trees nearby, a spare tyre is used for an anchor, and stranded travellers are only too keen to lend some weight. The tyre, buried deep in the sloppy mud, holds fast, and the vehicle's soon moving again.
Take a bit of strain on that winch now, Greg.
Malcolm and Greg are able to keep going. The other travellers may have to wait weeks for the road repair gang. In the Northern Territory, conditions worsen with some roads permanently underwater for months. Any decision to cross must be made cautiously. Malcolm marks the water level, and in the morning there's no perceptible rise. The boat's unhitched. It could cause the Toyota to float and lose traction. Even after gauging the depth several times, Malcolm's still hesitant. Finally, they decide to give it a go. 2 tarpaulins, one under the bonnet and one over, should protect the motor. Once committed to a crossing, there's no turning back. A diesel motor is far more reliable in these situations than petrol. The vehicle safely across, Malcolm floats the boat and dinghy over. They're heading for the Roper River, one of the biggest waterways in the territory. The Roper, flowing east into the Gulf of Carpentaria, is a productive region for barramundi fishermen, and Malcolm's hoping to meet up with his mate, Bob Connolly. It's a long run to the ocean, so fuel is hidden deep in the mangroves for the return journey. Along the river, Malcolm sights a crocodile, dead and bloated. He's appalled, for although crocodiles are now closely protected, they're killed indiscriminately. This reptile, possibly shot by poachers or thrill-seeking hunters, is now a useless, stinking carcass. Near the river's mouth, the only place to camp is on the hot, inhospitable salt pans. For years, Malcolm's heard stories about the giant river groper, and he's keen to see these massive fish for himself. Malcolm and Greg join Bob, the barramundi fisherman, on each tide change when he checks his nets. As anticipated, a massive groper is found entangled. For Bob, they're a nuisance, for it's impossible to reset the net until the gigantic fish is freed. Its size and weight make it immovable, and no matter how hard they try, Bob and Greg are unable to shift the fish. It's just too big. In desperation, a rope is tied to a nearby tree and strung through the groper's gills. With the outboard motor in reverse, the fish is pulled slowly from the boat. Crocodiles always hang around the nets, and Greg beats a hasty retreat from the water after an unexpected ducking. The groper, finally back in the river, Malcolm's keen to have a closer look and moves it into the shallows, hoping that no crocs are lurking nearby. Gropers have the ability to survive for long periods out of the water, and this one appears to recover quickly from its ordeal. It's massive, and the big dorsal fin can inflict a severe wound. Malcolm, satisfied that it will survive, removes the rope and it heads back into deeper water. Another specimen, freed on the mud, looks dead, but revives back in the water. These grouper grow to over 2 metres and weigh in at an incredible 320 kilos when fully grown.
Henry, we'll just get him back in the water.
Bob Connolly and his crew hate catching grouper when they're after barramundi. These men spend up to 8 months a year on the river, working around the clock, night and day, checking the nets and filleting the catch. The fillets, snap frozen and freighted to Darwin, are eagerly purchased for the top seafood restaurants from Brisbane to Perth. Crocs hang around whenever the men are filleting. Another gourmet delight is the giant mud crab, usually found near the nets where they feed on dead fish. There's a knack to picking them up without being bitten, and Malcolm makes it look easy. The big, powerful claws move with amazing speed and can inflict a terrible bite. Even though the crabs live in grey, oozing mud, their meat is succulent, and they're always a prized catch.
In part one of Along the Tracks with Malcolm Douglas, he travelled up the Oodnadatta track to the amazing Mound Springs. He spent time in the stock camps on the biggest cattle station in the world, travelled east to Chambers Pillar, then on to the unique Dalhousie Springs and Perny Bore. He crossed the inhospitable Simpson Desert to reach the frontier town of Birdsville in southern Queensland. Malcolm and his offsider Steve will continue their journey down the famous Birdsville track, then north again up the Strzelecki to explore the country along the Cooper. Birdsville became a service centre and meeting place for the pastoralists selecting country in the 1880s. The town was built on the banks of the Diamantina River, a scattered string of muddy waterholes most of the time. On the dry floodplain at the edge of town, an overzealous official has left his mark. The inland, with its extreme seasons, has seen many disasters. Malcolm has a yarn with George Flash, a retired stockman, and George agrees to show him the site of a tragic incident that occurred back in 1963. 120 kilometres south of Birdsville, back in behind the sand dunes, George directs Malcolm to a simple wooden cross.
That's in there, eh?
Here, in the extreme December heat of 63, the Page family perished. Both parents, 2 young daughters and a teenage son. They were heading north when they followed the wrong tracks during the night and ran out of fuel near a bore. Instead of staying beside the water, they tried to walk to the nearest homestead.
I might stick this on here before I go.
And reaching this spot,
could go no further.
Well, who tracked them to this spot here?
My brother
Your...
and the policeman from Birdsville,
And where did they find them?
under the tree.
Just under that tree right there.
Yeah.
And of course they buried them right here in front of us. Well, do you know who put the cross up here?
No.
That's another mystery.
Could be the folk down here, Clifton Hills.
Yeah, but nobody knows. I might try and find out. It's a terrible story, isn't it?
Well, the policeman could have came down and put it in there too.
Yeah.
Because he was down here, they knew all about it.
Yeah, right. I remember this. This was very big news in the papers. Back in December 1963 it happened, didn't it?
Yeah.
Very hot time of the year.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter how many times, like I do, or people like yourself who even know more about the bush than me say, stay with your vehicle, stay with the water, they still walk away and die, don't they?
Away.
It happens all the time.
Behind the Coolabah tree where they perished is a waterhole from the last summer rain. But back in 1963, this country was bone dry. After dropping George back in town, they head down the Birdsville track. Straight into a howling dust storm. A grim reminder of what the Page family had to endure. The temperature climbs and the winds increase as day turns almost to night, and it feels to Malcolm like the end of the world. A traveller must be well prepared and have a reliable vehicle to tackle this country during the summer months. Towards evening, the dust settles and rain threatens. The early morning is cool and calm, and Malcolm knocks up a damper. Bread's available in the small towns, but out in the bush, Malcolm prefers damper with his golden syrup. Washed down with his billy tea. The Birdsville track is well maintained, and the 500 kilometres to Maori can be covered in a day. The most recent floods have receded now to Lake Killampurpunna. It's only during seasons of extreme monsoonal rains in northern Queensland that water floods down the inland rivers to Lake Eyre, cutting the Birdsville track for months. When the Cooper's running, a ferry carries travellers across the swollen creek northeast of the lake. Even in a drought year, Lake Killampurpunna is a refuge for waterbirds. Native hens are the predominant species.
I feel like I'm dealing with what seems like a never-ending stream of emails. Grammarly has helped me be way more efficient with my time. Grammarly's digital writing assistant helps more than 30 million people be more effective and impactful with their writing. But if you're writing a ton for school or for business and want to be as productive as possible, you can upgrade to Grammarly Premium and get advanced support such as vocabulary and formatting suggestions, tone adjustment recommendations, and even full sentence rewrites. And Grammarly will automatically start to assist live while in your most used applications like Gmail, Google Docs, etc. One of the easiest ways that I can make sure I'm sounding professional and not making any grammatical errors is by using Grammarly.
Jump into the epic battles of War Thunder. The massive multiplayer vehicle combat action game has just received a heap of new and interesting content. Aircraft, tanks, or ships, you don't have to choose because War Thunder has it all. Jump into the Indian T-90 Bhishma or take to the skies in the lightning-fast F-16. Plus a brand new branch of Hungary.
These migratory birds travel great distances throughout the arid interior, following temporary water holes to feed on the ephemeral vegetation. Travellers are often intrigued to find water hens in their thousands far out in the dry country, browsing in shallow pools filled by an overnight shower. When disturbed, they dash for cover, and only as a last resort do they take to the air. To photograph and film the birds satisfactorily, the men put up a hide. All serious wildlife photographers travel with an easily assembled frame. A few days later, when the birds become accustomed to the intrusion, filming can begin. The pied stilts, on disproportionately long legs, wade the shallows in search of food. And the ever-alert dotterels rush around in a frenzy. A pink-eared duck busily recycles water, filtering out food. In the interior, tranquility is elusive. 1 minute it's peacefully calm. The next, the wind whips across the water. As darkness descends, dust storms sweep in again. The saddest sight along the Birdsville track is the old Bethesda Mission, founded in 1879 by the Lutherans to teach the Diary Aborigines. At one stage, 300 of them lived here. The mission struggled on until 1919. Today, the desert has reclaimed almost all evidence of this futile attempt to develop a thriving community. down the Birdsville track is no longer an arduous four-wheel drive trek, but it's still a challenge that outback travellers dream about. There's something very special, very Australian about doing the track. At the end of the track, below Maree at Lyndhurst, lives a real outback character. He carves small pieces of talc rock to sell to tourists, and he's known all over the countryside as Talc Alf. His bigger pieces of sculpture are displayed proudly near a sign saying, "Visitors welcome, 365 days of the year." He lives in a modest home purchased for $80 at a mine auction. Flying in pride of place above his house is his own Australian flag. Alf's real passion is this flag, a combination of the modern Aboriginal symbol and the Southern Cross.
And you all get good comments back on it, but they haven't sort of gone public on it.
I heard a rumour that you've given up drinking and you're spending all your money on this flag, is that right?
Yeah, true, yeah, Malcolm, yeah. You haven't had a beer since the bicentennial year. I went on strike that year. You know, some people go on strike for a cause. I thought, I'm not going to have a beer until that flag reaches Parliament House. And it doesn't matter if it takes 10 years.
And I've also heard that you're very keen to have that flag flying when Australia gets the Olympic Games, is that right?
Oh, very important, yeah. Actually, Sydney won't get the Olympic Games, I'm sure, if they don't have that flag flying over the head of Parliament, Canberra. If that's not our national flag, it won't have much chance of getting the Olympic Games.
What, so you reckon if they got that flag flying around Australia, that's a sure bet then that we would have the Olympic Games?
Yeah, very good chance.
Yeah.
It'd be a good, it's a lesson to the world that the community getting together and getting away from the colonial business and all that sort of thing. And we're setting the lead.
Now, in a lot of these carvings of yours, I see this, you're using an alphabet quite a bit. Is this something else of yours that you've developed?
Yes, very important. Malcolm, there you've got every letter in the English alphabet has a story to it. It's a form of sculpture. Right. Every single letter. And our education system at the moment doesn't teach the children one meaning of one letter is a work of art.
I've noticed behind you there, you've got it up there on the board.
Yeah, well,
have you got somewhere where you can show me?
This is a rough example, but I've got a blackboard out there. I can draw letters on the blackboard and you can have a look. Okay. A good practical reason why J in front of J.
Talc Alf's other great mission is explaining to visitors his theory of the origins of the English alphabet. No one ever passes through Alf's gallery without getting a lecture, and he sells a copy of his alphabet for $1 to every tourist who calls in here. Whether you agree with Alf or not, you have to admire his dedication.
I've got a story for every letter of the alphabet. Or I'll give you one. What about R?
R. Now, R is a really good one too. Now, all the words like road, rail, ram, revolve, rotate have R in front of them. I thought that word R, the letter R, has something to do about rolling something along, see?
Right.
And if you look at that word, the letter, there's a wheel shape. And when that wheel rolls along the end of the track, you're on your way, aren't you?
Yeah. So when you drive in, I see you've got a lot of your R's. You've got a wheel. You've got spokes in it. Is that right?
To educate people a bit, to say that's where that letter came from. It's the symbol of the technology of the wheel rolling on. Right. And even the old Roman word for wheel was roterus, starting with the R.
Right. Or another one. What about D?
D? Well,
D.
Well, one time I was going into Leak Creek and I saw a dead kangaroo on the side of the road with the belly up like that, bloated.
Yeah.
And sounds a bit rough, but that letter D is in front of the word dead, dying, death and destruction.
Right.
And if you put the head like that and the legs out there, look like the human body would look like that on the battlefield, the soldiers on the battlefield.
Yeah, right. All right. You just wipe that one off. Right. What about P?
Oh, P is a good simple one. Kids could understand it. Stroke for the body.
Right.
Now, the most important part of us is our head.
Right.
Put a head on there, put a couple of eyes in it, P for people. Yeah. And if you put some legs and arms out like that, there you are.
But people don't normally have that, so they just, and then you got P.
Yeah, because the scribes that put it together, they didn't worry about the legs or the arms because they thought that wasn't important, just the body and the head. And all the word people, person, population, politician, parent, the word populace for the Greek word people, see?
Well, another one that we're all interested in, women.
Women, yes. Well, A and B, I thought, must be very important letters to start off an alphabet with. Now, the Bible starts off with man and woman, and I thought, if that little arrow is the male symbol for man, then the chances are B has got something to do with woman.
Right.
And not one archaeologist in the world has actually turned the B up this way to say it symbolises for the breast for the woman, for the mother symbol.
Right.
And the scribes, having that in mind, would have thought, if they put it like that, they're wasting all that space. So being practical people, they stood it up like that, and we've lost the origin of it. Now the real proof of that is, put original behind it. And you got the word Aboriginal means original man and woman of the place.
Right. Now, talking of women, they tell me you've got some really great labour-saving devices here for women. Is that right?
Yes, I've got a washing machine run by the wind.
Whereabouts?
And then push.
Oh, that's that big spinning thing I saw when I pulled up.
Yeah, that's the wind one. And then on the side of it, if the wind doesn't blow, the wife can get on the push bike, pedal away and do the washing and get exercise at the same time.
Well, can we go and have a look at it?
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah.
Good on you, mate. Good on you.
Alf has had many offers over the years for his larger pieces, but he will never part with any of them.
Well, this is your wind-powered washing machine.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
This is fantastic, you know. How do you actually drive it?
Well, when the wind turns, like it's doing at the moment, you've got the drive shaft onto the washing machine. That's an old Morris Minor axle.
So these two half 44-gallon drums get blown around.
Yep.
The power comes down here through this old, what is it, old...
the Morris Minor car back axle.
Right.
That's the drive. And the belt's onto the washing machine, and away you go.
And you're washing your clothes, you can wash them 24 hours a day here, because I tell you what, there's plenty of wind.
Yeah, 24 hours a day, and when the washing's done, the water goes onto the tomatoes, or it goes to tomatoes.
It's environmentally friendly, isn't it?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
It's fantastic, but I've got one question. What do you do if there's no wind?
Well, that's the idea of the push bike alongside of it.
Oh, this one here?
Yeah, that's the one.
Now, you didn't have this one here last year.
No, when the wind stops blowing, which quite often happens out back.
Well, I've been out here for a couple of months and I've been blown away.
Yeah, no,
but you do sometimes get a drought of wind.
Yeah, you go to the station, some of them look at a pump water for the stock.
They can't turn their windmills. So you can jump on this.
Off on it.
You want to give her a run?
Yeah, give it a go, yeah.
I know, now. I reckon this is fantastic.
Pedal away.
Tell Alf, he's got his exercise bike going. He's got a belt here, back through the Morris Minor shaft again, down here another wheel, and of course you've got another washing machine here turning away. Alf was telling me a few weeks ago there's a Japanese chap travelling around on his motorbike along the tracks, and he came in here, he was most impressed, wasn't he, Alf?
Oh, he reckon it was good.
You reckon this was great? He wanted to know whether Alf had a patent on the idea, because he wanted to design an exercise bike with a mini washing machine of it for the apartments in Tokyo. That's right, eh?
Leaving Talc Alf powering away at his weekly washing, Malcolm heads out of town to these multicoloured ochre cliffs. Very few travellers find their way here. Along the horizon runs the northernmost tip of the Flinders Ranges.
QBE Insurance. Cover for things you've thought of and some things you haven't.
It's going to be great. This is quality.
In earlier times, when ochre had great ceremonial significance for the Aborigines, it was traded throughout Australia from this site. Malcolm only reached this huge natural quarry following directions given to him by Talc Alf. It's another example of the natural beauty of the outback, so often bypassed today. Here at the beginning of the Strzelecki track, Malcolm picks up his Roscoe canoe and once again prepares to head north. Turning off the Strzelecki, they drive into the northern Flinders to call in at an old open-cut mine.
I'm in the talc mine, about 120 kilometres north of Alf's place where he does all his carvings, and this is where he picks up his talc to do his carvings. And if you're wondering where the cosmetic powders come from, like your Johnson's baby powder, it comes from this rock. All they do is sort it out, crush it, and package it up.
Talc's also an important component of paints, plastics and products such as horticultural dusting powders. Some of the more intensely coloured rock is exported to sculpturers in Europe. A serious threat to the Flinders Ranges and other inland areas of Australia is the feral goat. Goats arrived with the first fleet, and the early settlers introduced them to the inland. Originally a source of milk and meat, the herds over the years were allowed to run wild, and now they're an ecological disaster. Selective browsers, feral goats can have a profound effect on the environment. Native plant species face severe depletion, and to help preserve Australia's fragile environment, eradication of feral goats is a priority. With the arrival of pastoralists, underground water was tapped and the windmill and trough have become symbols of the inland. Australian animals like these little gorillas make the most of the permanent water, and their numbers over the past 100 years have increased. Man-made dams also benefit the wildlife. North of the ranges, the plains are drought affected, and it's now so hot that to survive, the emus and kangaroos must come in to drink. The dominant species here is the red kangaroo, although curiously the females are normally a distinctive blue-grey colour, and only the big males are tawny red. arrive in small groups late in the day when it's cooler. Heads down drinking, they're always nervous, for the dingo, a predator of kangaroos, is never far away. Attracted by the moisture in the food scraps, the shingleback moves in for a feed. These slow, inoffensive lizards are easily recognised by their rough skin with its pine cone or shingled appearance.
Say goodbye to old costly cable TV once and for all. This revolutionary invention gives you access to your favorite channels and movies completely free of charge. Greedy cable corporations are trying their best to outlaw it. The device, surpassing standard cable companies in channel offerings and HD quality, deploys cutting-edge chip technology to capture satellite TV signals. It gives access to content across all major media platforms, eliminating the need for expensive contracts or monthly subscriptions, making traditional cable providers a thing of the past. Setting up this invention is a breeze, taking less than a minute. Simply plug it in and it works. The signal quality excels in both urban and rural settings. Meet Rewave, crafted by a former cable operator employee in Sydney, turned the TV industry upside down and saved Australians a significant amount of money. After years of working as a technician at a local cable company, Andy stumbled upon a game-changing fact. He discovered there is a law issued to prevent cable companies from hiding their
Towards Inaminka, the country is gripped by drought, and even the wily dingoes are finding the heat intolerable. In their weakened state, many are dying from mange, a hideous skin disease. It's so hot, even the little corellas are grounded. Rabbits are dying either from starvation or from eating toxic plants. Poisonous plants are only eaten when there's literally nothing else left. And when the rabbits die, the crows move in, raucously fighting for a feed. The Strzelecki's now been upgraded to service the oil and gas fields around Moomba, a company town that's strictly off limits to travellers. Oil rigs, so alien in this setting, are now prominent landmarks across the plains. Around 500 wells across the Cooper Basin extract oil and natural gas. In the 1880s, northern South Australia saw the arrival of sheep and cattle, and Inaminka became a service centre. A customs house was built near the Queensland-South Australian border to collect revenue from the drovers, and a pub was built to quench their thirst. 100 years later, there's still nothing much at Inaminka, but the store and the hotel. The Australian Inland Mission Hospital was closed in 1951, and its ruin stands now a monument to all those who provided medical services to the people of the outback. Behind the hotel was a world-famous stack of empty bottles, 5 metres high, stretching for 200 metres. The record flood of 1961 swept the wall downstream. All that's left today is a few hectares of shattered glass. Inaminka is on the banks of the Cooper Creek. There's no better way to enjoy this placid waterway than to drop a line and catch a feed of fish. It's not always easy to catch enough for a meal, but patience is rewarded. These perch are not big, but they're very sweet.
What a wonderful way to spend the day, canoeing on the Cooper Creek. And as an added bonus, a great feed of fish. Whenever the Cooper floods into the Channel Country, water spreads out into a vast network of lakes. The biggest is Coonjee. This permanent waterway, 100 kilometres west of Inaminka, is a true desert oasis. Throughout the season, many birds, like these fairy martins, raise their offspring here on the banks of Coonjee Lake. Malcolm
Malcolm's heard that the track's been cut north of Inaminka, so he checks with the Flying Doctor Service before moving on. He's given the OK, so it's on to Cordillo Downs. Although the rain was only local, native hens have already flown in to feed on the green pick. Between Inaminka and Birdsville is Cordillo Downs, once the biggest sheep station in the world, with a shearing shed of 120 stands. Today, the old shed, classified by the National Trust, is in a sorry state of disrepair. The distinctive arched roof was used because in this country, timber was unavailable for conventional rafters. Many of the buildings at Cordillo Downs are architecturally unique. Once over 100 people lived and worked here. Cordillo Downs is now a cattle station with only 3 permanent residents. A recent acquisition is a satellite dish. From Cordillo, Malcolm will head for the famous Burke and Wills Dig Tree. With the temperature now in the mid-40s, the Corellas congregate during the heat of the day, drinking, resting, and endlessly squawking. Watching a waterhole frequented by the gregarious Corellas is one of the most amazing experiences of the inland. Around Cordillo Downs, enormous red sandhills tower above the surrounding plains. This truly is the heart of Australia. Most desert dwellers are nocturnal, sheltering underground from the intense summer heat. In the morning, a scorpion painstakingly begins to excavate a burrow before the sun heats the sand. It's irritated when a tiny ant interrupts its work. deadly to humans, the scorpion's sting can cause intense pain. Scorpions burrow down a metre or more to where the temperature is constant. Filming and photographing wildlife in the bush is always a challenge. To direct sunlight onto his subject, Malcolm simply uses 2 small mirrors. The hat trick always attracts inquisitive emus. The Aborigines, waving balls of emu feathers, used to exploit this natural curiosity to lure the birds within range of their spears. Further east, just over the border into Queensland, is the site of Australia's most famous tragedy. It was here that Burke and Wills left their main party on the 6th of December, 1860.
This would have to be the most famous tree in all of Queensland. It's certainly the most famous tree along the Coopers Creek. This is the dig tree, the one that was blazed by the supply team that was based here waiting for Burke and Wills to return from the Gulf of Carpentaria. Burke and Wills and Gray and King, they left here on December the 6th, and they walked all the way across to the Gulf of Carpentaria, and they returned to this spot 17 weeks later. And that was, of course, a terrible tragedy, because the very evening that they arrived here, that morning, the supply team that had been waiting here for 17 weeks had packed up and returned to the Darling River. And of course the rest is history. Several weeks later, Burke and Wills died back down the river here towards Indominka. And from here we'll drive down and we'll pick up those graves and we'll show them to you just down here about 50 k's away.
The depot party blazed this tree in 3 places, giving directions to where food was buried. All 3 blazes can still be seen today. Nearby is a simple and poignant memorial to Robert O'Hara Burke, still in remarkably good condition considering that it was blazed 100 years ago. Close to Indominka, on the banks of the Cooper, is the cairn marking Burke's last resting place. About 30 kilometres downstream in the dry bed of the river, is the spot where Wills perished. A small blaze on an old river gum marks the end of that tragic journey. The next day, Malcolm and Steve reach Cameron's Corner and drive through the dingo-proof fence back into New South Wales. 18 hours later, the Oodnadatta, Birdsville and Strzelecki tracks are far behind, and they battle the traffic heading home. In part 2 of Kimberley Adventure, Malcolm fished for the mighty Barramundi in the northeast Kimberley, battled high seas to reach the horizontal waterfall in Talbot Bay, found turtles nesting on the Lassipede Islands, watched a kilometre-long waterfall rise from the sea as the tide dropped, rescued dying turtles, and tangled with the extraordinary tides. Always at home in the isolation of the Kimberley, he settles the boat on a dropping tide, knowing that this is a great place to get a feed. In comes a mangrove jack. And then a Norwest snapper. This time it's something really big.
Oh.
A nice trevally, but it will be released. The jack and the snapper are enough for the midday meal. It's a rough place to camp, but there are no sandy beaches on this stretch of the coast. Fresh fish cooked in mangoes and coconut milk is superb.
One of you guys come and get it! A couple of bits of fish I threw down there. Right.
On the rising tide, they have an unwelcome visitor. A saltwater crocodile. It's obvious that it's never been shot at, and it won't be hunted away.
What do you want? Go on, back off. Go on. Give me that cam. Go on. Go on. That was a little bit scary. Just had a beautiful feed. Just went down to the water to wash my plate. And that croc, which is still behind me, eyeing me off, just turned up a couple of metres from me. A lot of people try and tell me that you can only get crocs where there's mangroves and mud, but not where there's reef, and that's totally wrong. Where you get these big tides and strong currents, you get these crocs, like this one behind me, that travel huge distances on the rise and fall of tide. I call them drifters because they drift, and as soon as there's any sort of activity, they move in. I just show you what you can do with these animals and how careful you've got to be. I've got a bit of fish here, and I'm going to go down and bring him in, and I'll feed him that fish, and he's a totally wild animal, probably never seen humans before. I'm just trying to emphasise here how careful you've got to be in crocodile country.
Malcolm demonstrates how aggressive it can be. At 3 metres, it's big enough to take a human. With eyes wide open and jaws slightly ajar, it's poised to attack. The men move well away from the croc to camp for the night.
When you're on a long trip on a boat, you often run out of the conventional lure, the silver one or the red one, and you've got to make up lures. Now, years ago, a lot of you saw me make a lure out of the Sunshine milk tin lid, this little silver section. Well, that makes an excellent lure, and I'll make one out of that in a minute. And also the Milo lid makes a smaller lure, makes a good lure too. I've just had a look around the boat, and I've picked up all sorts of bits and pieces. A bit of orange rope will make an excellent lure. Yellow rope. A little bit of white plastic. Now that makes a really great lure. Just twist it together, and you've got yourself a nice squid. What else have we got here? Oh look, here's a bit of red and white rag. That'll work well. Bit of red material. That is excellent. Bit of white plastic and a bit of scungy old rope, that'll work well too. There's a good lure. Off-white bit of rag and another bit of plastic. So we've got lots and lots of lures here. So I'll just make up a few and we'll go and try them out. All I'm doing here is just wrapping a little piece of plastic around the hook and just binding it on with a bit of wire, and I'll just sliver that a little bit. Right, that one looks pretty right. The next one will be the bit of aluminium foil. So it's pretty simple, just a matter of wrapping it around the hook a few times. There we are, squash it on, and you can shape it down so it looks like a little minnow, like a little silver fish. And I'll just bind some wire on that. That looks pretty good. We'll try some orange rope now. Have to split it up into 3 or 4 pieces. I've got 3 pieces here now, smaller pieces. I'll put them together, bend it in half, and I'll shorten that down, fray them up a little bit. When they go through the water, they get nice and loose. And right now, I'll stick a hook in there. Right, we just put, I might even put a double hook. Yeah, double hook. Right, a bit of wire. And just
tie that on like so. Out in the bush here, you don't want to be mucking around making lures. I don't anyway. I'd much rather be catching the fish and eating the fish than making the lures. But these look pretty rough, but I tell you what, they work very well. Just tie that on there. Just now what I do is I take the end of the wire and just pop it through the eye there. So that'll stop it from slipping down. Just pop it through there. Take the other one through the eye the other way. Pull it through. Now all I have to do is twitch those together. These only have to last for one fish. As long as I get a feed, that's all I ask. What do you reckon? An orange squid or an octopus? Right, I could go in here all day, so I'll make up a few more and we'll go and try them. Yeah, well they all look pretty good. So, I've got one more to show you. Here, it's an old, what is it? Old 303 spent shell, an empty shell, very old and corroded. It doesn't look very exciting now, but if I clean that up and get a bit of colour to it, and clean it up, see how bright it is now?
Tom jams the hooks inside the shell.
There we are. Righto, that's ready to catch a fish. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Yep.
When the tide's high through the mangroves, it's time to give the homemade lures a test run.
I've got the old cartridge on one line there. I've got the very upmarket lure, the little bit of plastic, white plastic bag. And the third one we're going to try is the white rag and the red rag. Just go for a trial and I'll show you how good they work. Well, there we are. Now that is the, that's the little, yeah, we're just checking. That's the little 303 bullet. So it just goes to show. There we are, see? Right, now, keep this one for tea and I'll try one of the other lures. Okay. Right, Tom, just round this. Up! Come on. There we are. One mouthful of red and white rag, and it's a beautiful fish. So it just goes to show that you don't have to buy very expensive lures. If you use the right colour and the right speed, trevallies you always trawl very quickly. If they come around and they're not going for the lure, trawl a lot faster, and you'll always get them. Well, it's a nice fish, but we've already got one, so I'll let it go.
Orange and yellow raffia excites the fish.
Righto, there's the evidence. Couple of minutes, and another nice trevally. Got a very tiny hook on here. It won't hurt the fish. Jeez. Just, there we are. See, look at it, but it's very effective. Right, pop him back in the water.
just hooked another one on the red and white little piece of rag, and just down here in front of me there were just hundreds of trevally about this big. If you just go around now, you might be able to see them there in the water. Look at them. Whee! I just lost, just bit the trace. You can see them out here now. They're just in a feeding frenzy. The fishing up here is just amazing. Righto, here I have my very special lure, about 2 cents worth or less of white paper bag. So we just put that on the swivel and throw it over. Righto, Tom, thanks mate.
Within seconds, the fish lunge at the plastic.
Yeah, I'm putting him back in the water. A minute, look at that. That's not a bad fish for a... And I caught that on a little piece of plastic bag. Ah, how's that? Undamaged, back in the water. See you later, mate. When we're in the boat for a long period of time and we're eating fish almost nightly, and a lot of it's trevally. It's not a bad fish, but it's not the best eating fish that we can catch. So every now and then when we've got a bit of time, we come ashore early, we cook up a real gourmet meal. Now, I know I'm pretty rough in the bush, but occasionally I do carry the aluminium foil. So we lie that out there. I put another smaller piece down here, and I'll put a couple of fish in on the foil. One there and one there. Righto. Bundy, how about you moving off for a while? Righto. Freshly caught trevally. It's got to be cooked within hours of catching it, otherwise it'll dry out. Now, I've been carrying with me some coconut milk for quite a while, so I'm going to put the coconut milk in and some sliced mangoes. Stuff it with sliced mangoes. Get out of it, dog. A little bit of curry powder and a Kimberley onion. That's how we grow onions in the Kimberley. Big, and it's not a sour onion, it's very sweet, so it'll add to the flavour of the mangoes. Sounds like a weird combination, but it's going to be beautiful. The sliced mango goes inside. There we are. Oh, this, whoops. Beautiful, this. And the juice on top. And the onion just goes all over it, like so. And inside, I use whatever I've got in the boat. I just happen to still have an onion. And of course the coconut milk, well, always carry the coconut milk. Now that goes all over the fish. Here we are. Not all of it. Now before I lose it, I'll wrap it all up. Wrap it up. When it's all wrapped up, go straight on the coals. How is that? Beautiful, beautiful. I was a bit short of foil, and I got a touch of sand in on the back here. Just get rid of that. And we'll have a look inside. Oh, now it is just breaking away, and it is beautiful, sweet, juicy meat.
Over 800 islands lie off the Kimberley coast. Dismissed by the early explorers as worthless obstacles of sand and rock, their strange, haunting surrealism is so different from other coastal scenes. On these barren islands, a pocket of lush vegetation signals fresh water. In such a hot, remote place, Malcolm's always looking to replenish his supplies.
Look. This is another sign that there's usually water nearby. This is the Australian native fig tree. And I've got a green ant biting me. There he is. He's also a good tucker. That's nice. Yeah, the Australian fig, what happens is that the seed-eating birds eat the figs. Very sweet, very nice. They come in near the water and they pass these seeds, and of course they grow around near these water holes. Just before I go and check in the freshwater mangroves here for water, I'm going to have a bit of a feed. Whoops, nearly fell down. In another couple of weeks, this whole tree would be covered in red fruit. Just got a couple here, and I'm getting down very quickly because all over me are green ants. Cheers. Oh. These are the green ants that I was talking about that you can eat. Oh, wow. Hundreds of them all over me. Oh, bit of a payback here. I'll eat the rear end of some of these.
The abdomen contains acidic juices. The tart flavour a thirst quencher, like sherbet.
I was just about to show you earlier when I was rudely interrupted by those green ants attacking me, the ripe fruit. Here's one here, and around it are all the green ants. I've come in through the mangroves and I found this water here, but it's brackish after the very big tides we've been having for a while. Behind here though, it's still very green. So if I go back into that grass, there's a good chance that I'll find fresh water above high tide mark. Right back inside is a small puddle seeping out of the rock. Beautiful spring water. So once again, with a little bit of knowledge and a little bit of perseverance, we've got beautiful water. I've just come in and anchored very close to this reef. The tide's going to rise, and in a few minutes big schools of trevally should come in along the edge here, waiting to go over the reef to feed into the mangroves. Just for a few minutes the fishing is usually fantastic, so just wait. Just as that water peaks and goes over the reef, the fish will come on.
Within a few minutes, the wind came up. So the next morning, they're back again. The water's glassy calm and fish are schooling below.
There we are. Sit down, dog. Nice fish. Only a couple of inches of water. Must have been the change of hat. This is my lucky hat. Sit down, bud. Sit down. Sit.
On the high tide, pelagic fish browse near the mangroves, and here the fishing is excellent.
Good dog, good dog.
Packs of black-tip reef sharks arrive and Malcolm tries to film them with a small underwater Super 8 camera. He's trying to record their reaction to a piece of fish tied to the stern. But he's not having much luck.
Come on, hey, back.
Black-tip reef sharks are not usually aggressive towards humans, but they become agitated when there's blood or food in the water. The sharks are more interested in the camera when it's immersed in the water. Malcolm, a left-hander, films with his right hand in case he's bitten. The huge tides restlessly build and ebb every 6 hours, and the currents teem with fish.
Take it out. Get out, Benji. Come on. Come on. Now all these fish are feeding on very small bait fish. That's why all the birds are diving all around the boat. We tried bigger lures, we didn't do any good. So what I did was made up a very small, rather primitive wet fly out of a little bit of a white feather they found on the beach and a little bit of silver foil.
work beautifully.
This frantic feeding activity takes place every day on the dropping tide.
Oh, look, one. Hey? Lovely fish. Geez, I don't know what it is. Dolphin fish, is it? I've never seen one of those before. Beautiful fish. Look at the colour. Hey? 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 Good fish. We'll clean it up with some petrol and... Not a bad fish, is it? Beautiful colours. Look at it. Oh, gee, I only just caught him. Did you notice he just spat the lure out then? And that's what I caught him on. A very small silver lure. These birds are feeding on very small fish. Big lures are no good. Got to use a little lure. Right, it's very late in the afternoon, so just go and have another trial amongst the birds just before we go home and cook that fish on the beach. Yeah?
Known as the mirror fish because of its beautiful reflected colours, this species is rarely caught in the waters of the northwest. By sunup, Malcolm's on his way again, heading for Walcott Inlet. At a rocky outcrop in Collier Bay, he checks a small cave just above the high tide mark. This is the final resting place of the last seafaring Aborigines from Montgomery Reef. Malcolm's always concerned that the bones might be desecrated or stolen, but all's well. There's been no recent disturbance. Cliffs dominate much of the Kimberley coastline. But at the entrance to Doubtful Bay, just above the waterline, grows a small rainforest thicket.
People often ask me how you find water on an isolated coast like the Kimberley. Well, it's often very difficult, but there are a number of signs. One, of course, are the seed-eating birds like the rock pigeons and corellas and cockatoos. They always come into water. Another one behind me is a remnant rainforest. Now, this is the end of the dry season now, but that rainforest and those trees are very rich, very green, so they've got their roots down in the water. When we came along the coast, I noticed those trees, so we've come in here and we found water. Now where I'm sitting is about 5 metres under the sea at high tide, so I can only find this water at low tide. Just below me. That's very sweet. That's spring water. Beautiful water. So if you are going along the coast in a boat and you see these rich little clumps of rainforest, often below a cliff line like this one is, it indicates that the water table runs out somewhere on the sand or amongst the rocks. And remember, quite often you can only find that water at low tide. Boone, come and have a drink. Come on. Lovely water. Here. Here, drink. Here. Come here. Here, drink. Here. Beautiful. Here. Oh, lovely. No, not my cup. Here. Out of my hand. Nice, eh? Oh, fresh water.
Steep Island towers out of the sea at the entrance to Doubtful Bay. Nearby is a special place where the spirit guardians watch over the coast. Known as Wanjinas, these mythological beings have power over the country and the seasons. Wanjinas are found throughout the Western Kimberley. Their secret haunts have distinctive names. This is Narmullali. Around the Wanjinas are paintings of their exploits and the fish they caught. Once, the Aborigines came every year at the beginning of the wet to repaint the images, restoring their power according to age-old custom. This ritual is no longer performed, and the Wanjinas will eventually fade and disappear. In the late afternoon, the Kimberley sandstone gleams gold. Malcolm, a keen photographer, catches the magic light on his Olympus camera. As the shadows lengthen, the colours soften to pastel. A day later, and further north along the coast, the men enter a small bay at Langi, an area rich in Aboriginal mythology. When Wanjinas roamed this land, they met here at Langi, and a ferocious battle was fought. The rocks represent those warriors felled in the conflict. After the usual wait a while, the men motor into Walcott Inlet and up to where the salt water meets the fresh. There are few places anywhere as tranquil as this. On long trips, the men always need fresh fish, and this is a good spot for sooty grunter.
Now these are the Kimberley sooty grunter, or most people call them a black brim. They're not a very exciting fish, but they're beautiful to eat. You can fry them, grill them, put them in the coals, and I've even boiled them and made a soup out of them, very nice. Now we've got a fair way to walk back to the boat, so what I've got is just a stick here, you see, like a V, and a longer section here for holding and a shorter one here to thread the fish on. All I do is just pop it up through the gills and the mouth, and it's a very good way to carry your fish back to the boat or back to camp. Oops. Righto, just pop it on there. Come on. What?
At low tide in the upper reaches of the inlet, only a few waterholes can be found. It's impossible to travel, but this is a great place to drop a line. So Malcolm and Tom go after threadfin salmon. Young whaler shark is not Malcolm's favourite meal.
Now this is what we have been after. In the cool times, when these fish are fat, they would be the best eating fish in the north. I would rate these threadfin salmon even higher than the mighty barramundi. That is a beautiful eating fish. And you're going to get a little bit, but just leave it alone, right? Leave him alone. As I was saying, that's probably one of the best eating fish you'll get in the north. Threadfin salmon, because he's got the whiskers underneath here. See the little whiskers?
And this bigger fish is a good-sized barramundi.
Now, if you're going to handle these fish, don't pick them up by the gills, and I've been the worst offender for that for many years. If you want to release the fish, well, pick it up underneath with a bag like this and hold it so you don't damage the fish. You can take your photograph, do what you like, and then you can release the fish again.
The men will just have time to cook a feed before the tide comes back up the inlet. It arrives with extraordinary speed. Within seconds, the sand flats are alive with a living, leaping spread of millions of pop-eyed jumping mullet. Salmon, barramundi and sharks swim below, feasting on the shimmering mass. As the tide recedes, the men head for the open sea and on to Broome. With the arrival of the wet season, it will be a busy time trapping crocs and collecting eggs. Watch for Malcolm Douglas's next adventure, living with crocodiles.
When Europeans explored Australia, they took up huge tracts of land. They settled wherever they could sow their crops or graze their sheep and cattle. One of the last regions taken up was the far northwest Kimberley, an area so rugged that only a few isolated cattle stations struggled to survive there. The ancient eroded mountains were a barrier to all but the most hardy and determined pioneers. They pushed north with their cattle over the Durack and King Leopold ranges to settle wherever feed and water were available. The most rugged and isolated country was simply referred to as over the range. Malcolm Douglas now takes you on another great adventure with the cattlemen of Australia's remote nor'west. It's winter in the Kimberley, the dry season. Warm days and months without rain. At Mount Elizabeth Station, the horses have been mustered, ready for drafting. Malcolm Douglas and the station owner, Peter Lacey, pick out the best mounts, for they're planning an expedition into the backcountry, a wild, inhospitable place, accessible only on horseback. The horses not required are turned out, and those selected prepared for the long journey. Sound feet are vital. Much of the country to be traversed is extremely rocky, and unshod, horses quickly become footsore and lame. The Aboriginal stockmen, Narrogin tribesmen, have been on Mount Elizabeth since their parents left the bush 30 years ago to work on the newly established station. "15 horses will be used for the main expedition, for each rider must have at least 2 mounts, and the team needs pack horses and a mule for all the supplies and equipment. Marbuck is Peter's favourite mare. The animals singled out are given extra feed, for horses rapidly lose their condition in the Kimberley dry season. Pack saddles, once used extensively throughout Australia, are becoming a rarity. Four-wheel drive vehicles can reach most areas and carry more gear. But at Mount Elizabeth, horses are still used, when the men muster in the more isolated pockets of the property. All equipment is carefully checked and repaired. And extra hobbles must be made. A dried, salted bullock skin is softened for several hours under a layer of wet sand until it's pliable enough to work. Hobbles used in the mustering camps restrict the horse's movements while allowing it limited range to feed. Years ago, the Australian stockmen used greenhide to make all their saddlery. Today, most of it's machine-made, and these skills are rapidly dying out. A length of wood draws a knot in the strip. The knot fits neatly into a slit, and the completed hobbles fit loosely around the front legs, just above the hoof. Hide neck straps are made so that each horse can carry its own set of hobbles during the day. Extra bread is baked for the expedition. All these remote cattle stations are self-sufficient. The nearest town is over 500 kilometres away by road. Before leaving, Peter methodically cleans and checks his guns. As well as the high-powered rifle, he always rides with a revolver strapped to his thigh. These armaments are not for sport. The rifle is used to eradicate vermin and supply the station with meat. The revolver's always at the ready in case of danger. Peter's been close to death 4 times, gored by charging wild cattle, so he's been issued with a permit to carry these weapons. Malcolm, who's rarely fired a handgun, makes sure that he'll be able to use it correctly in an emergency. Malcolm carries a rifle too, but for survival only. It's kept dismantled and well protected in his swag. Everyone's ready to go except Johnny James the mule. Typically, he's cranky and stubborn, and he bites and kicks without warning. The mule, a hybrid animal, is a cross between a donkey and a horse. Throughout the world, mules have been bred for their ability to work under severe conditions and to withstand extreme hardship. Before roads were pushed over the range, Peter and his father ran a big team of mules, but they've been superseded, and Johnny James is the last of the pack mules on Mount Elizabeth. Pack horses are easier to manage.
We'll line out in the next 2 days. A week spot.
The horses are skittish at first, but they soon settle down and the expedition starts out. Until the going gets too rough, the vehicles will carry most of the supplies to ease the burden on the horses. They follow the station track past the old homestead. Peter's father took up the selection of Mount Elizabeth in 1946 and built this classic stone and ant bed home. The original roof was a thatch of local reeds. A big goanna is spotted by Dickie and Scotty, the Aboriginal stockmen. Scotty wields a stick like a boomerang, and he's deadly accurate. Horses hate goannas. Dickie's always up to tricks and gives Scotty a few anxious moments. The horses settle and they return to the midday camp. Scotty gives the goanna to Malcolm for lunch. 15 minutes on the hot sand covered with coals and it'll be ready to eat. Peter's arranged to assist at the annual muster on Mount Barnett, a neighbouring property, and the men head south to the main camp. They keep a wary eye on wild scrub bulls, always dangerous. Arriving at Mount Barnett, the men yard their horses in a small holding pen. They'll be rested while the muster's on. Buck, a fine young stallion, has only recently been broken in, and Peter gives it lots of attention. But Buck is more interested in the black mare. Johnny James is being difficult again. Now he doesn't want his pack saddles removed. Mules are vicious, a deserved reputation, and Dickie makes sure that he keeps well out of the way. Kimberley horses lose their condition rapidly, so until the vehicles are left behind, they're given concentrated feed. At the end of the day, hobbles are fitted and the horses turned loose for the night. Everyone rests, for the following days will be hard and hectic. By sunup, everyone's on the move. The muster's in full swing. Malcolm, Peter, Scotty and Dickie have joined the large team of stockmen on the Mount Barnett boundary. As there are few fences between properties, mustering's often a combined effort. Branded cattle can be drafted according to ownership, and wild, clean skins are equally shared. The Aboriginal stockmen play a vital role during the muster. The horses, still fresh, take some time to settle. Cattle already mustered are held in temporary yards. They could easily break through the flimsy enclosure, but the unfamiliar Hessian defies them and they remain generally quiet during the night. Everyone's tense when the cattle are released. The flighty ones always break. And the bull buggies give chase. Skill is needed to contain the mob. They'll be pushed along steadily all day, and as other cattle are found, they're run into the herd. Wild bulls repeatedly break from the mob and at any time can charge the stockman. When they get away, Peter gives chase. This is the quickest way to control these animals. A top horseman can sometimes cut a bull back into the mob, but it's dangerous. This is the first time that some of these cattle have seen horses and humans. It's a wild, rough ride, driving flat out, dodging trees, fallen logs and holes in the black soil. When the buggy gets too close, a bull will attack. Peter, an amazing driver, has to maneuver the angry beast back to the mob. The cattlemen's latest attempts to control the wild open-range cattle involves helicopters, flown by men with nerves of steel. The pilots cover in one day vast areas that would take a team of stockmen weeks to muster. The helicopter keeps the cattle on the run, pushing them towards the stockman holding the main herd. Their low-level maneuvering is breathtaking and spectacular. The bull buggy and chopper, working together, flush out the most determined bulls and move them along. The wildest bulls won't be intimidated and attack the vehicle until they drop, exhausted. The bull bar immobilizes the animal while it's dehorned. Scrub bulls are virtually vermin and must be eradicated before well-bred stock can be introduced to improve the herd. Bulls that shy away from the main herd are picked up and delivered to the yards by truck. Any bulls not caught are shot. Bull chasing is a rough, bone-jarring occupation, and at any time a driver has a good chance of being gored by a beast or injured in a rolling vehicle. Somehow, Peter and his team maintain this pace for weeks during the mustering season. Peter contract musters on a number of Kimberley cattle stations. He's paid for the number of bulls rounded up. An outsider might not understand the need for this brutal activity, but the cattle industry depends on culling for its very survival. Cooling the engine is essential after hours of driving at high speed through long, dry grass. As the days pass, the small, scattered mobs merge. On the last day, long Hessian wings are erected to direct the cattle into the yards. Aerial mustering has to be successful. It costs around $200 an hour to hire a helicopter. But often, much to the disgust of the cattlemen, more donkeys are rounded up than saleable cattle. Introduced by the first settlers, donkeys now roam in plague proportions. The pilot cuts out as many donkeys as he can and gives them one last push before heading off to another station and another muster. Any donkeys trapped with the cattle are sold for pet's meat. There are now so many in the Kimberley that their numbers have to be controlled. Peter's been looking for a young donkey for his son, and this is the lucky one. It's going straight back to the homestead. Brett's delighted, and within days, the boy and the little donkey are constant companions. Brett loves animals. He's even encouraged the many birds to drink from a shallow basin at the edge of the garden. While at home, Peter gives his gyrocopter a quick check-over. Aware of the changes needed to remain profitable, Peter's recently built this machine, and he hopes eventually to be able to direct his stockmen to cattle that he spotted from the air. Still sorting out minor construction problems, Peter's restricted to taxiing along the airstrip, running the motor in. Within 12 months, he'll be using his gyrocopter regularly during the mustering season. Peter's father, Frank Lacey, the last of the Kimberley pioneers, watches his son, bemused by the changes rapidly taking place. An expert bushman, he taught Peter many of the skills needed to work an outback cattle station. One of these crafts was the manufacture of green hide rope from bullock skin. Salted and wrapped for 24 hours, it's then sliced methodically in an ever-decreasing circle into a long strip. Five strands laid out in equal lengths are fixed to a hobble swivel.
Any order, Peter?
Each strand is individually twisted. Then a wooden cross holds the 5 strands in position as they're wound together.
Hey, come here.
The middle strand passes through a hole in the center of the cross. It's left taut for a week to stretch and dry. These Bronco ropes were once used right across Australia and have now all but been replaced by nylon. Periodically rubbed with fat, they'll stay supple throughout the season. Back at the stockyards, drafting's in full swing. The branded animals are separated and the clean skins pushed into the smaller yards for marking. The young bulls are castrated, dehorned, and branded, and released to roam the ranges for another year. Any fat bullocks or bulls are kept for market. They'll end up as hamburger meat in America. The bulls which have not been yarded before are uncontrollable. Some are especially stubborn. And Lauren Bishop, the owner of Mount Barnett, trying a different approach, only just escapes a goring. Slowly, the bulls are loaded. The days are long, hot and dusty. It's a tough life, with few luxuries. The basic diet is meat, damper and black tea, 3 times a day. A beast is killed whenever meat is needed. Malcolm organises lunch. Rump steak, barbecued bush style. And damper, the traditional bread of the bush, is baked daily. Most big camps have a cook, and like chefs the world over, they have their individual methods. Danny, the Mount Barnett camp cook, making sure that the loaf will rise, adds a generous amount of baking powder to the flour. The secret of success is a good bed and glowing coals to evenly heat without burning. Half an hour in the oven and it's ready. It looks easy, but to make a good damper is a knack acquired with years of practice. With the muster over, it's time to move on, and Johnny James is up to his old tricks again. It's important that the saddlebags are evenly balanced.
Before we had the... Hey, ready up, Bill. What's that, Pete? Before we had the...
Look out, Peter. He bites. Johnny James is kept pinned while the horses are saddled. But he's far from happy. And when the gates open, he's off. His crashing return scatters the team. This erratic behaviour is typical of mules. When Johnny James settles down, the team heads back through Mount Elizabeth and on towards the west, to the Stony Country. The Spinifex pigeons blend in well with the rocks. When the terrain is too rough, even for the four-wheel drive vehicles, they're left at a base camp. From here, equipment and provisions will be carried in pack saddles. Gecko, Peter's favourite pack horse, had her left eye removed by a government vet when a cancerous cyst inflamed the pupil. Now, completely recovered, the loss of an eye doesn't worry her at all. She's docile and steady. A great pack horse. Malcolm reports their position to the Flying Doctor base. A hike to the top of the nearest range reveals to the north and west the wild Stony Country shimmering in the dry season heat. This no man's land is the least known region of Australia. The last Aborigines left 20 years ago, and it's too rough for selection. But it's an area that Malcolm has been keen to visit for years. Peter's interested in the scattered mobs of wild cattle found wherever there's permanent water and feed. When cattle prices rise, it could be profitable to organise a team of stockmen and helicopters to round them up. The price of beef is controlled by the hamburger meat market in America, and currently this is depressed. For tens of thousands of years, fierce Aborigines roamed this wilderness. Now they're gone. The fragmented tribal groups live on cattle stations, missions and government settlements. Malcolm's always keen to learn about the Aboriginal culture, and he's looking for cave paintings and burial sites. Peter, Scotty and Dickie know of many sites, but others may never be found. The locations have been lost with the passing of the tribal elders. The first paintings shown to Malcolm are of the Wandjina, mythical dreamtime beings who, with supernatural power, created the world. When they died, they left their images on the walls and ceilings of caves. The Wandjina spirits live on, controlling the destinies of the Aboriginal people. These caves were also the homes of tribal spirits, where the bones of the dead were placed on ledges for safekeeping. Close by, the commonly named paper nest wasps are guarding their young and enlarging the nest. Scotty and Dickie drive the aggressive insects away, for the larvae are good to eat. These fat grubs were a treat relished especially by the children. Another delicacy is sweet manna. This sugary substance was described by Moses in the Bible over 4,000 years ago. It's a great favourite with the Aboriginal people. The secretion is produced by an insect no bigger than a match head. The manna, shaken from the leaves, is left to dry for a few hours in the sun. Large quantities of manna were once collected by the women and carried in paper bark containers. The Aboriginal stockmen crave their traditional food, and at the first opportunity, Dickie's off hunting, returning with a kangaroo. On a patch of bare, sandy ground, Dickie shows Malcolm the small mauve stem of a sweet yam. They're found easily and can be eaten raw.
Yeah, passing the...
This aptly named snake, a black-headed python, is non-venomous and passive. Meat is needed, and Peter, on the lookout for a beast, spots a young heifer.
Heifer.
It might look a bit rough, but it's the way stockmen have always replenished their supplies. The rump, one of the best cuts, is Peter's choice.
I reckon someone would have shot at it. And then a bushfire got off. Our dinner camp got away.
Most of the meat will be salted to preserve it in the heat. Malcolm makes sure that he gets in for the fillet.
Corned beef.
Salt is rubbed well into the meat, which is heaped and left overnight.
Don't do it properly with blow, you get in and we'll lose all the blood.
There's no better lunch than fresh rib bones roasted on the coals. And fresh damper completes the meal. Scavenging crows and hawks are never far away. A dingo, too, picks up the scent of blood. Dingoes are common in the Kimberley. Their numbers have increased with the introduction of cattle. He's wary and will wait for nightfall before he moves in on the carcass. Camps are basic, with swags rolled out on the bare ground. The hobbled horses are retrieved at dawn and harnessed. The salted beef, now dried, can be carried for months. But before cooking, it's soaked, rinsed, and boiled several times until all the salt's removed. When it's finally edible, it's a simple sort of corned beef. The men break camp and push on, deep into the stony country. It's now late in the dry season, and the first clouds to appear for months signal the beginning of the change of seasons. Spectacular frilled lizards threaten ferociously when the horses pass by. They seek safety, camouflaged as bumps on a dead branch. Scotty leads the group to an important site that Malcolm's anxious to see. It's the Crocodile Dreaming Site. Here, the Aborigines say, freshwater crocodiles were created. During the time that the Wanjinas roamed the land, a group of Aborigines travelled from the north and arrived at this cave. The Wanjinas changed them into freshwater crocodiles. The females are the ones full of eggs. The many young, the smaller paintings, are shown throughout the cave. The big males with the huge black eyes are at the far end. From this cave, the crocodiles travelled to the Drysdale River and gradually dispersed to all the freshwater rivers in the north. The path that the crocodiles travelled from the cave to the river is marked by stones, and Scotty shows Malcolm the direction that the reptiles took. Years ago, the owner of this ceremony would arrange for the tribes to gather and reenact the crocodile creation. Today, the paintings and ceremonial sites are falling into disrepair. Crocodiles are now an important food, and Scotty hooks one before leaving. But Malcolm's still looking for burial sites and a particular style of ancient cave art. Scotty recognises a small, upright stone. Such markers, placed high on a ridge, indicate that an important site lies nearby. Peter and Malcolm investigate. Peter's anxious to locate and record all the burial caves on his property, for already those near the main road have been desecrated by travellers. When a tribesman died, his body was placed on a high wooden platform to decay. The skeleton was taken back and deposited in the man's spirit place. A small cairn kept the bones intact. With the disintegration of tribal life, this ritual ceased, and now the bones are deteriorating to finally disperse on the wind. Close by, Peter and Malcolm locate a fine collection of the small stick-like figures called Bradshaw paintings. This style was named after Mr. Joseph Bradshaw, an early Kimberley explorer who discovered and described the ancient pictographs in a cave near the coast. Nothing is known of the origins of this art. Aborigines today treat the paintings with contempt and call them rubbish. So it appears that the Bradshaws were illustrated by people of a previous era. The cave paintings and burial sites are the last reminders of human occupation in this remote area. It's been a long, hard journey over the range, and now it's time to head the horses round. For Malcolm, it's been an unforgettable experience, but he's concerned. The wilderness is threatened. Mining companies and tour operators are looking to the north. It's hoped they'll respect and conserve this wild region. Back at Mount Elizabeth, the weary horses are fed and will be turned out to run free. Malcolm must leave to return home, for the coming rains will isolate the Kimberley for the many months of the wet season.
Most people travel with portable fridges these days, and if you're not careful you're going to end up with a flat battery. They leave the towns, drive out in the bush with a fridge full of frozen goods, stop for a day or two camping and fishing, and when they hop in the vehicle the battery's flat. So it's advisable to carry one of these solar panels. You can trickle charge your battery the whole time with your fridge on. The idea is to have a very long lead so you can park your vehicle in the shade all day and put your panel out in the sun. And that way you won't have a flat battery. When you install a fridge in your vehicle, you should put it up high, because what happens is we overpack our vehicles. That's just a fact of life. You always end up with a lot of gear. And you're bouncing down the road and your swags or whatever can roll down on top of these, block off the air vents, your fridge can overheat, and of course at the end of the day the fridge is not working. So I've got mine right up here on a platform. And the other thing is too that it's always easy to get at and have something to eat. Very relaxing out here in the bush. Open fire, beautiful day, waiting for the billy to boil. You notice I've got a shovel on the coals. I'm heating it up. And that's my bush barbecue. I've just changed the bait in this crocodile trap here, and it's always a rotten, smelly job. Always end up very dirty. Back at the vehicle, I've got a great way of cleaning up. Under the bonnet, we've got a bush shower. I've got my 20 litres of water here, a long black hose, and a shower hose. Now it's just a matter of lifting the bonnet, and connecting up these two hoses. We've installed what's called the Glynde Aussie Bush shower. Basically, it runs through the heating system that you use inside your car there. Up here in the tropics, we don't have to have the motor running because you get warm water.
If you're down south where it's cold, you'd regulate the temperature of the water by idling your motor and using the little on-off heater switch inside the car. The hotter you want it, the further you turn up your heater switch. So what I do now is just pop this one on there quickly, just screw it on, and the black hose goes into the drum. The reason you have a very long one is to throw it out into a river or a stream. If you're out in the bush and you come to a stream, just pull up and throw your hose out into the water. This is already connected up. We've got a filter on here. Just pop that on and just start it up. Wendy, here. How many times do you want to go fishing and you go to your lure bag and you pull your lures out and they're all tangled up like this and it drives you up the wall because all you want to do is flick a lure. But I tell you what, the best thing is to make up a lure bag. See that? That one's made out of clear plastic, very heavy plastic so the treble hooks don't stick into it. You can see all your lures and make it up, and it's got a little strap here. That is just wonderful. Here next to me I've got a bigger one. See, one of these swag clips on it. Isn't that great? All your lures, and out they come, and you're a happy fisherman. One of the best things I've had for a long time. Me. When you're out in the bush chasing mud crabs, you always end up with these lumps of smelly fish. Oh, oh, that's really bad. I'll get rid of it. But a better way, if you're travelling long distances from home and you don't have any way of keeping your fish fresh or you haven't caught anything and you're after a feed of mud crabs, is to go to the supermarket and get some of these little tins of seafood. This one is, flaked tuna supreme. So we just put a little wire on the top there to hold it into the pot. 2 or 3 holes in it, top and bottom. Oh, that was terrible, the smell. Just wire it quickly into the crab pot here. Now, the idea of this is all the oils and the little tiny pieces of meat come out through those holes and attracts the crabs. And the crabs can't pinch your bait. So it's really a great way of catching crabs. So we just drop that over the side there. And I'll come back in 10 or 15 minutes and check it. Yeah. Oh, look at this. That's not too bad, is it? 2 beautiful mud crabs. Just have a look at the size of, oops, look out. Just have a look at the size of this big one here. Oh. When you pick a mud crab up, always pick it up by these rear swimmers here. Jeez, is it? Fair sized crab. Come on. Come on, mate. There we are. Have a look at that. Isn't that a beautiful crab? Now, if you try and put more than 1 or 2 of these in a bag, they're going to fight, they're going to break their nippers off, and of course when you get home or back to the camp, if you haven't got any ice, they're going to be rotten. You don't want to waste them. So what you do is tie them up. I'll just show you how you do that. Very simple, very easy to do.
Right, I've got him by the nippers. The best thing is to put your foot, your big toe, or I'm using reef boots, on the shell there. And now you've got him pinned down. Drop the cord under the main shell and on top of the front nippers. Right, now that's in place. You bring it around over the front of that main nipper. See how it locks in on this little hook here? So it just goes around there, and now you just take it around either under the swimmer or one of the rear legs. Right, now we'll just do the same with this one. Just, it's better to do it fast than slow. We'll just bring it around under there, lock it on that front section where I'm pointing there, right, pull them in together. See, we're just pulling them together. See how those front nippers are locked towards the shell now? Now I'm just taking the black cord in under one of the back legs or the rear swimmer. In this case, under the leg because the swimmer is broken. Just a little knot there. Just tie him up. And there we have it. All bundled up. When you put those crabs together in a bag, they won't fight. It's a good idea to pack them in lots of wet hessian, or if you haven't got hessian, when you put them in the bag, put some mangrove leaves between them, and then they'll just settle down there and keep them nice and damp, nice and cool. Take it back to the camp, take it home. Oh, have a look at this for a crab. And I've caught him on the tuna Mornay, and well, he's going to have a go at me. And he's mangled up that tin. Just get him out, show him to you. What a beautiful crab. Oh, have a look at that. Wow. Isn't that a magnificent crab? Have a look what he's done to the tin. The power of those claws. See how he's chewed that tin up? Just get hold of these nippers. Oh, righto. So it just goes to show you don't have to have those smelly pieces of fish. You can come away with your tins of cat food. Okay. How often does this happen? Down on the beach, remote part of Australia, the tide coming in. I've got what appears to be a very serious bog. Now if I kept spinning those tyres, very soon I'd have the diff housing down in the mud, and that's virtually impossible to get out of. But I've got just the thing in the back of the car to get me out of that bog very quickly. It's called the portable rescue tree. One of these is absolutely essential out here in the bush. You actually need your four-wheel drive, diff lock, your winch, and one of these. And you can get out of just about any bog. Now I've got to move pretty fast because that tide's coming in. Just a matter of pulling that pin out, taking this handle out here, folding down these wide sections and tightening them up. It takes a second or two. Sliding that pulling arm out, dropping that handle on there, put the pin back in, and it's ready for use. Portable tree's in place, so now I go back to the vehicle, start the vehicle up, start winding the winch in, and the portable tree will bite down into the sand and it should pull me out very quickly. Take me a minute to pack it up, back in the car, and I'm away from the danger zone of that rising water. And another catfish. So often out in these mangrove creeks and tidal rivers, this is all you catch. And people treat them with a lot of disrespect and curse them and throw them back. Well, they're not the best eating, but when you're out in the bush, you don't get anything else. These aren't too bad, but you've got to be very careful of the poisonous spikes. There's one on the dorsal fin here and two on those pectoral, those side fins there. If you're going to keep these catfish and eat them, make sure you take those off. What I normally do with a fish like this is just put it down so it's dead. Just a nervous system now twitching, and grab those side fins and snap them off. See, got rid of it. These spikes have a skin membrane over them, that's the skin there, get rid of that. And now you can see the serrated edges there. They're very dangerous. See them there? So if you get it in your foot, you can't pull it out because those serrated edges only go one way. And you've got a very sharp point here. Very poisonous, very dangerous. But once you get rid of them, you can take your catfish home and cook them. Now this really does make me mad. Somebody's put in an illegal net on the mudflats north of Broome, but they've left the net here. So what's happened? This giant sawfish, magnificent animal, is now caught up, the tide's gone out. We just happen to be moving along the beach here, checking for crocodiles when I spotted it. All I can do is try and dig a bit of a hole around the gills, try and cut some of this net away from it and hope that when the tide comes in it'll still survive, but terrible tragedy. The long saw is used to thrash around in the water to kill fish. If you get too close to one of these, it can whip around and hit you on the leg, and it can be very dangerous. We spent an hour or two trying to hold sufficient water around the poor old sawfish, but unfortunately, before the tide came in, it died.
Just look at this. Another ecological disaster. Somebody's been netting in this mangrove creek, and for some reason, best known to them, they've left their net here. It was only a week or so ago that we found that other net, not far from here, with that giant sawfish in it, and now another net. So I'm just going to cut it out and take it away and burn it. When you're out in the bush and you want to go fishing, you quite often don't have any bait. So most of us these days always carry a throw net. There are all sorts of ways of throwing a throw net. My preferred way is to just take your right hand, lay your rope on there, take the end of the net across the palm of the hand, half the net into the hand, half the net across your knee, pick up the first piece over the first finger, arm's length, second piece over the second finger, arm's length again, third section over the third finger. Then you just take a nice handful there and you're ready to throw it. All you do is just go out and roll the wrist. The beauty of this is that you don't have a heavy, muddy, wet net dragged over your shoulder, which is the other preferred way. This way, all you have to do is just flick it out. Righto, we'll go and get some bait. Now I've got my bait, I can go fishing. Quite often out in the bush you need a fair degree of knowledge to recognise bush food. But this one here, we all know what this is. This is the large grevillea. It's easy to recognise, and in it you've got this huge amount of nectar. It's very sweet, but if you've been wandering around the scrub for quite a long time and you need something sweet, this is really nice. All you have to do is just find where the nectar is and suck it out. This little fruit is commonly called the wild passion fruit, and looks very much like a normal passion fruit seed. Most people believe that this is a native to Australia, but it's not. It originally came from South America, but it's now spread all over the top end of Australia. Even in the remotest pockets of the Kimberley, you can find it's quite good bush tucker. The only thing is that don't pick these green ones and squash them and wipe your eye. Irritate your eye like mad. But these little golden ones, beautiful to eat. When you're out in the bush and you've got a lot of meat, there's still a few places that salt the beef. The traditional way of conserving meat, not many people do it these days, but it's a very handy thing to know. What you've got to do is you've got to take all the normal cuts off. It looks a little bit gory, but don't worry about that. Get them back to camp as soon as possible and treat them up, put all the salt on, and it'll last for weeks, even months. The only thing is, of course, when you cook it, You've got to wash it and wash it and wash it and get all the salt out of it and boil it 2 or 3 times. It ends up like a corned beef. Not too bad when you've been out here for a long time. Beef's got to have deep cuts in it to get the salt right into the meat. And once it's well salted, it's stacked there with all the other meat and it's left there overnight. And then each day that meat's spread out and at night stacked up until it's dry and it can be packed into a bag. And this salted beef, this will last you for months. And of course when you want to cook it, you have to wash the salt out of it several times and boil it up and it's like a corned beef. But it's one very good way of preserving big mobs of beef. This bit of salted beef is about 4 weeks old. Washed all the salt out of it last night, boiled it up. And it's still fairly salty of course, but it's not too bad. Bit of homemade bread. This here is the tongue. Do it the same way. Bullock's tongue. That is very, very tender. When you're out in the bush and you've got a really tough bit of beef, the best way to cook it is in the ground oven. Paper bark, hot stones, and 2 or 3 hours, and it's a lot more tender than if you just try and cut bits off and cook it on the coals. How's that, Scotty? Good. The Maoris call this a hungy, and you call it gungun. Gungun, yeah, that's the ground oven, eh? All right, well that looks pretty good. We'll get the fire going in there now, eh? Yes. The secret of cooking in these ground ovens is to get the right sort of stone that doesn't explode and good fire and get your rocks very, very hot. That'll be enough? Yep. Once the fire's died down and the rocks are really hot, the meat goes in on those rocks there. 1, 2, that looks right, Scotty, eh? Yep. Right, and now just the paper bark on top.
Right all the way around.
Yeah. I tell you what, those crows, Scotty, know that it's tucker time. Yeah, 1, 2.
Probably have more than 2 anyway, just
yeah.
a bit of water.
Yeah, we just seal the whole thing in with the paper bark. 3. Righto. My little hole there.
That's enough.
Now, once we've got the paper bark on, cover it all over with the sand, leave it for a couple of hours. I can hardly wait. Good, eh? This is the tricky part. Just getting that paper bark off. Without getting too much sand on the meat. Yeah. Look at that. That's pretty good. Here we are. Look at that. It's beautiful. This is the side where the rocks have been. See all that juice there? All that heat from the rock has held all the juice in it. It's like it's steamed. It's so sweet, so tender. When you're out in the bush, you always end up with filthy, dirty hands. And in North Australia, around the Kimberleys along the coastal region, there's a great way of cleaning up, and it's right here. See this acacia bush? It's a fairly spindly bush. We call it a weed because it grows everywhere. Around about September, October, early November, after it's flowered, you get these bunches of seeds, these bean-like seeds here. See them there? Now if you pick quite a few bunches of those, and here we are, we'll just get some off here. Very common plant, this one. Righto, now, you've got no water, bit of saliva, rub it together. I might just grab some water. Here we are. Now, what we do is, bit of water on there, rub it together. Now this is 100% environmentally friendly. Soaping up. This is called a soap wattle or a soap acacia. There we are. Beautiful, look at that. These are a good idea in the bush if you don't have a shower on your vehicle. It's called hot water from solar energy. You just fill it up with around about 20 litres of water and just leave it out in the sun all day, and at the end of the day, boiling water. That's what you've got to be very careful of. When you actually tie it up, ready to use it, make sure you check it because that water in there can be very hot. See the back of it's clear, so you can see how much water you've got in the bag. If for any reason you want to move your vehicle sideways, you can do it with care using your kangaroo jack. Good solid base for the jack. Jack it up one side and give it a push. Another one. Righto. Just give it a push over. And here it goes. There we are. Very dangerous things, kangaroo jacks. Always watch them in case they slip. That vehicle has moved over almost half a metre. So in an emergency you can keep lifting it and moving it, and you can actually move that vehicle several metres. These high lift jacks are one of the most important pieces of equipment in the bush. What people do, they leave home, the vehicle all clean, all new equipment. They tie their jacks on the front of the bull bar there. And what happens is, as they're driving along, the insects clag up all the moving parts. They collect dust, they collect mud, seeds. When they go to use it, this is the result. Everything's jammed up. There's no way that that jack will work. So what you've got to do is give it a good clean and a good spray. Once you've cleaned your jack up, give it a good spray. I've got some Kel-Ex penetrating fluid here, lubricating fluid, and especially these two moving springs here. So every time you use your jack, make sure you give it a good spray before you start. Check everything's moving. Righto. But the best thing is to keep it right up on the pack rack, wrap it well up, or inside the vehicle. We all hate flat tyres in the bush, but if you do get one, you've got to know how to fix it. Quite often, you
have great difficulty breaking the bead, that is breaking the tyre away from the rim. You should carry a bead breaker, but if you don't have a bead breaker, you can use your high lift jack. You position the base of the jack right on the edge of the rim. So what you're doing is jacking up. The weight of the vehicle will be pushing down on the tyre and it'll spring that bead. The bead's now broken, now I can proceed to fix the puncture. There's another way to break the bead if you don't have a bead breaker or you don't have a kangaroo jack, and that's to use the weight of the vehicle. What you do is to put your tyre right there and drive over it. Get this tyre right on the edge of it there. 90% of the time you can pop it off. Tyre's now broken away from the rim, so I can proceed to change the tyre in the usual manner, with the help from the dog, of course. I've shown you lots of different ways that you can get your tyre off the rim if you don't have a bead breaker. But if you do a long trip, you should carry one of these. This tyre's been stuck on the rim for a long time, so you've got dry mud and dust down between the tyre and the rim and possibly even some rust. So it's going to be very hard to break that tyre from that rim. So what you need is a bead breaker. Depends on the size of your rim and your tyre as to how you adjust your R&R bead breaker. But basically you place this foot, this anchor, down in the bottom of the rim and you lock it across the top, so this section here bites down on the inside of the rim. Just tighten that up. And all you do is just screw it down. And it starts sliding forward at the same time that it's starting to push down on the tyre here. So you go down and give it a few turns. Now, if it doesn't pop off immediately, what you do is you put some soapy water in here and you adjust this around several times until it pops off. Now, that hasn't quite popped off the first time, so we get some soapy water. The soapy water here, and go right round there with the soap and water. Unwind it a few turns. Move it into a different position and wind it down the second or even the third time. And no matter how difficult the tyre is to break from the rim, the R&R bead breaker will always get it off. Once you've broken the first side, just turn it over and repeat the performance on the other side. You can also use the bead breaker to spread your tyre, to check it inside for any cuts or cracks, and you can also use it to put the tyre back on. Really great bit of gear. Don't go out in the bush without one of these.
when you're out in the bush and you don't have any matches, a lot of people talk about starting a fire by shorting across the terminals. Now you can do that providing the battery is cold. If you've just taken the battery out of the car and it's hot, don't short across your terminals, because often with a hot battery there's a build-up of hydrogen gas in there and you could cause an explosion and you could get acid in your face. And you say to me, well, why do we even have to use a battery? Well, you might have had an accident, someone might be suffering from hypothermia, so you want to get a fire going, and your car's just gone underwater and all your matches are wet, it's very cold. So, to be on the safe side, try and do it with a cool battery. But if you have to do it with a warm battery, try and get your spark as far away from the battery as possible. So what I'm doing here is putting on a piece of wire on the pos and the neg. I just pull that up there. Just there. Righto. This way I can get the spark away from the battery, but I must stress, try and always do this when the battery is cool, not when it's hot. Now I've just got some fuel here. I'll get a little bit of fuel on a piece of cloth. We place that down there and I'll get rid of this right away from the spark, of course. There we are. Now it's a good idea to hold the wire with some rag, because it does get very hot very quickly. And there we have instant fire. But I must stress, you only want to do this in a survival situation when you really need a fire, like I've got now, in a hurry. And certainly never ever use it with a hot battery. Don't short across the terminals. As I said earlier, you can get that build-up of hydrogen gas and you can cause the battery to explode. I know what you're thinking. He's just said start a fire using petrol, and you've got a diesel car and you don't always carry petrol. Well, if you don't carry petrol, you quite often carry these little pieces of fine steel wool for cleaning up your billies and whatever. This is perfect for lighting a fire. All you have to do is place it down here. Now I've got a little bit of paper here and some dry grass. Just place it down there, and I've got the wire on the positive and the negative terminals again, away from the battery, and this is a cold battery, not a hot battery. All we have to do is place the end of the wires about 2 centimetres apart in the steel wool, and in a few seconds I'll have a fire. So next time you go out in the bush, in the old 4-wheel drive, make sure you pack in some pieces of steel wool, just in case you want to light a fire in an emergency.
At the end of a long trip in the bush, so many of us suffer from a bad back. I've got just the answer. Have a look at this. It's a portable nail bed. Put it down on the ground, lie on that for an hour. Absolutely wonderful. It's the best thing I've ever had. And of course, when I finish with it, I can just pack it up and put it back in the car. I'll just show you how it works. Just a matter of getting some flat ground and make a pillow. I've got a little rock here and I'll just use my shirt. If you do make one of these, the nails have got to be around about 1 centimetre apart, and when you first use it, if you find the nails a little bit sharp, well, then start off with a towel, a beach towel. Righto, now just on there, wiggle down and
Just ease yourself down on there, and that is beautiful. Just within a few seconds, you can feel yourself relaxing. Now, if there's any products or anything you're interested in that you've seen in this film, just drop me a note. We'll put the postal box address up on the screen now and the email address, and I think I'll just slow down and have a nice relaxing sleep for an hour or two.
It is August, the middle of the dry season, and Malcolm Douglas and his companions, now 3 days from the nearest road, are battling overland into the western Kimberley of North Australia. Malcolm, with his intense interest in the bush and a continuing thirst for adventure, has embarked upon a most amazing journey. He hopes to explore the length of the rugged Charnley River Gorge, an endeavour that never before has been attempted. The Charnley River runs through one of the most remote and inaccessible regions of Australia. It's an area that has fascinated Malcolm for years. Using 5.5-metre Roscoe canoes, Malcolm Douglas, Sean Dixon and 2 local Aborigines will spend weeks struggling through the gorge into the most awe-inspiring and spectacular country that Malcolm has ever seen. The chasm is so long and so deep that not even the local tribes ever attempted this journey. The rock jams, rapids, waterfalls and the sheer magnitude of the terrain make progress agonisingly slow and arduous. The success of the expedition will depend largely on survival techniques, hunting and food gathering skills. After the most physically demanding experience that Malcolm's ever endured, they reach the sea, where outriggers, sails and outboards are fitted to the canoes, and the hazardous voyage along the coast and to the outlying reefs begins. The expedition, full of drama, excitement and danger, will span 2 months. Canoes in the Kimberley takes you on another great Malcolm Douglas adventure. After days of bush bashing, they finally locate the Charnley River, and the canoes, transported all the way from Sydney, are unloaded. Malcolm's arranged for a helicopter to bring out a driver to pick up the Toyota, and he'll retrieve it later from a nearby cattle station. Malcolm's Aboriginal friends, Narrabeen tribesmen, Uggaman and Jomari, experts in tribal law, roamed this region in the early days. Hunting spears are prepared before the journey begins. In the early morning light, the canoes are loaded, and Malcolm's Kelpie, Jowdy, is rather apprehensive. 500 metres above sea level, the Charnley ripples gently towards the gorge. It's now 4 months since the last rains,
the river is low, and Malcolm soon realises that this will be a slow trip. The West Kimberley is a vast expanse of ancient impassable mountain ranges, where the rivers drop to the sea through long eroded gorges. During the wet season they gush 20 metres deep, but in the dry many of the smaller streams cease to flow. The Charnley, one of the biggest of the Kimberley rivers, runs all through the year. Freshwater crocodiles are normally shy and timid, but this one charges Malcolm when he expects it to retreat.
Hey, what's wrong with you?
Jomari can't resist a feed, and this black-headed python will make a good meal. The snake feels fat. It will be good to eat. The scales, singed in the flames, are easily scraped off, and the meat is roasted in the coals and hot sand. It tastes like chicken. Towards the end of the week, the first sheer cliffs appear. The gorge is not far off. Freshwater crocs lie sunning themselves on the sandbanks. Although they don't normally attack humans, they must be treated with respect. In the deeper water holes between the rock bars, there's always plenty of fresh food. Traditionally, freshwater turtles are located underwater, hiding beneath fallen timber and debris. They were an important dry season food for the tribes, rich in fat and protein and easily located in the dwindling streams. The catch, to be eaten later in the day, is buried alive in the sand, upside down to prevent escape. A delicacy found in the remote northern rivers is the long-feelered prawn, an easy prey for Jomari and Ugaman. Commonly called cherubin, they're superb eating. Turtles are always cooked in the shell to ensure that the flesh is juicy and free of sand. As they approach the entrance to the chasm, the first of many obstacles confronts them. Huge boulders jam the river. For the next 3 weeks,
Malcolm and his party physically haul all their gear and canoes over dozens of these massive obstructions. The canoes slide easily over the smooth rocks, but many of the blockades take hours to negotiate, as everything is carried from one deep hole to the next. The Charnley, during the wet season, a raging torrent, is one of the great whitewater rivers of Australia. But as soon as the rains cease, the river drops, and in many places flows in narrow gutters between the boulders. Jowdy, now revelling in the trip, often happily hitches a ride. The deep pools between the jams give a brief but welcome respite from the demanding task of portage. This freshie, his upper jaw healing from a recent injury, is a pathetic sight. Old and inquisitive, he's no threat to the paddlers. For the first time, the Charnley enters a long, deep water hole. The Pandanus Line banks, home of the raucous flying foxes. Nocturnal animals, they hate to be disturbed. Uggerman is most concerned. Big, dangerous saltwater crocs may have travelled upriver to feed on the bats. A croc surfaces and Uggerman, taking no chances, moves it on. A Gould's goanna, called bungarras in Western Australia, threatens defiantly as the canoes pass. When the Kimberley tribes roamed this wild country, they travelled along the top of the gorge, staying well clear of the sheer cliffs. The men toiled all day over many of the more formidable rock jams. The waters teem with fish, predominantly the sooty grunter, called black brim by the locals. They bite so frantically, it's just a matter of dropping a baited line. Fish are caught each day for lunch. Bush flies, a constant source of irritation, are particularly bad during the hottest part of the day. At times, the water holes are so far apart, the canoes are manhandled all day. Uggerman and Jomery are always on the lookout for fat crocodiles to be cooked later at the overnight camp. Shallow rapids are frustrating. The canoes jam between the small rocks. With the crocodile already in the bag, this one has a lucky reprieve. Uggerman tells Malcolm that this cliff will be a good spot to look for the nest of the wild bee. A search among the rocks reveals the small wax-lined entrance to the hive. The honey-laden comb is well underground. The tiny fly-like bee is unable to sting. The native bee's honey was always an important part of the Aborigines' diet, especially for the children. It's rich and very sweet. One of Malcolm's favourite bush foods. A species of softwood tree growing nearby was of vital importance to the Aborigines. The small dead branches were collected and carried in bundles for fire lighting. Uggerman prepares a ground oven, and the men begin the age-old ritual of making fire. The end of the longest straight stick is rounded and smoothed. Dry kangaroo dung is powdered onto tinder dry grass. And a thicker piece of wood, scraped flat and grooved, is held firmly. This classic survival technique is now rarely utilised. It's a team effort. As the stick is rotated, downward pressure must be applied. Right. In a minute or two, the powdered wood smoulders, overflowing onto the kangaroo dung. Right. Care must be taken to coax the spark into flame. Selected hardwood is charred and stones heated to cook a crock. The crocodile is laid upon a bed of embers. The hot stones are replaced, and the paper bark covered with sand retains the heat for hours.
This method of cooking keeps the flesh tender and moist. The going gets tougher as the days pass and they move deeper into the wilderness. The river, now so languid and low, will thunder down the chasm throughout the monsoon season. Malcolm has never been in such awe-inspiring country. He believes that one day this region will be recognised as one of the great wonders of Australia and should be classified as a national park. At times, better progress is made detouring away from the river up onto high ground. It takes all day to move the canoes along this rock shelf, worn smooth by countless wet season floods. In these situations, all valuable equipment is unloaded.
You say you need these, Teddy?
It's now 2 weeks since the trip down the river began. The physical effort of each day's endeavour exhausts the men, and an overnight camp is made wherever there's a soft sandbank. And bed is any stretch of flat ground where you can roll out your swag. As the day closes, the timeless grandeur and vivid colours of this remote wilderness are washed by the last rays of the setting sun. Day after day, they push slowly towards the coast. This region, the far west Kimberley, is so inaccessible that few Australians are aware of its unique beauty. The river drops quickly for several kilometres, and when Jomery spots a fork-tailed catfish, he's convinced that the salt water's not far off. The descent is rugged. This waterfall must be bypassed. If a canoe gets away, it could fracture. Malcolm is already planning an attempt on the gorge in the wet season. He's keen to explore the river in full flood. As the days pass and there's still no sign of the sea, the river twists and turns and the rock jams become even more numerous. Progress is frustratingly slow.
Malcolm, sensing a change in the river, tries for a barramundi. Elated, he knows that the salt water must be close. Everyone is keen now to reach the sea, after being for so long locked in the gorge. But the immense chasm is never ending. Ahead, yet another rock bar. Sean looks for a way through, and quite unexpectedly, there's a slight change in the watercolour. They have come at last to the uppermost reaches of tidal influence. From now on, fresh water will be precious, and all the containers are filled. The collapsible plastic water bottles hold 20 litres. Malcolm's canoe is lowered for the first time into brackish water. This is the home of the big barramundi. Jomari and Agaman, in eager anticipation, have the oven ready. And cooked this way, there's no washing up. Any fish not eaten are salted and sun-dried. Under a nearby rock overhang where Aborigines once camped, Jomari wants to leave a reminder of their journey through the gorge. White clay, the Aborigines' traditional painting pigment, is chewed to a paste, and the travellers leave their mark. The Aborigines left these prints as a personal record of their passage through an area. Throughout Australia, the once common ancient ochre stencils are rapidly fading into oblivion. Heading back to the canoes, Jomari fires the spinifex. He's hoping that the black smoke will be seen far to the east, and his wife and relatives will know he's safe. Descending to the estuary, the river changes dramatically from the fresh running water of the gorge to salt mudflats, and a determined last effort gets the canoes through. For the first time in weeks, they camp on the plains, giving Agaman a chance to hunt kangaroo. After removal of the entrails, the small incision in the stomach is closed with a pointed stick. The meat is prepared in the traditional way. The fur is singed off. Then the tail is removed and roasted separately. After several hours in the ground oven, it's ready. Kangaroo is a most favoured meat of the Aborigines. Jomari cleans and shapes the forelimb bone of the roo to make a special tool. A bottle washed up on the tide is broken into sections with hot sand. Bottles were once highly prized for making spear tips, and Jomari is still able to manufacture these deadly artefacts. The hot sand breaks the glass in a straight line. In pre-European days, before the introduction of glass, selected stone was used. The kangaroo bone is employed to methodically apply pressure while the paper bark cushions the glass and catches the minute slivers to be carefully disposed of later. Skill and patience are needed, as the glass is brittle. The tip is painstakingly shaped. Several hours completes the task, and it's ready to be fixed to a spear. When a victim is hit, the serrated edges splinter off, and the slivers, which cannot be extracted from the wound, cause a slow and painful death. Petrel, sails, outriggers and outboard motors left at a rendezvous 2 months earlier are now retrieved, and the canoes take on a completely different appearance. They have become seagoing craft. Still 60 kilometres from the open sea, and with the tide dropping off for the next 7 days, they have only a few minutes to launch their canoes, just after sunup as the waters reach top tide. Jowdy balks at the thick, oozing mud. The party, now in the uppermost reaches of Walcott Inlet, must paddle downstream to where the motors can be started. Without the outriggers and motors, it would be too dangerous to push on. Ahead is weeks of travelling on the open sea, along the Kimberley coast, to finish at the town of Derby. On the falling tide, jumping mullet hug the shallows, living in constant terror of larger fish. At the slightest hint of danger, they panic. The graceful pelicans come in for a feed. Walcott Inlet soon opens out into a wide, muddy waterway. Jomari and Agaman are from an inland tribe and dislike the sea. Agaman has never been on the saltwater before and feels happier huddled in under the spray cover, strapped into a life jacket. They're heading for Cockatoo Island, 120 kilometres down the coast. The outboards, a mere 2 horsepower, are amazingly efficient, pushing the heavily laden canoes along at 7 kilometres an hour. 5 litres of petrol per motor lasts all day. The small tanks are refilled every hour or so.
Fortunately, the sea is calm, and 2 days later at the small mining community on Cockatoo Island, Uggerman and Jomari are farewelled. They're apprehensive of leaving the mainland, so Malcolm has arranged for a charter plane to take them home. Malcolm and Sean head for the little-known outlying islands and reefs. The weather is perfect. Even today, reliable charts are still unavailable for this part of the Kimberley coast. The reefs exposed at low tide can be covered by 12 metres of water 6 hours later. When the tide turns, the sharks and turtles move over the reef feeding. This coastline experiences one of the biggest tide variations in the world, rushing over the sand flats at an almost unbelievable speed. A fantastic layer of foam is churned up by the rushing waters. Malcolm, one of the few people who knows this area well, is keen to reach a particular high point, his favourite fishing spot. Malcolm's after a feed. The lure hits the water and instantly Fighting Trevally home in. But this one's just too big a meal for two people. Malcolm, keen to show Sean the great numbers of fish now on the reef, removes the hooks from a lure and trolls it quickly, close to the stern. The water explodes with frantically lunging trevally. A new lure brings in a good-sized fish to eat. Without warning, a pack of sharks arrives, ripping a hooked fish to shreds. These are black-tip reef sharks, cruising the reef in search of victims. Sean's line tangles around the outrigger. The sharks, excited by the blood, are in a feeding frenzy. Sean, a keen fisherman, is stunned. He's never seen sharks as aggressive as these. Malcolm and Sean pull in their lines, and the sharks, still ravenous, attack the small plastic outboard propeller, and they're big enough to cause serious damage. When a big shark appears, it's time to leave. Turtles, too, make a dash for safer waters. The tide drops as quickly as it rose, and soon the water is gone. Only the deep channels are still gushing.
Malcolm and Sean must determine the best way off the reef. The incredible tidal variation makes the whole region, marked as Montgomery Reef on nautical maps, too hazardous for bigger boats. And so, few people ever see this amazing phenomenon. Malcolm and Sean head for their island camp along the channels where the bigger marine creatures find shelter at low tide. It's time to move on. And in the morning, the long journey to Derby begins. Over a week of constant travelling lies ahead. 200 kilometres down King Sound. Sail is used whenever winds are favourable. Malcolm believes that the cliff-lined shores, the rocky islands, superb dry season climate, and the brilliant natural colours will in the future make this region famous. The huge tides make camping difficult. At the end of each day, the canoes must be stored well above high water mark. For the first time since leaving the Charnley Gorge, the winds are up. Late in the day, while seeking shelter close to the rocks, one of the outriggers is damaged. Waiting for the winds to ease, Sean patches the cracks with fiberglass. A welcome change of diet is offered by an abundant supply of oysters covering the surrounding rocks. But the winds increase, and it's too dangerous to continue. Malcolm, with years of experience, watches the water for hours. He knows how quickly these seas can change, especially when tide and wind are opposing forces. In the morning, it's calmer, and a decision is made to reach the shelter of the many rocky islands. These islands are among the most spectacular in Australia. Helpman Island, halfway down King Sound, is one of the breeding grounds of the green turtles. Sean and Malcolm are delayed again by the rising winds. Turtles, oblivious of their visitors, complete their nesting. It's been a long night, and this one's anxious to return to the sea. At low tide, with the canoes now positioned well below the sandy nesting grounds, they prepare for the longest and most dangerous reach of the journey. From here on, the inhospitable shores are mangrove-lined and offer no shelter. Malcolm and Sean must remain in their canoes until they reach Derby. All afternoon they run with the tide down King Sound. The brilliant multicoloured islands are now far behind. Malcolm and Sean travel through the night to finish their journey at the Derby Pier. For Malcolm,
this has been one of his greatest adventures.
In the far northwest of Australia, in the coastal town of Broome, Malcolm Douglas, adventurer and filmmaker, is preparing for another journey. With three mates, Wayne, Damien and Scott, he intends to spend 2 months exploring the Kimberley coast, one of the great wilderness areas of the world. The men will use 2 Q-Craft sea kayaks. At first glance, sea kayaks look frail and unstable, but they're a sleek combination of ancient Eskimo design and modern materials, used successfully all over the world for long sea journeys. For the next 2 months, Boss Bonnie, Malcolm's red heeler, will have her own hatch behind Malcolm. She's not convinced that it's the best seat in the boat, and it takes a while to coax her aboard for a dry run.
What's that?
The team heads for the remote islands of the Buccaneer Archipelago, 250 kilometres north of Broome. There's limited storage space, so cameras, equipment, food and water must be kept to a minimum. Everything has its place, as they've had plenty of practice packing back in Broome. The next 2 weeks will be spent exploring the islands of King Sound, a maze of treacherous coral reefs, ancient eroded rocks and massive tides. This is the traditional homeland of the Bardi, a seagoing tribe of Aborigines. One Bardi man who retains his culture is Malcolm's old friend Tom Wiggin. The men rendezvous with him. He's out hunting turtle. Damien and Scott are fascinated by Tom's traditional raft, and he's equally impressed by their Kevlar kayaks. For generations, the Bardi have used these unique rafts for island hopping and for hunting. They're made from a particular species of mangrove, held together with hard wood nails. Tom's one of the last Aborigines to use the old techniques for hunting turtle and dugong. In earlier times, the animal was speared and after a long chase, captured. Now with ropes, Tom's able to control his quarry. A protected species, turtles still the favoured meat of the coastal people, and they're the only ones permitted to hunt them. Tom will paddle his catch across to the mainland community where his extended family lives. He'll be back in a few days to catch up with the others on his favourite island. Once he catches the tidal currents, he'll travel swiftly. Only basic food can be carried, so fish must be caught daily. The deep gutters still holding water at low tide are teeming with many species. There's not a fisherman in Australia who wouldn't like it here. Malcolm's continually amazed by the amount of food the younger men put away. With such healthy appetites, fishing will be a top priority. On days when the fish are off the bite, the men go in after them. There are countless sheltered bays among the islands, but this beach is Tom's particular favourite. When he gets back, they put up some shade using driftwood and swag covers. On the main island, fresh water gushes from the rocks. The Bardi always collected their water at this spring. Collapsible water bottles are awkward to fill, so Tom employs an old Bardi trick to direct the flow. When the 10-metre tide drops, it's time to collect food from the reefs. 20 years ago, Malcolm camped on the islands and was shown the hunting techniques of the Bardi. Now, Tom and Malcolm pass this knowledge on. In the roots of this straggly plant, Tephrosia rosea is a very useful fish poison. The roots are crushed and mixed with sand. Out on the reef, it's deposited under the ledges in the shallow pools left at low tide. Within minutes, the toxin, rotenone, begins to work. It affects the nervous system, and the drugged fish swim erratically into the shallows. The men work quickly to beat the impatient tide. Within minutes, it will surge in to disperse the poison.
A couple of jack over there too, coming up in a billbone.
The species most preferred by the Bardi Aborigines will be taken to the island nearby, where Tom's relatives have set up their dry season camp. Back in 1971, Tom showed Malcolm how to catch frogfish, and now he explains to Scott and Damien how these fish are only eaten when the strong southeast winds are blowing and it's too rough to catch turtles. Frogfish line a hole with dead coral, then wait at the bottom for their unsuspecting prey to dart down the shaft. When a bait's dropped in, they're easily hooked. It's a peculiar fish with a huge mouth and head and slimy mottled skin, perfectly adapted for its habitat. As the fish are released, Tom stresses that they're caught only when the weather's too bad for hunting anything else. Fast-moving trevally school in the water, streaming from the reef, and just on sundown, they're easily landed for an evening meal. After 2 weeks among the islands, Malcolm's ready to move on, and Tom prepares what he calls a proper bardi feed. A young turtle. Heated stones cook the meat. And it's finished off in the hot sand. An hour later, a thick soup is collected in the shell. This has always been a traditional meal for the bardi. It's back to the Australian mainland now, for Malcolm wants to return to Broome to pick up his boat. Heavy-duty aluminium bars are strapped to the rails to carry the kayaks.
No, you're right, just go from there.
The men travel far up the Kimberley coast into the gorge country. This region is so vast that it would take many months to explore all the gorges using only kayaks. Malcolm and his team will go far beyond where the salt water meets the fresh. They motor into a towering chasm where the muddy water shallows, and for an hour it's a struggle to edge the boat to a rock bar where the kayaks can be offloaded. As the tide recedes, the mud banks are exposed, a seething mass shimmering in the afternoon sun. Countless numbers of mud skippers are feeding. Perfectly adapted for this environment, their pectoral fins are so well developed that they can walk and jump over the ooze. Mud skippers absorb oxygen through their gills, allowing them to forage over the flats at low tide. A much more fearsome animal is the saltwater crocodile. Fresh tracks alarm Malcolm. A big croc must have been lurking nearby in the muddy water when they offloaded their kayaks. These isolated waters are also home to the mighty barramundi, a great fighter and superb eating. Wayne's lucky to land this one. He's hooked it in the tail. There are few places so remote as these magnificent Kimberley chasms. It takes stamina to maneuver the kayaks over the huge boulders blocking the river. Between the rock jams lie long stretches of deep fresh water where progress is easy and fish are plentiful. They camp overnight on soft sand. At times during the wet season, this ledge would be 20 metres underwater. The morning sun highlights the ancient sandstone cliffs, revealing colours more vivid than anywhere else in Australia. The gorge is now so rugged that the kayaks have to be manhandled long distances between waterholes. Few Europeans would ever have been on this river.
Don't look real lively.
Fresh fish, as usual, is on the menu. Golden catfish are bigger and much better eating than the smaller varieties. After 2 days spent exploring the gorge, Malcolm feels that the team should return to camp before the spring tides push too much water past the boat. Back at the rock bar, there's a major disaster. The high spring tides have arrived earlier than expected. The boat's stranded precariously, and only the aluminium bars stop it rolling over. Malcolm checks the fuel tanks for leaks. All the gear's fallen in a heap on the low side. It'll be a big job cleaning up this mess. Malcolm had not reckoned on a rise in the tide for another day or two, and as the sun sets, it's a race against time to right the boat before nightfall. The boat has to be levelled or water will flow over the stern around midnight. Working frantically, the men finally manoeuvre the boat down into the gutter, and Malcolm spends the night aboard to ensure that all is well in the morning.
Oh. Don't go around. Second foot.
On the incoming afternoon tide, the team head for the Isdell Gorge. After kilometres of mangrove-lined mudflats, the river narrows through the vivid ochre-coloured cliffs, so typical of the Kimberley. With the spring tides covering the rock jams, Malcolm's able to take the boat far inland to a massive chasm. Barramundi are always found where a clear, fresh stream meets muddy saltwater. Wayne, who's never landed a really big barra, is elated and heads back to camp to cook lunch. In his 25 years exploring the Kimberley, Malcolm has never seen this part of the country. Using the sleek kayaks, the men are able to push into unknown territory. Black bream are always on the bite. Rock jams become more numerous and more difficult to negotiate. Magnificent cliffs tower above the canoes. The only campsite they can find is on a smooth, water-worn rock ledge. Luxuriant vegetation flourishes where pure spring water flows from the cliffs. Reluctantly, the men head back to the boat before the big tides drop off and leave them stranded. Scott's been desperate to catch a barramundi, and as they wait for the tide on the last morning, he succeeds. Behind them stretches the magnificent Isdell Gorge that Malcolm believes must be protected as one of Australia's great wilderness areas. From here, it's 4 days travelling back to Broome. Ahead lies the most adventurous part of their journey.
Not easy with too big.
The men head north, 1,000 kilometres, up the Gibb River Road, heading for the Mitchell River. The road winds through the brilliantly coloured King Leopold Ranges. Late in the afternoon, the weather deteriorates, and morning finds the men recovering from a miserable night. Rain in the middle of the dry season is most unseasonal, and everyone's soaked. After the rain, the prawns should be on the move, so while he waits for the swags to dry, Malcolm baits his nets. His first catch is interesting, but not what he's after. These small turtles are common in the Kimberley freshwater rivers.
Waded through the creek. Start pulling out.
Damien has more luck. These huge freshwater prawns are called cherubin. And either boiled or roasted in the coals for a few minutes, they're delicious. All along the river near the camp, grevillea is blooming. Most grevilleas ooze a honey-like nectar, and this one's no exception. It's good bush food. Sweet and filling after a feed of cherubin. The rain clears, but the road's still impassable, so the men head downriver. They come upon a colony of black flying foxes. These raucous animals usually leave their camp around sundown, flying up to 50 kilometres to feed on blossoms and wild fruit, returning before dawn to rest during the day. When disturbed, the bats in the lower branches climb higher before launching into cumbersome flight in a scene of dizzy confusion. When the kayaks leave, the bats soon return to their roost to preen and sleep. At Drysdale River Cattle Station, there's a shop, a garage, and a phone and a fridge for tourists heading up the Gibb River Road. Malcolm rings Kununurra Airport to confirm his helicopter booking. A chopper will be needed to carry the kayaks into the Mitchell River, and the men plan to paddle all the way down to the Kimberley coast. The track west winds through large stands of Livingstonia palms, the most striking natural feature of the plateau. A few kilometres from the Mitchell Falls at the end of the track is the pre-arranged rendezvous with the helicopter. It's due in 24 hours, so the men hike into the Mitchell Falls, an unspoiled wilderness that's becoming a popular trek for the more adventurous round Australia travellers. Malcolm had planned to put the kayaks in here, but there's not much water flowing over the falls, so a helicopter will have to take them downstream. A reconnaissance trip in the helicopter is planned for the following day. Early in the morning, a radio check confirms that the helicopter's on its way.
complete survey of the river begins immediately. Below sprawls the majestic grandeur of the Mitchell Escarpment. In many areas, the river's too shallow and rocks jam the course. It will be impossible to paddle through this section. Downriver in the tidal zone, there's plenty of water. A food drop's concealed under some prominent rocks and shielded from the hot afternoon sun. Markers are placed high in the mangroves where they'll be visible from the kayaks.